Chapter 980. Well said. Great Master Chong Gung smiled as if he didn't care at all. At this moment, a sudden gust of cold wind blew, making everyone's hair stand on end. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. It was almost noon and the weather was cool. Moreover, the Dalan temple was in the mountains surrounded by trees, so it was normal for there to be cold winds blowing from time to time. However, this gust of cold wind was obviously different from the past. It was bone-chilling and shouldn't have appeared at this time. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to release her divine sense in front of the two Dalan temple elders, who were most likely immortals. She could only raise her head and look in the direction of the gust of cold wind. The two great masters were also shocked. They waved their hands and ordered a disciple to go there. The two great masters chatted with Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohua for a while. Although the two great masters wanted to get some useful information from Zhang Xiaohua and Meng, it was a pity that they didn't want to talk. Even if they wanted to talk, neither of them was a disciple of the incense cult. There were many things that even they didn't know, so how could they satisfy the two elders' curiosity? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua and Meng were so tight-lipped, Great Master Chong Gung was quite disappointed. He waved his hand and a disciple came forward and bowed. Reporting to the two martial uncles, the Arhat formation has been set up. Please enter the formation, young benefactor. Good, you can leave for now. Great Master Chong Gung ordered the disciple to leave. He turned to Zhang Xiaohua and said, Ren Xiaoxiao, the formation has been set up. Please enter the formation, Xiaoxiao, and fulfill Abbess Jingyi's long-cherished wish. Zhang Xiaohua looked up and saw that the square in front of the Dalan temple had been cleared. There were 18 monks of different heights and sizes, but they were all wearing the same clothes. They held bronze rods in their hands and stood in a strange formation. The age difference between these 18 people was not that big. Each of them had a soaring aura. When these auras mixed together, it gave off an irresistible feeling. No one dared to underestimate them. Grandmaster, you actually sent out 18 disciples of your esteemed temple to set up a formation to deal with a mere guardian disciple like me, isn't that? The great Master Chong Gung laughed and said, who in Jianghu believes in fairness? Back then Abbess Jingyi easily broke this Arhat formation. Don't tell me you're backing out? Retreat? Zhang Xiaohua laughed involuntarily and said, that's not necessary. It's just that disciple is only a guardian disciple. How can my martial arts be compared to my family's Jiaozhu Darren who has received the inheritance? Then, young benefactor, what do you want to say? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said with a smile, with Jiaozhu Darren as a precedent, this disciple will follow suit this time and make a bet with Grandmaster. What do you think? What does young benefactor want to bet? Grandmaster Chongqing was stunned at first. Then he asked, then young benefactor, there's no harm in saying it. He, then this disciple won't be polite. Zhang Xiaohua laughed inwardly, but on the surface he asked, what does the Dalan temple want to bet? This. Since you're a guest from afar, I'll ask Ren Xiaoxiao to tell me first. As long as I can do it, I'll definitely do my best to agree. Hearing Grandmaster Chongqing's words, Zhang Xiaohua's heart calmed down. He thought for a moment and said, I've long heard that your esteemed temple's Sutra Pavilion has secret martial arts manuals that can shock the world. If I may be so bold, I'd like to ask Grandmaster to allow this disciple to enter the Sutra Pavilion and borrow a secret manual to read. That's impossible. Grandmaster Chongqing immediately shook his head. Your esteemed temple and my temple are both great sects with 10,000 years of inheritance. My temple has the Sutra Pavilion, and your esteemed temple also has the Technique Inheritance Pavilion. My temple's inner strength cultivation techniques might not be comparable to your esteemed temple's cultivation techniques. Young benefactor, why do you want to seek something far away? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, Grandmaster should understand that our temple has always prioritized female disciples. Most of the secret manuals in the temple are for women. This disciple, although I've read some of them, none of them are suitable. I thank Grandmaster for his benevolence. Grandmaster Chongqing still shook his head. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, then, Grandmaster, can you lend me a sword or staff secret manual to read? Young benefactor, you're being too greedy. The sword techniques in the Sutra Pavilion are also secret manuals passed down through the Dalan Temple. How can they be passed down to outsiders? Then this disciple can just find an ordinary staff or hammer technique manual. That should be fine, right? Zhang Xiaohua probed. This. Grandmaster Chongqing was somewhat hesitant. He changed the subject and asked, "Young benefactor, what will you use as the wager?" Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said with a smile, "If I lose, I'll never set foot in the Dalan temple again. What do you think?" Meng was drinking tea when it spat it out. What kind of wager is this?" When it heard Grandmaster Chongqing's words, Meng felt that it was inconceivable. Now that Zhang Xiaohua had actually learned it, how could Meng not spit out its tea? "Young benefactor, you must be joking," Grandmaster Chongqing said with a smile. Back then, Nun Jingyi was a disciple of inheritance and was also a candidate for the next head of the temple. Our Dalan temple gave her face and made a wager with her. Nun Jingyi's wager should be her dignity as the next head of the incense cult. "Young benefactor, you don't seem to have such an advantage." "Alas then, forget it." Zhang Xiaohua's expression was lonely. She shook her head and said, "Although the head of the temple repeatedly ordered me to deliver this jade slip to Grandmaster Chongqing, but a general is in the field and the monarch's orders cannot be obeyed. I didn't think that the rumors in Jianghu were wrong. The threshold to enter the Dalan temple is too high. It's fine if I don't enter." Grandmaster Chongqing was unmoved. He nodded and said, "Young benefactor's words are reasonable. However, this wasn't deliberately set up by our Dalan temple. It was your Honorable Nun Jingyi's idea. If young benefactor doesn't want to, this poor monk won't force you." Zhang Xiaohua despised him in her heart. She scratched her chin and said, "Alas, this is the first time I've come out as a disciple of a guardian. If I don't meet the guardian disciples of your honorable temple, I'll feel like I'm missing something." Grandmaster Chongqing looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a smile and didn't say anything. "Forget it." Zhang Xiaohua stomped her feet and took out a book from her bosom. She said, "This is the inner strength cultivation method bestowed by the head of the temple. Although it's not the top cultivation method of my incense cult, it's still a first-class technique in Jianghu. I'm not talented, but I'm willing to use this as a wager in exchange for a chance to enter the sutra depository." She then asked, "Grandmaster Chongqing, what do you think?" Grandmaster Chongqing glanced at Great Master Chonggung. The two of them exchanged glances and nodded. Since young benefactor admires our Dalan temple's martial arts so much, this old monk will make an exception. However, this old monk must say that if young benefactor wins, you can only look for things that don't involve inner strength cultivation methods in the sutra depository. You can only look at them in the Dalan temple. You can't copy them or take them out of the Dalan temple. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. "That's how it should be. If I lose, the inner strength cultivation method will be the same." Hearing this, Grandmaster Chongqing smiled bitterly. He was right. If one memorized the staff and sword techniques well, they could be memorized in a day or a few days. How could one memorize inner strength cultivation methods in such a short time? If Zhang Xiaohua remembered a single word wrongly, it would be a matter of life and death. In that case, Zhang Xiaohua would be at an advantage. Of course, if Grandmaster Chongqing was serious, he could take a liking to him for a month. However, could Dalan Temple afford to lose face? Then Zhang Xiaohua smiled and handed the book over. "Grandmaster is an eminent monk. I'll leave this book with you for now." Grandmaster Chongqing waved his hand. "No need. It won't be too late to wait until the matter is settled." "All right." Zhang Xiaohua put away the book and squinted at the 18 monks standing in the square. She said, "Then, this disciple will enter the array and try?" "Young benefactor, please enter the array." Grandmaster Chongqing said again. "If young benefactor knows that you're no match for them, you can just throw down your sword. Our Dalan Temple will not take advantage of the victory to pursue and attack." "Thank you for your mercy, Grandmaster." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and walked into the Arhat array with Hanya in her hand. When the 18 monks saw Zhang Xiaohua enter the array, they all held their staffs and put their palms together. They said in unison, "Young benefactor, please give us some pointers." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She thought to herself, if I make a move now and can knock down one of them, won't this Arhat array be broken? Of course, this thought only flashed through her mind. She also cupped her fists and said, "Seniors of the Dalan Temple, please give us some pointers." After both sides finished greeting each other, the monks immediately held their staffs in their hands. Their eyes flashed fiercely. The 18 monks were divided into two groups. Like butterflies, they wandered around. The staffs in their hands constantly knocked on the ground as they walked, making irritating sounds. This. Zhang Xiaohua was slightly taken aback when he saw that the 18 monks were circling around him instead of attacking him. However, when he heard the voice, he came to a realization. He activated God's guidance slightly, and the discomfort in his mind was immediately swept away. Then Zhang Xiaohua released a little bit of his divine sense. In fact, ever since he saw monk Kongchan, Zhang Xiaohua had been very careful to hide his cultivation and divine sense. On the other hand, he also raised his vigilance to see if there was any divine sense around him. However, when Grandmaster Chong Xing and Great Master Chong Gung appeared and talked for a long time, he did not see any divine sense. Perhaps the two Grandmasters were self-conscious, or perhaps they did not put him in their eyes at all. Of course, it was also possible that the two Grandmasters did not cultivate divine sense. However, no matter what, since he had already entered the array, Zhang Xiaohua could only release his divine sense a few feet. There should not be too much of a problem. Within her divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua was keenly aware that although the essence of the world in the Dalan Temple was not as rich as that of the fragrance cult, it was still much stronger than usual. Although the essence of the world had begun to recover, it would take several years or even decades to recover to the same level as that of the Dalan Temple. Furthermore, Zhang Xiaohua also sensed that although the 18 monks in this Arhat array had martial cultivation, their movements were rather methodical and their rhythmic tapping sounds were actually able to stir up the heaven and earth yuan qi, gradually drawing the yuan qi in the array towards them. Chapter 981. As expected of a great sect with a legacy. It's not a joke to be able to stand for 10,000 years. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but admire them from the bottom of his heart. Of the 5 sects with immortal heritage, Zhang Xiaohua had seen 3 of them. Among them, the Misty School was the one with whom he had the deepest feelings and the closest affinity. However, it was also the worst of the 3. Basically, it only had martial arts and no traces of immortal heritage. Only a few forbidden areas in ethereal heights could prove that the Misty School was related to immortal heritage. Even sect leader O Peng was only at the level of martial arts and not even at the peak. He didn't even have a trace of divine sense. On the other hand, the fragrance cult was full of immortal heritage. Zhang Xiaohua's series of immortal opportunities were all achieved in the fragrance cult. The fragrance cult's leader, Abbess Jingyi, was even a cultivator of immortal heritage. What about the Dalan Temple? Although he hadn't seen Master Longevity yet, just by looking at the yuan qi of heaven and earth in the Dalan Temple and a few ordinary guardian disciples, he could already disturb the yuan qi of heaven and earth with the formation of martial arts. What was there to say about the immortal heritage in the temple? The fragrance cult respected female disciples and their heritage was also strict. The Dalan Temple, on the other hand, only accepted male disciples. Although men and women were equal in this world, men's cultivation potential was many times stronger than women's. The number of men who could cultivate was 100 or 1,000 times more than that of women. Therefore, the Dalan Temple's strength should be above the fragrance cult. Of course, as for the mysterious Tenryu sect, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't guess. After all, he had only seen Qin Shiyue and the Flood Dragon King of the Seas. Oh right, I wonder how Xiaoye and that Ajiao are doing now. Don't tell me they're buried in the sea. For a moment, Zhang Xiaohua's mind wandered. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua's gaze was somewhat sluggish, the monks in the Arhat formation were overjoyed, thinking that they had a chance. Zhang Xiaohua was confused by the sound of the staff. One of the monks immediately raised the long staff and chopped down on her head. That long pole was full of vigor. Not only did it cause the wind to howl, even the little yuan qi of heaven and earth in the array surged along with the tip of the pole. Zhang Xiaohua snapped out of his daze and saw a series of afterimages flashing by the pole before his eyes. He exerted a little force in his legs, intending to use the ethereal steps to dodge. However, just as he exerted force in his legs, his heart skipped a beat. The great Master Chong Gung has been to the Misty School and watched the martial arts exhibition. He should know about my ethereal steps. If I use it here, doesn't that mean that I am the kid he saw before? Even if he can't confirm it, he must know about my relationship with the Misty School. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua's feet paused. At this moment, that wooden pole was already in front of his eyes. Zhang Xiaohua didn't hesitate and raised Hanya to block in front of his eyes. In his mind, although this long pole brought about a lot of wind, the strength of the pole was limited. Although he blocked it in a hurry, it should be more than enough. who knew that when the long pole struck Zhang Xiaohua's Hanya, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt a jolt. That long pole actually transmitted an incomparably huge force, as though it was going to knock Hanya out of her hands. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Without thinking, he clenched his fist tightly and released it forcefully. King, Hanya was knocked back. Zhang Xiaohua felt as though he was hit by a huge rock and retreated a few steps. But before he could steady himself, woo-woo, the sound of the wind rose again. The monk behind Zhang Xiaohua also raised his pole and mercilessly struck at the back of his head. Luckily, after the long pole hit, it immediately retracted and didn't pursue. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua have some free time. He turned his body slightly and used Hanya to block the long pole behind him. This time, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He used a total of 70% of his strength to block that long pole. It was still the same huge force as before. Zhang Xiaohua's arm was slightly sore and he borrowed the force to retreat a few steps. He wanted to dissipate the force. Who would have thought that after the second strike, there would be another long stick coming from his left arm? By God! After Zhang Xiaohua received the third strike, he couldn't help but be shocked. Are you kidding me? How can this Dalan Temple monk be so brave and powerful? Everyone's arms have the strength of over 10,000 jin? With this kind of strength, how can they not dominate the pugilistic world? Unknowingly, Zhang Xiaohua's yearning towards the Dalan Temple was like a torrential river. But he was in the array and couldn't use his light body techniques. He could only use Hanya to meet force with force. Another cup of tea's time had passed and Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how many strikes he had received. Luckily, his strength had always been his strength and the Big Dipper magical fist was a daily practice, so he was able to cope with it. But after such a long time, Zhang Xiaohua once again felt that something was strange. Firstly, although there were 18 monks in this Arhat array, every time Zhang Xiaohua was attacked, there was only one person. The rest didn't join in. It wasn't like what he had thought, where everyone would rush up and attack together. Secondly, the strength of each strike was the same, which meant that the strength of the 18 monks was about the same. This wasn't much, but as time passed, the strength of the strike gradually decreased. What made Zhang Xiaohua very suspicious was that the strength of the 18 monks was also decreasing. Could it be? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but ponder. Following that, Zhang Xiaohua expanded his divine sense slightly. Not long after, he found something strange. He saw that when a monk raised his staff, two faint and mysterious waves were transmitted from his two sides. And when he struck out with his long staff, an even weaker wave was transmitted from his body to the monks on his two sides. Looking carefully, in the entire Arhat array between the 18 monks, there was this strange wave that was constantly transmitted. Understood. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly. This is the legendary force transmission. In internal strength, one can transmit one's internal strength to others through the hand or other body parts, allowing one's internal strength to be used by others for a period of time. Or one can attack others through other people's meridians, such as hitting a cow through a mountain. And this Dalan Temple's martial arts seniors are even more powerful. They created this Arhat array which can actually connect everyone's strength together, using the strength of 18 people to attack one person. I can resist these 18 people, but what if there are 28 people or 108 people? How can I resist them? Moreover, if there are 10,000 people in the Arhat array, won't the Dalan Temple be invincible in Jianghu? Perhaps only the immortal Tao can deal with it. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He seemed to have thought of what Master Chongqing said just now. Seeing that you're still young, I won't use the real array. Of course, after receiving the attacks of the 18 monks, the strength of the array was gradually weakening. Zhang Xiaohua gradually understood. Since he entered the array, the Dalan Temple's monks first used the sound of the rods to disturb his mind, then used the long rods to attack, creating a situation where the one who makes the first move gains the advantage. Stick after stick, the 18 monks' strength flowed between the rods. If Zhang Xiaohua broke their coordination, or if he persisted until the 18 monks' strength was exhausted, the Arhat array would collapse on its own. He understood this logic, but if he really wanted to do it, it would be difficult in the eyes of others. Because the 18 rods in the Arhat array had a tacit understanding, stick after stick, it was seamless and there was no room for him to take a breath to counterattack. But if he had to fight against 18 people and exhaust his strength, it was impossible for an ordinary person to even think about it. He reckoned that Nun Jingyi had also relied on her exquisite swordsmanship and the Qinggong of Tuanxiang cult to gain the upper hand in the fight against the cudgel. From there, she broke the tacit understanding of the Arhat formation and obtained the final victory. However, these two methods of breaking the formation were as easy as drinking water for Zhang Xiaohua. Once he understood the true essence of the Arhat formation, he naturally had a plan in his heart. Exhausting the strength of the 18 monks was indeed a waste of time. Furthermore, he still had 2 more stages to pass in the future. There were still uses for him to conserve his strength. As for Qinggong and swordsmanship, Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to embarrass himself with them, so the only thing left was to use strength to defeat the enemy. Zhang Xiaohua let out a long laugh and said, "Many thanks for the guidance of the senior brothers of the Dalan Temple. This one is going to make his move." While he was speaking, a long stick came attacking from under his armpit. Zhang Xiaohua held Bo Ri horizontally and used his strength to chop down diagonally. Dang! It hit the long stick. In his spiritual sense, he saw that the monk on the other side was about to make his move. Bo Ri didn't stop and directly waved. Woo! Before the monk made his move, Bo Ri had already struck his long stick. Seeing that Bo Ri had anticipated the enemy and suddenly appeared in front of him, the monk was greatly alarmed. His long stick trembled slightly, and before the other 17 monks' strength could reach him, he made his move. Who would have thought that Zhang Xiaohua would only lightly strike Bo Ri on his long stick, and then move his body to the side? Bo Ri rushed towards another disciple who was about to make his move. That disciple was even more anxious. According to the Arhat formation, the next one to make his move would be him. Moreover, this sequence wasn't the same every time. No matter what, he couldn't believe that Zhang Xiaohua would actually attack him before he was completely unprepared. He had no choice but to fight back. As long as he waved his long stick, he would strike. However, he wasn't in a hurry to make this move, and the flow of his strength was interrupted. This strike only had his own strength, so how could it compare to Zhang Xiaohua's Bo Ri? Just as he was about to be hit by Zhang Xiaohua's Bo Ri, he heard praise from outside the formation. "Good move. Young benefactor, not only do your internal strength is profound, your mind is even more meticulous. You actually guessed which disciple made the move, and you can still maintain such a calm mind in this dangerous situation. Even Abbess Jingyi from that year couldn't compare." Hearing Reverend Chongqing's words, Zhang Xiaohua held Bo Ri in his hand and laughed. "Not at all, Reverend Leader's wisdom is as vast as the sea. This disciple can't compare to you. Being able to find a way to break the Arhat formation is also a great fortune." Chapter 982. After hearing Master Chongqing's words and seeing Zhang Xiaohua stop, the Arhat formation also stopped. Knowing that the formation had been broken, all the monks' faces were filled with shame. "You can leave now," Great Master Chonggung said expressionlessly. "Remember, there is always someone better than you. Although Ren Xiaoxia is young, his martial arts are strong and his inner strength is rare. You all underestimated him from the beginning. Thank you for your teachings, martial uncle." The 18 monks put their palms together and bowed before retreating. Meng, who was beside Great Master Chonggung, anxiously ran over and asked softly, "How are you? Are you injured?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded slightly at her and smiled. "Thank you for your concern, senior sister." Meng pursed her lips and smiled, not saying anything else. A monk in black walked quickly to Master Chongqing with a heavy expression and whispered a few words into his ear. Master Chongqing raised his white eyebrows and was somewhat surprised. He inadvertently looked at Zhang Xiaohua and gave a few more instructions. The monk then walked away. Zhang Xiaohua felt a bit strange. Something must have happened in the Dalan Temple. However, he didn't cause any trouble, so Master Chongqing shouldn't have any reason to suspect him. It was rare for Zhang Xiaohua to be so magnanimous. "All right, young benefactor, I didn't expect you to break the Arhat formation so easily. It really exceeded my expectations," Master Chongqing said with a smile. "Master, you flatter me. I still have to thank you for your mercy. If there were a few more people, I definitely wouldn't have been able to break the formation," Zhang Xiaohua said modestly. Master Chongqing smiled and said, "This Arhat formation has a base of 9. There are at least 9 people, then 18, 27 until 81 people. Old Na wanted to gather 27 people, but it's a pity that the requirements for the monks to set up the Arhat formation are too high. The 18 people that young benefactor saw just now grew up together, ate and drank together and practiced together. Among them, many people were eliminated before these 18 people were selected, and they were able to communicate with each other in mind. Alas, even if that is the case just now, if that disciple had ignored young benefactor's long sword, when the focus of the formation had shifted to him, young benefactor might not have been able to break it so easily. It's just that, between life and death, who can blame him? Zhang Xiaohua came to a realization and nodded. What Master said makes sense. All right, let's not talk anymore. Would you like to take a rest? Master Chongqing asked. That day your Honorable Sex Shi Tai Jing Yi also rested for half a day before continuing the next match. Zhang Xiaohua pondered for a moment and said, that's fine. Since Cult Master has learned from his mistakes, how can this disciple not follow? Very good. This old monk has some mundane affairs to deal with. Young benefactor, please rest for the time being. This old monk will return in a moment and then I will pass through the next stage. Soon after, the two masters got up and went to the place where the cold wind came from. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng sat under a tree, accompanied by a monk who was in charge of receiving guests. So something happened to the Dalan temple. I was wondering why they kept telling me to rest. They even used Shi Tai Jing Yi's story. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the monk who was brewing tea and asked, Master, may I ask where senior brother Kongchan went? The monk was a little embarrassed. Martial Uncle Kongchan has something important to do. Perhaps young benefactor will see him in a while. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless, but Meng scolded, why did you create so many problems? What are you thinking of doing? Cult Master also didn't say that we would embarrass the Dalan temple for no reason. It's precisely because of the previous embarrassment that Cult Master didn't specifically warn us. Think about it, Cult Master promoted me to a guardian disciple for no reason. Wasn't it because he valued the strength of my arms? He didn't even ask about my background? Now that I think about it, he had already made up his mind. Even if I didn't break through the array today, he would still want me to help him gain face in the future. Meng also suddenly understood. That day on Lingering Fragrance Peak, she only reunited with Zhang Xiaohua and obtained the Cult Master's permission. She didn't think much about these details. Now that Zhang Xiaohua mentioned it, wasn't it exactly the same? But, you don't have to take out our fragrant religion's internal cultivation method as a wager. If Cult Master finds out, wouldn't? Seeing that Meng was worried about her, Zhang Xiaohua's heart warmed up. She said, although it's a bit dangerous, I don't know what's so scary about the next 2 trials, but Cult Master has passed these 3 trials and he thinks that I can do it. Perhaps I really can. This internal cultivation method is just a wager. If I don't lose, can Cult Master still scold me? What's more, do you think the mental cultivation method that the hierarch gave me is the best mental cultivation method in our fragrant cult? Meng was speechless. The Dalan temple benefited. It's not a big deal. Grandmaster Chongqing can tell Cult Master that our Dalan temple has seen your internal cultivation method. What about your protector disciple? If you don't say anything, who will know? Meng rolled her eyes at him and said, your little abacus is really good. That's right. This one is called the Golden Abacus in Jianghu. After a while, Grandmaster Chongqing and Great Master Chonggung returned. Their eyes were slightly gloomy, but their faces were smiling. They said, young benefactor, have you rested well? Zhang Xiaohua stood up and said, many thanks, Grandmaster. I have rested well. Please advise me. Good. Great Master Chonggung smiled and waved his hand. The door of the Dalan temple opened. A middle-aged monk wearing a moon-white frock slowly walked out with a weapon similar to the sword embryo in Zhang Xiaohua's hand in his arms. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes first fell on the monk's face. She was slightly startled. Wasn't this the Kongchan monk she saw on the mountain just now? When her eyes fell on the weapon in Kongchan's arms, she was even more surprised. The weapon looked like a long sword, but it was not a long sword. If it was a sword embryo, it was 100 times more complicated than a sword embryo. The top of the weapon was like a sword tip, but it was divided into 4 sides. Next there was an undulating bump. This bump was engraved with strange patterns. The patterns were divided into several small sections, and between each section there was a slight bulge. Then there was a handle which should be the place to hold the weapon. Finally there was a statue's head. The statue's face was very ferocious, baring its teeth. It was abnormally fierce. Knowing that Kongchan was the host of the second test, Zhang Xiaohua walked forward with the sword in her hand. After the two greeted each other, Kong Chan said, "Benefactor Ren, I didn't expect your martial arts to be so profound. You actually broke the Great Arhat formation so easily. I have no choice but to see your martial arts." Zhang Xiaohua nodded. It turns out that Grandmaster Kong Chan is also a protector's disciple. I was rude just now. By the way, what is the weapon in Grandmaster's arms? Why does it look so different from ordinary longswords and other items? Hehe. Kong Chan held the weapon's handle with one hand. His face flashed with a green light. He waved the weapon and said proudly, "This is a treasure passed down by the Dalan Temple from 10,000 years ago. It is called the Demon Subduing Pestle. It is the weapon in the hands of my protector's disciple." Demon Subduing Pestle? Zhang Xiaohua was enlightened. He secretly placed a wisp of his spiritual will on the demon subduing pestle. Indeed, there was a large amount of heaven-earth yuan qi on the pestle. From top to bottom, from inside to inside, it was unknown how many talismans had been added to it. Between the bumps and the fine lines, there was a fluctuation of talismans. I wonder if this demon subduing pestle, is there anything special about it? I hope Senior Kong Chan can enlighten me. This demon subduing pestle is used by the outer sect protectors. It is a treasure used to subdue demons and devils. This poor monk doesn't fully understand the wonders of it. It is a shame to say that in this poor monk's hands, this demon subduing pestle can only be used as an ordinary weapon. The only special thing is that this demon subduing pestle is as light as a piece of grass in this poor monk's hands. But when used against those of the unorthodox path, it is as heavy as a mountain. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when she heard this. Oh my, this kind of thing is still not satisfied. You are holding a piece of grass, and when used against me it is as heavy as a mountain. This immortal weapon is really indescribable. Moreover, this is clearly using an immortal weapon to bully a martial weapon. Who can beat you? Zhang Xiaohua muttered to herself. But now that they had reached the second stage, Zhang Xiaohua could only brace herself and step forward. That, Senior Kong Chan, I am not from the unorthodox path. If this demon subduing pestle hits me, it won't be as heavy as a mountain, right? Kong Chan glanced at Zhang Xiaohua and said with a faint smile, "Benefactor Ren, you can try it and you will know." Fine. Zhang Xiaohua waved Hanya and stepped forward. Since this is a famous treasure of the Dalan Temple, wouldn't it be a pity if I don't take a look at it? Sure, Benefactor Ren, this poor monk will make his move now. Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. Zhang Xiaohua said go ahead, and Kong Chan made his move. His face turned green and he lifted the demon subduing pestle easily. Buzz. The demon subduing pestle emitted a terrifying sound. The elemental energy around Zhang Xiaohua surged and pressed against Zhang Xiaohua. Before the demon subduing pestle could even get close, Zhang Xiaohua found it difficult to breathe. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on his forehead. Alright. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, he was determined to win. He shook the great wisdom in his hand and pointed it at the tip of the demon subduing pestle, unwilling to admit defeat. Kong Chan did not dodge, and the demon subduing pestle did not change its move. Pa! It was extremely soft, even softer than when Pan Rua hit the long rod. But then there was a series of creaking sounds which made people's ears straighten. It was the sound of Pan Rua's sword tip sliding on the demon subduing pestle. Zhang Xiaohua thrust out Bo Ri and stabbed it into the exorcism pestle. However, the exorcism pestle was just as Kong Chan had said, heavier than a mountain. Zhang Xiaohua's arm was a little numb, and the tip of her sword couldn't resist it. She took a few steps back and the exorcism pestle flashed with a green light, increasing its weight. The tip of her sword that was pressed against the exorcism pestle slid forward, making an ear-piercing sound. This. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Doesn't this demon subduing pestle weigh more than 20,000 kilograms? Chapter 983. Monk Kong Chan was right. 20,000 jin was as heavy as a small mountain for a martial arts expert, not to mention an ordinary person. When this exorcism pestle hit a person's body, it was as heavy as a mountain. However, strength was Zhang Xiaohua's forte. With the fist of the North Star honing his bones every day, the strength in his arms was constantly increasing. Although 20,000 jin of strength sounded shocking, it was not unattainable for Zhang Xiaohua. Moreover, when Zhang Xiaohua received Kongchan's exorcism pestle, he already had a plan in mind. Although monk Kongchan was a guardian disciple and his arms were not weak, far from Kong Jian's, Zhang Xiaohua believed that his single arm's strength definitely did not exceed 20,000 jin. As for why he could wave the exorcism pestle around like it was a piece of grass, it could only mean one thing. He used his mana. He used his mana to drive the talismans on the exorcism pestle, causing it to produce a huge amount of weight. This method of exchanging mana for weight was unique to the Immortal Tao. If it was during the Immortal Tao's heyday, needless to say, there would be limitless vitality in the world for people to squander and use as mana to support the exorcism pestle's weight. If Zhang Xiaohua purely relied on his own strength and did not use the Immortal Tao's methods, he would not be a match. But what was the situation now? The martial Tao was flourishing and the vitality of the world had just recovered. Zhang Xiaohua did not know what method Kongchan used to use his mana to support the exorcism pestle, but he knew that it was definitely an expedient tactic. It was a trick that the martial Tao's seniors learned from the Immortal Tao's methods. The direct result of this method was that it could not last long and could only be effective for a short period of time. As long as he could endure the most difficult initial stage, even if he did not counterattack, Kongchan would be defeated. Perhaps last time, Nun Jingyi had seen through the peculiarity and won the competition. However, it was difficult to put it into practice. Monk Kongchan waved the exorcism pestle like a long sword, sometimes pointing, sometimes stabbing and sometimes chopping. Every time he waved there was a strong pressure forcing Zhang Xiaohua to dodge. Kongchan's qinggong was good, so Zhang Xiaohua could barely fight back. He raised Bo Ri and barely managed to clash with the exorcism pestle a few times. His right arm was very sore and almost unable to use the sword. Zhang Xiaohua had to find some time. He passed the sword to his left hand, calmed himself down, and performed the nameless swordsmanship again, entangling with the exorcism pestle. Zhang Xiaohua did not know if it was because of the mysterious flow in his left arm, but his left arm seemed to be stronger than his right arm. Under the strange sword moves of the nameless swordsmanship, Zhang Xiaohua withstood a few more moves. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was struggling at death's door, Kongchan showed a smile on his face. He jumped up and the green light on his face became brighter. He hit Zhang Xiaohua one move after another. Just when Zhang Xiaohua could not hold back and wanted to fight back, the time was not right. Before the power of the exorcism pestle in Kongchan's hand was reduced, Zhang Xiaohua found that the way Kongchan used the exorcism pestle was quite similar to the way Kong Jian used the exorcism pestle. Therefore he paid attention and received a few more moves. His heart was set. He held Pan Ruo in his right hand, laughed and said, "Senior brother Kongchan, be careful." Pan Ruo did not touch the exorcism pestle. The tip of the sword was pointed at the flaw of the exorcism pestle. Ouch! Kongchan was stunned. Then he circled the exorcism pestle and wanted to hit Pan Ruo. However, Zhang Xiaohua's Pan Ruo was like a fish in water. It pierced Kongchan's back through the gap and did not entangle with the exorcism pestle. Therefore there was no sound of weapons clashing on the field. The two changed their method of fighting force with force. The two weapons did not touch each other again. Outside the field, Great Master Chong Gung's face was a little ugly. He said in a low voice, "Ren Xiaoxia is really smart." He found Kongchan's weakness after fighting for a while. Although Kongchan seems to be lifting heavy weights easily, he actually consumes a lot of energy. If he continues to fight like this, he will lose in the end. Great Master Chong Xing smiled. With Abbess Jingyi's temperament, she must have told him earlier. There's nothing to be surprised about. He's just a kid. If he didn't have someone to guide him, how could he see the clues? Didn't you see how Kongchan wields the exorcism pestle like a lamp? Who knows if he can hold on for long? Back then, Abbess Jingyi was also forced to use the qinggong of the incense cult. Luckily, she found the exorcism pestle's weakness. But, if that's the case, Ren Xiaoyao should have started to fight when he first entered the array. Great Master Chong Xing ignored him. He looked at the field and murmured, "I didn't expect Abbess Jingyi to be so narrow-minded. It's been so many years and she still remembers this. If we had known earlier, we would have changed our method. We can only use the old method in a hurry." Using the old method is enough to show the mercy of our Dalan Temple. If Ren Xiaoyao can pass the 3 trials, it can be considered our Dalan Temple's generosity. It can make up for Abbess Jingyi's face. If he can't pass the 3 trials, then Abbess Jingyi will have nothing to say. The disciples of the incense cult will also become the laughingstock of Jianghu. This Ren Xiaoyao is also cunning. He actually wanted to peek into our sutra depository. Senior Marshal Brother, do you think this is Abbess Jing Yi's order? Maybe, but I think this Ren Xiaoyao is also strange. It's obvious that his internal energy is strong. He blocked the Arhat Array's long rod and the exorcism pestle, but why didn't he use Qinggong? Back then, Abbess Jing Yi relied entirely on the incense cult's Qinggong. Could it be that the incense cult's Qinggong isn't good enough for him? Or maybe he doesn't think it's suitable, so he wants to look for it in our Dalan temple? If he's a disciple of the Dalan temple, of course he has the Qinggong to practice. He's just a disciple from another sect. How can our Dalan temple give away our sect's Qinggong? What we promised him was only the sword and staff techniques. We won't accept anything else. Well, then we'll have to see who can last until the end, Ren Xiaoyao or Kong Chan. Let's hope Kong Chan can hold on. Sigh, there hasn't been any abnormalities in the Forbidden Wind Valley for a long time. Why did it suddenly change today? If it doesn't work, we'll have to think of other ways for the third round. Well, this Ren Xiaoyao's internal energy is amazing. We can only restrain him in the Forbidden Wind Valley. But who knows if he has other secret techniques? We can only rely on the Forbidden Wind Valley. The two looked at the arena and whispered. After a while, the situation in the arena changed again. Kong Chan's face turned green and gradually turned pale. The weight of the exorcism pestle also decreased slightly. If it was someone else, they might not be able to distinguish these changes. However, Zhang Xiaohua had been observing carefully, and with his divine sense probing from time to time, he had already noticed it. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua revealed a trace of a smile and shouted for the second time, "Senior Brother Kongchan, you have to be careful." As he spoke, he leapt up and raised Hanya high into the air. It was the heaven-shocking staff technique. Hanya was like a shooting star rising from the horizon. It streaked across the sky and landed on the demon's subduing pestle. With a ping sound, Kongchan felt his hands sink. The exorcism pestle had increased in weight. Before he could pull out the exorcism pestle and change his technique, Zhang Xiaohua shouted again. Hanya was raised again and slammed down heavily. This time Kongchan felt even more uncomfortable. The exorcism pestle had increased in weight by several times. Immediately after, without waiting for Kongchan to react, Zhang Xiaohua attacked again and again. They were all heaven-shocking staff techniques, forcing Kongchan to use the exorcism pestle to defend himself. The exorcism pestle in Kongchan's hand became several times heavier. After a dozen strikes, Kongchan's hand trembled. He almost lost his grip on the exorcism pestle. He quickly retreated and hugged the exorcism pestle in his arms. He put his palms together and said, "Benefactor Ren's strength is amazing. This poor monk is ashamed of his inferiority." Hearing Kongchan admit defeat, Zhang Xiaohua threw Hanya to the ground and sat down again. He let out a long sigh and said, "Thank you, Senior Marshal Brother Kongchan, for helping me. To tell you the truth, this junior is already exhausted. If Senior Marshal Brother had held on for a few more strikes, this junior would have thrown in the sword and admitted defeat." At this time, Kongchan's face was pale with a hint of green. The green light on the exorcism pestle had also faded. The various talismans on the exorcism pestle had also dimmed. Kongchan shook his head and said, "Even so, this poor monk can no longer continue. Benefactor Ren is still more skilled than this poor monk. Admirable, admirable." At this time, Master Chong Xing and Great Master Chong Gong also walked over and said, "Young benefactor is indeed powerful. You are indeed worthy of being the guardian disciple appointed by Abbess Jing Yi." That day, Abbess Jing Yi fought for half a day before she exhausted the guardian disciple. "Sure enough," Zhang Xiaohua secretly said, but he said modestly, "How can this disciple compare to Lord Hierarch? Lord Hierarch won without shedding a drop of blood. This junior was covered in stinky sweat and exhausted by luck. It's incomparable, incomparable." Master Chong Xing asked, "Young benefactor, do you want to challenge the third trial?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "Master, I came here as a diplomatic envoy, not to provoke you. I also don't intend to throw my life away in the Dalan temple. You see, it's still early, so let me rest a bit more." That's easy. Young benefactor, please rest. This old monk will go and prepare. After 2 hours, I will send a disciple to bring you two over. Go over. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, "Not in this square?" Yes, the third trial is in another place. Master Chongqing didn't seem to intend to explain. Zhang Xiaohua chatted with Meng for a while and drank some tea. She looked at the sun in the west and 2 hours passed quickly. Monk Kongchan changed into a green monk robe and came over with a smile. Benefactor Ren, have you rested well? It's about time. How is senior brother? Thank you for your mercy, almsgiver Ren. I'm just a little exhausted. I'll be fine after taking some pills. Looking at Kongchan's slightly flushed face, Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, the Dalan Temple's medicinal pills are also famous. I'll have to ask senior brother to send me some later. That's easy to say. When Benefactor Ren leaves, I'll definitely present it. Kongchan smiled and said, now please follow this poor monk. Chapter 984. Where is the third test? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. After thinking for a moment, Kongchan whispered, the third test is in the Forbidden Wind Valley of the other temple. Forbidden Wind Valley? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, why is it placed there? Kongchan smiled mysteriously and did not answer. At this time the setting sun was as red as blood. Under Kongchan's lead, Zhang Xiaohua and Meng came to a valley. They saw that the valley was bare without any trees or flowers. Even the stones on the ground were not small. They were all huge. The most peculiar thing was that the surface of these stones was not like the usual. The surface was round and looked very smooth, but when you touched it there were many fine marks. The two of you please come this way. Kongchan put her palms together and whispered. She led the two into the valley. After walking for an incense stick's worth of time, they came to a small open space. At this time there were many people standing in the open space. In addition to Master Chongqing and Great Master Chonggung, there was a big man who was half a body taller than Zhang Xiaohua. This big man was not only tall but also had a lot of meat on his body. Except for a few places that were wrapped in cloth, the rest of his body was naked. A layer of oil flashed on his naked body. Under the light of the setting sun, the thick meat on his body jumped, showing the strength of his body. His bald head was also shiny with oil. When the big man saw Zhang Xiaohua coming, he frowned slightly and reached out to touch his shiny head. His hand was like a palm leaf fan and his fingers were almost as thick as a radish. Seeing this big man, the monk standing next to Great Master Chonggung, Zhang Xiaohua did not need to look carefully. This big man must be her opponent for the third test. Ooh. A cold wind blew from the valley, making Zhang Xiaohua involuntarily shrink her neck. The other monks in the valley had a slight change in expression. Seeing this, Kongchan hurried a few steps and said, reporting to the two martial uncles, Ren Xiaoyao, a guardian disciple of the Incense Order, and Zi Xia, an inner disciple of Mo Xiangong, are here. Then he stood to the side. Master Chongqing looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said with a smile, Benefactor Ren, have you rested well? Has your internal energy recovered? Inner force. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and immediately cupped his hands and said, many thanks for Master's understanding. Everything has been restored. Master, please guide the third round. That's good. Master Chongqing nodded. He pointed to the big man next to him and said, this is my Dalan Temple's guardian Vajra Kongju. He will be your opponent for the third trial. Greetings, Benefactor Ren. Kongju put his palms together and said in a muffled voice. Greetings, senior brother Kongju. Zhang Xiaohua returned the greeting with a smile. After seeing senior martial brother Kongju's appearance, I feel ashamed of my own inferiority. I don't have the heart to fight anymore. Kong laughed loudly and the flesh on his body trembled like flowing water. Almsgiver Ren, Great Master Chonggung said, the third stage isn't a competition of strength or ruthlessness. You don't have to worry. You don't have to say anything now. You will know when you enter. Zhang Xiaohua was even more shocked. Inside? After Master Chonggung finished speaking, he dodged to the side and revealed a gap that was about the height of two people behind him. He pointed his finger and said, it's here. Zhang Xiaohua was expressionless as she looked at the narrow gap between the mountain rocks. It was very deep and there wasn't much light passing through. She couldn't see the situation inside. Then, forget it. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to say something but hesitated. She would know everything once she entered. Master, please go first. Zhang Xiaohua said. All right. Master Chongqing didn't decline and entered through the narrow gap. Great Master Changgung didn't move and gestured for Zhang Xiaohua to go first. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and let Zhang Xiaohua go first. The narrow gap was very long and it took the time it took to brew a cup of tea to cross it. After passing through the gap, there was a ruin that was about 400 to 500 feet in size. This ruin was slightly different from the fragrant cult's Huanshu. There was a platform that was about the height of a person and there were many large and thick stone pillars evenly distributed. The top of the stone pillars was empty and they pierced the sky. There were many broken rocks, glazed tiles and green bricks on the platform that were piled up messily. Master Chongqing didn't explain and walked up a slanted staircase to the platform. There was a narrow path that led to the center of the ruin. As soon as Zhang Xiaohua stepped on the platform, she immediately felt that something was wrong. The true qi in her meridians was supposed to hide her cultivation and stay dormant, but at this moment, it was really stagnant. Moreover, as Zhang Xiaohua went deeper into the center of the platform, her true qi became more and more immobile. Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to use her true qi because she was behind Master Chongqing, she could clearly feel that there was a restriction on the platform that could imprison a person's cultivation. When she followed Master Chongqing to the center of the platform, there was an open space with a radius of 10 feet. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood why Abbess Jingyi was defeated in this trial. At this moment, the true qi in Zhang Xiaohua's meridians had already solidified. She couldn't control or mobilize her true qi as she wished. Zhang Xiaohua also risked releasing her divine sense, but no matter what, she couldn't separate it from her body. She then looked at the bronze cauldron and thought about the burly man behind it. Needless to say, this trial was definitely a competition of strength. The restriction on the platform could imprison true qi, so presumably, it also had an effect on internal energy. In that case, Abbess Jingyi's internal energy, which she had painstakingly cultivated, wouldn't be of any use. Any qi practitioner or martial arts expert who came here would be the same as an ordinary person. They would have to rely on their own strength to do the talking. Not to mention this burly man who had painstakingly cultivated his strength. Even an ordinary Jianghu man would have more strength than Abbess Jingyi. Thinking about how Abbess Jingyi's martial arts were outstanding, yet she actually lost to an ordinary Dalan Temple monk in this Forbidden Wind Valley, how could she swallow this humiliation? When everyone arrived, Master Chongqing said with a smile, "Benefactor Ren, now that you're here, you should have a clear idea of the situation, right? Our Dalan Temple's path is different from that of the incense sect's martial arts. We walk the path of yang. The Dalan Temple's guardian disciples have to train their strength from a young age. They have to draw water from a distant mountain spring without spilling a single drop on the way. Then they have to practice the Dalan Temple's special body tempering technique to increase their strength. Finally, they can practice our Dalan Temple's immortal cultivation technique and wield the demon-subduing pestle. Presumably, after passing the first two trials, young benefactor will understand that strength is indispensable among our Dalan Temple's guardian disciples. All of the challenges are based on strength. Although young benefactor was different from your esteemed Abbess Jingyi in that you didn't use your lightness technique and relied on your profound internal energy to pass the first two trials, the last trial will test young benefactor's physical strength. Young benefactor must have used his internal energy. On this platform, all forms of internal energy are useless. This disciple understands. Zhang Xiaohua bowed and said, "It means that I have to compete with Senior Kongju in terms of strength without using my internal energy." Yes. Not only can young benefactor's internal energy not be used, but this old monk and the others can't use their internal energy either. Therefore, young benefactor doesn't need to worry about fairness. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua nod, Master Chongqing took out a small bell from his bosom and said, "This old monk has an immortal inheritance magic tool. It's a set with the evil subduing cauldron. Young benefactor must know the divine abilities of immortal inheritance magic tools. This evil subduing cauldron weighs 5,000 jin. Every time this old monk strikes this small bell, the weight of the evil subduing cauldron increases by 1,000 jin. There's such a miraculous thing?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and looked curiously at the small bell in Great Master Chonggung's hand. Although Zhang Xiaohua was strong, this strength came from cultivating the Fist of the North Star and using the warm current to temper the bones in his body. It was pure physical strength. When he was fighting with Kongchan, he already felt that it was amazing when he saw the evil subduing pestle changing its weight with mana. Now that he saw this small bell increase its weight by 1,000 jin with a single strike, he was even more surprised. Apart from being surprised, he thought more about his own Prajna heavy sword. This sword weighed more than 10,000 jin and couldn't be controlled by his divine sense. It was obvious that it was different from the evil subduing pestle in terms of its weight. Then, what was it that could be so heavy? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but look forward to it. Moreover, he gradually had a vague idea in his mind. This idea sounded a little unimaginable now. Whether it would work or not, he would have to wait until Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation level gradually increased before he could verify it. Benefactor Ren, don't be surprised. There are thousands of Buddhist techniques that are shocking. This is just a simple practical method. Great Master Chong Gung smiled and said, the test for this stage is simple. Junior Kongju and Benefactor Ren will each step forward and take turns lifting the same weight. I will wait for both of you to lift the evil subduing cauldron and increase its weight until one of you can no longer lift it. What if both of you can't lift it in the end? Zhang Xiaohua laughed. That's easy. Great Master Chong Gung squinted and said, I will strike the bell again and reduce the weight of the evil subduing cauldron by 100. Meng pursed her lips and smiled. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and said, Buddhist artifacts are indeed powerful. Then he cupped his hands and said to Kongju, Senior Kongju, as the host, you should go first. Let me see how you lift it. Kongju snorted and strode forward. His footsteps were so heavy that the platform shook a few times. Kongju walked to the front of the evil subduing cauldron, bent down and grabbed the legs of the cauldron. He tested it and shouted, Rise. The huge evil subduing cauldron rose in response. It seemed effortless. Then Kongju lifted the cauldron. After a while he put it down on the platform with a bang. Fortunately the platform was very clean and there was no dust. Under Great Master Chong Gung's smiling gaze, Kongju walked back to his seat and looked at Zhang Xiaohua from the corner of his eyes. He seemed to be provoking her. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't stand on ceremony and walked to the front of the evil subduing cauldron. She bent down, leaned forward and held the evil subduing cauldron with one hand. She didn't even bother to shout, Rise. She just gritted her teeth and the evil subduing cauldron was lifted up with a whoosh. Master Chonggung's eyes flashed with a strange light when he saw how easy it was to lift something heavy. He was extremely surprised. After Zhang Xiaohua put the cauldron on the ground, Great Master Chong Gung nodded and said, Abbess Jing-yi is indeed meticulous. It must have been hard on her. Then he picked up the small bell and it rang with a dong. Chapter 985. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense couldn't leave her body, so she couldn't see the changes in the qi of heaven and earth around the evil suppression cauldron. She couldn't see any changes in the cauldron with her naked eyes. After the bell rang, Kongju stopped underestimating his opponent and walked up to the evil suppression cauldron. Just like before, he lifted the cauldron above his head. However, when he returned to his original position, he nodded at Zhang Xiaohua politely, indicating that it was his turn. There was no provocation in his eyes. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. She walked up to the cauldron and lifted it with one hand. When she put the cauldron down, she turned to Kongju and said, Senior Kongju, adding 500 kilograms at a time seems too slow. I think we should ask Master Chongqing to strike the cauldron 10 times at a time and add another 10,000 kilograms. What do you think? Kongju was a little embarrassed. After thinking for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, Junior Brother Ren, what do you think? Adding another 2,500 kilograms at a time? Well, that's fine. I just think it's too slow to add it bit by bit. 2,500 kilograms is fine too. Zhang Xiaohua agreed. Master Chongqing sighed. The small bell in his hand moved rapidly and he struck it 5 times in a row. According to Master Chongqing's explanation, the evil suppression cauldron should weigh 11,000 kilograms. After you, Senior Kongju. Zhang Xiaohua moved to the side. Kongju walked up to the evil suppression cauldron. He wasn't as relaxed as before. First he moved his wrists a little. Then he took a deep breath and grabbed the legs of the cauldron with both hands. After testing it, he shouted, Rise. Then he lifted the cauldron above his head. However, when he put it down this time, he wasn't as relaxed as before. It was almost as if he had thrown it to the ground. Okay, it's almsgiver Ren's turn. Kongju let out a long sigh and moved to the side. Zhang Xiaohua walked up to the evil suppression cauldron. She still used her left hand to test it. After thinking for a while, she stretched out her right hand and grabbed the legs of the cauldron. She took a deep breath and lifted the cauldron. Zhang Xiaohua's lifting process was similar to Kongju's, but when she put it down, the difference was obvious. Just like before, she slowly put it down. Dang 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 dang. Another 5 bells rang out, and the weight of the evil suppressing cauldron increased to 16,000 jin. At this moment, Kongju's face showed that he was in a difficult position. His arms had the strength of 15,000 kilograms, which was rare in the world. He originally thought that he could lift it 10 times in a row, but no matter how strong Zhang Xiaohua was, looking at Kongju's thin and tall figure, it was impossible for her to lift it 5 times. Who would have thought that the other party would ask him to add 10,000 kilograms, and he could only agree to add 5,000 kilograms. After adding it twice, he had already exceeded his limit. This evil suppressing cauldron was no longer something he could lift. Kongju glanced at Master Chongqing. Master Chongqing nodded slightly as if to encourage him. Hence Kongju walked up to the evil suppressing cauldron, took a deep breath, bent down and grabbed the huge cauldron in his hands. He tested it with both hands and shouted loudly, raising the cauldron in front of him. However, just as he tried to lift the cauldron above his head, he was exhausted and couldn't move anymore. With a loud bang, the evil suppressing cauldron was thrown to the ground by Kongju, making a loud noise. Kongju's face was flushed red. He looked at Master Chongqing and returned to his original position. All right, Benefactor Ren, if you can lift this evil suppressing cauldron, you will pass the 3rd test and avenge your sect master. Master Chongqing said. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. Since Senior Kongju couldn't lift it, I might not be able to either. Hence, I will have to trouble Master Chongqing to reduce the weight of the evil suppressing cauldron so that Kongju and I can lift it again. Go ahead, go ahead. There's no harm in it. Master Chongqing waved his hand. It's just a few more knocks which will consume a little more magic power. Magic power? When Zhang Xiaohua heard that, she understood that the weight of the evil suppressing cauldron wasn't for nothing. Zhang Xiaohua put on a good show. First, she walked to the front of the evil suppressing cauldron. Just like before, she tried a few times before she used her strength to lift it. Kongju's eyes were wide open and his heart was in his throat. He hoped that Zhang Xiaohua could do the same thing as him. Unfortunately, although Zhang Xiaohua lifted it with difficulty, her face was flushed, and her veins were bulging. She was still able to lift it above her head. She even managed to stand up unsteadily. Sigh, Kongju sighed in his heart. However, when Zhang Xiaohua put down the evil suppressing cauldron, his eyes lit up. He clearly saw that although Zhang Xiaohua had thrown the evil suppressing cauldron to the ground like him, it didn't bounce a few times like he did. Instead, it was very obedient and didn't move an inch. It was as if Zhang Xiaohua had gently put it down. Tisk. Kongju couldn't help but gasp. He thought to himself, he looks like he's not much older than Kongjian. He doesn't have much flesh on his body, but he's actually so strong. Moreover, he's so considerate of others. That's not bad. But his strength, where did he train it from? Could it be that he was really born with divine strength? Kongju sighed in his heart. However, he still stepped forward and put his palms together. He said sincerely, Benefactor Ren's divine strength is amazing. This poor monk humbly admits defeat. Zhang Xiaohua wiped the sweat off her forehead with her hand and smiled. Senior Kongju, I was really lucky. I talked so much with Master Chongqing just now because I wanted to recover my strength. Senior, please don't blame me. Kongju didn't expose her and was about to speak. Meng Han walked over with a smile. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua raise the evil suppressing cauldron, she almost jumped up. This was a secret competition between the 2 super sects, the Fragrant Cult and the Dalan Temple. It was also a matter of Nun Jingyi's reputation. If Zhang Xiaohua won, there would be no need to mention the benefits. Therefore, she couldn't help but say, Congratulations, Junior Brother Ren. Before Zhang Xiaohua could speak, a strange cold wind blew from beside the evil suppressing cauldron. It was the same as before, but this time the wind was much stronger. The cold wind blew from below and lifted Meng's veil, revealing her true face. Great Master Chonggung, who was standing beside Kongju, was a little annoyed. When he saw Meng's face, his expression changed. He raised his arm and pointed at Meng's face, saying in shock, why are you here? However, as soon as he finished speaking, Great Master Chong Gong came to his senses and immediately shut his mouth. Although he was still shocked, his eyes were filled with confusion and doubt. Meng also looked at Great Master Chong Gong in shock. She pulled down her veil and asked excitedly, Chong? Great Master Chong Gong, have you seen me before? Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. She didn't bother talking to Kong Ju and walked up to Master Chong Gong. She bowed and asked, Master, have you seen my senior sister Zixiao before? When was it? Where was it? Please tell me the truth. By this time Great Master Chong Gong had regained his composure. Although there was doubt in his eyes, he still shook his head and said, Young benefactor Zixiao, I have never seen her before. But you just saw Zixiao, wasn't she? Young benefactor, you misunderstood. I have seen someone who looked like Benefactor Zixiao before, but that was many years ago. How could it be Benefactor Zixiao? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was even more overjoyed. He immediately asked, Master, where did you see it? Who is she? Please tell me. Yes, Great Master Chong Gong, can you tell me where you saw someone who looked like me? This Great Master Chong Gong seemed to be in a difficult position. He looked at Master Chong Xing and said, that was 40 years ago. I was still a disciple of the law enforcement hall at that time, but this matter involves the Dalan Temple. Forgive me for not being able to. Zhang Xiaohua was anxious. She bowed to the ground and said, Master, this matter is very important to my senior sister Zixiao. Please tell me. Zixiao also hurriedly bowed and said, Master, this matter concerns my origin. Please be merciful. This Great Master Chong Gong shook his head and said, Isn't this making things difficult for me? Master Chong Xing thought for a while and said, Young benefactors, don't be anxious. This matter concerns the Dalan Temple, so we have to carefully consider it. Benefactor Ren has passed the 3 tests and is about to go to the temple to see Abbot Chong Sheng and present the invitation card to him. I also have to report the matter of young benefactor entering the Sutra Depository to read the secret manuals. Junior brother Chong Gong can report this matter to the abbot and let him make a decision. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua praised, That's great, that's how it should be. Meng also nodded slightly. Alright, we'll go out and let Benefactor Zixiao wait outside the temple for the time being. Young Benefactor Ren, please follow us into the temple. Meng was waiting under the tree outside the Dalan Temple. Zhang Xiaohua followed the 2 masters into the Dalan Temple. Although this Dalan Temple was similar to the Dalan Temple in front of the mountain and had incense and candles and Buddha, there were many wandering and cultivating monks here. There were no traces of pilgrims. Moreover, the buildings in this temple were more magnificent. The sculptures and murals were more simple and unadorned. Even the commonly seen green bricks under their feet revealed the vicissitudes of time. Zhang Xiaohua and the other 2 walked through several halls and finally turned to a secluded place. Before Master Chong Xing opened the door of a small hut, a divine sense swept out from inside the hut. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She activated the nameless formula and carefully concealed her cultivation and divine sense. Sure enough, the divine sense hovered in front of Zhang Xiaohua a few times and then retracted. Abbot, we've brought Benefactor Ren Xiaoyao from the incense cult to deliver the invitation card. Master Chong Xing stood at the door and whispered. Come in. An old and peaceful voice sounded. Yes, Master Chong Xing responded and said to Zhang Xiaohua. Benefactor Ren, please come in. With that, Master Chong Xing pushed the door open and led Zhang Xiaohua into the house. Great Master Chong Gong followed closely behind. Inside the small house there was a portrait, a bookshelf and a few meditation mats. On one of the meditation mats sat an old monk with extremely long and white eyebrows. Zhang Xiaohua sized up the layout of the room and immediately went forward to bow. Greetings, Master Chong Xing. Chapter 986. A gentle force supported Zhang Xiaohua and stopped him from kowtowing. You don't have to be so courteous. Young benefactor Ren, please forgive me for being too simple. Master Chong Xing's voice was unusually amiable and pleasant to listen to. Zhang Xiaohua was convinced and said, It's my great fortune to be able to meet you. How can I be so calculative about such things? Good. Young benefactor Ren may be young, but you are experienced in dealing with people. It's no wonder that you were able to receive the favor of your esteemed leader and deliver the invitation on behalf of a direct disciple. It's nothing. Zhang Xiaohua said humbly, "It's all because I have some strength. Only the esteemed leader sent me here." Master Chongqing was puzzled. It's like this." Master Chongqing stepped forward and explained the matter in detail. In the end he explained, without the abbot's permission, this poor monk acted on his own accord. "Please punish me, abbot." The abbot smiled and waved his hand. "Jingyu, you're wrong. All the martial arts in the world originate from the Great Forest. The martial arts of the Dalan Temple are meant for everyone to cultivate. Although young benefactor Ren is a disciple of the fragrant religion." Zhang Xiaohua was delighted when he heard this, but he was immediately disappointed. Master Chongqing continued, "Although we can't let him cultivate the secret inner strength cultivation method of the Dalan Temple, there's no harm in letting him take a look at ordinary fist techniques and sword techniques." However, Zhang Xiaohua still thanked him. He wanted to learn about the Dharma swordsmanship in advance, but he was afraid that the great Master Chonggung would be suspicious. Therefore he could only keep it a secret. After receiving Master Chongqing's approval, Master Chongqing heaved a sigh of relief. Zhang Xiaohua took the opportunity to take out the jade slip and handed it over respectfully. He said, "This is the invitation that my esteemed leader sent me to deliver. Please accept it." Master Chongqing nodded. "You've worked hard to deliver this invitation. How can I not accept it?" As he spoke he took the jade slip and immersed his divine sense into it. After a while he raised his white eyebrows and asked, "Young benefactor Rin? Has your fragrant cult sect protecting array been completely destroyed?" "Is Master Chongqing." Zhang Xiaohua then told him about the incense cult. Master Chongqing frowned slightly. After a while he sighed and said, "It's fate. People in Jianghu have no choice even if." Then he chanted the name of Buddha and said self-mockingly, "As an outsider, I've made a fool of myself in front of you." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "Master is merciful. In the spirit of, if I don't go to hell, who will? Being in the Jianghu is really beyond my reach." Then he glanced at the great Master Chonggung, who was standing beside him with his head lowered. He probed, "Chongqing Abbot, I'm slow-witted. There's one more thing that I need your approval for. Is there anything else?" The elder asked with a smile. At this moment great Master Chonggung raised his head and said, "Senior Abbot, I know what benefactor Ren wants. It involves the secrets of the Dalan Temple." "Oh?" The elder was taken aback. He turned to Zhang Xiaohua and said, "In that case would you please wait outside for a while?" Zhang Xiaohua quickly got up and cupped her hands. "This matter involves my senior sister Zixa's past. If possible, I hope Master can be merciful." The elder nodded slightly and smiled without saying anything. Zhang Xiaohua left the simple meditation room and stood outside. He waited for about half a meal. During this time he wanted to release his divine sense several times to see what was going on inside. He also wanted to burrow into the ground and listen to what was being said. However, he was afraid of being discovered by the elder. More importantly, he was afraid of angering the Dalan Temple. They didn't need to punish him. They only needed to politely say, "I'm sorry, this is a secret of the Dalan Temple. It can't be told to outsiders." Well, his dream of finding out about his origins was once again lost. Perhaps Zhang Xiaohua could restrain great Master Chonggung and use the bewitching finger to force him to confess. However, if the Tenryu sect's spy could escape the bewitching finger, how could the Dalan Temple not be able to do the same? Just as Zhang Xiaohua was thinking and scratching her head, the door of the meditation room opened. Master Chongqing and Great Master Chonggung came out. Zhang Xiaohua jumped over and asked anxiously, "Master, why?" Great Master Chonggung smiled and said, "Abbot is merciful and has approved it. However, this matter happened a long time ago. Let me think about it carefully before informing you." Zhang Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised and quickly bowed. "Thank you, Master. Young benefactor doesn't need to be so courteous. Abbot has said that there's no need to thank him in person. A monk should be considerate. In addition, Abbot will definitely attend the martial arts assembly of your esteemed sect. Young benefactor can go back and report this to Shirtai Jingyi." "Thank you, Master." Zhang Xiaohua stood outside the door and bowed deeply toward the meditation room. However, a gentle force came from inside the room, supporting him and preventing him from bowing. Although this force wasn't worth mentioning to Zhang Xiaohua hesitated for a moment before standing up respectfully. "That's enough, young benefactor. Abbot doesn't allow you to thank him, so you don't need to thank him. Why do you need to be so formal? Master Chongqing smiled and said, you'd better follow me to the sutra depository and find your sword techniques, fist techniques and so on. We'll talk about it later. After finding clues to Meng's origins, Zhang Xiaohua was no longer as enthusiastic about sword techniques, fist techniques and staff techniques. Thinking about Meng, who was waiting outside the temple, Zhang Xiaohua probed, can I go outside the temple first and tell Senior Martial Sister Zixia about this matter? Master Chongqing waved his hand. This matter isn't urgent. Just find a disciple and tell him about it. I'll send you to the sutra depository. I still have other matters to attend to. Zhang Xiaohua happily said, thank you, master. Soon after, he thought of another matter and asked, that's right, before I came to the Dalan Temple, the sect leader repeatedly urged me to pay my respects to Grandmaster Yuan Tian if possible. Should I report this to Grandmaster Chongqing? That's easy. I'll report this to Abbot in a moment. Before young benefactor leaves, you can go to the pagoda forest. The pagoda forest? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Before he could ask, Master Chongqing had already walked ahead, as if Zhang Xiaohua should know something about the pagoda forest. He followed Master Chongqing to the front of an extremely ordinary pavilion. A gray-robed monk came out to welcome them. Master Chongqing pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, this is Ren Xiaoyao, the messenger of the fragrant religion. The abbot has decreed that you can choose a sword technique, palm technique, or any other ordinary secret manual to read in the sutra depository. You can't take it out of the sutra depository and you can't copy it. Yes, I'll comply with the abbot's decree. Benefactor, this way please. The monk said with a salute. This is the sutra depository? Zhang Xiaohua asked in astonishment as he looked at the ordinary sutra depository. Young benefactor Ren, what do you think the sutra depository looks like? Master Chongqing asked with a smile. No matter what, there should be monks with high martial arts as guards. No matter what, there should be. Zhang Xiaohua almost blurted out the appearance of the Misty School's sutra depository. Haha, young benefactor, you're thinking too much. Master Chongqing said, form is emptiness and emptiness is form. No one said that the sutra depository has to be a solemn image. Master Chongqing then waved his hand and said, this old monk still has other matters to attend to. After Benefactor Ren finishes reading the secret manual, this old monk will send you on your way. Send me on my way? Zhang Xiaohua secretly curled her lips. This sentence seems to have two meanings. I don't dare to nag master. Master, please do as you wish. After Master Chongqing left, Zhang Xiaohua followed the monk into the sutra depository. The sutra depository wasn't big. It was only 20 feet in size. There was a small wooden ladder in the corner that led to the second floor. Zhang Xiaohua knew that the second floor wasn't something she could go up by herself, so she didn't look there. The monk led Zhang Xiaohua to a row of bookshelves, pointed at them and said respectfully, Benefactor Ren, this row contains our sect's collection of sword techniques, palm techniques, fist techniques, staff techniques and so on. Benefactor Ren, please choose one. This poor monk will wait for you here. Zhang Xiaohua understood immediately. She smiled and said, thank you, master. This one understands. Then Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense slightly. She used her eyes to look at the books while using her divine sense to distinguish them. Unfortunately, just as Master Chongqing had said, these were all ordinary secret manuals from the Dalan Temple. Zhang Xiaohua searched the entire bookshelf but couldn't find any fluctuation of the Tao of Immortals. Unknowingly, when Zhang Xiaohua randomly selected a secret manual, she released her divine sense and shrouded the entire sutra depository. She checked every bookshelf one by one. Just as she was filled with disappointment and was about to use her divine sense to look at the wooden ladder again, her eyes inadvertently swept past and she was stunned on the spot. He saw a thin and short old monk dressed in gray robes. He had a hunched back and was holding an old broom in his hand. He stood beside the wooden ladder and was meticulously sweeping the ground with his head lowered. Whoosh! Blood rushed to Zhang Xiaohua's head. She scanned the area with her divine sense again in disbelief. Still, she couldn't find any trace of the old monk. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to force her way in and quickly retracted her divine sense. Even the thought of forcing her way into the sutra depository at night was dispelled. After pretending to search for a while, Zhang Xiaohua asked as if nothing had happened, Master, who is the master sweeping the floor in front of the wooden ladder? Hearing Zhang Xiaohua mention the old monk, the disciple was stunned. He looked at the monk in the distance and said softly, "This one doesn't know the Grand Master's Dharma name. This one only knows that he has been sweeping the floor in the sutra depository for as long as I can remember." Then he said respectfully, "Also, I heard from the martial uncles that they have seen him sweeping the floor since they could remember. As for his Dharma name and age, no one knows." Oh, Zhang Xiaohua nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps only the head elder would know the origin of this old monk. Since there was such a mysterious person overseeing the sutra depository, not to mention others, even Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to covet it. How could the Dalan temple not be reassured? Why are there still monks outside the door? Therefore Zhang Xiaohua withdrew her divine sense and concentrated on looking for the secret books with her naked eyes. Chapter 987. The Dalan Temple's collection was indeed powerful. Although there weren't many fist manuals, sword manuals and staff techniques, they were all exquisite. At least Zhang Xiaohua had never heard of any of them. After searching for a long time, his gaze finally landed on a booklet at the top of the bookshelf titled Tong Tian Staff Technique. Actually, there wasn't anything special about it. It was just that Zhang Xiaohua had previously read Refining the World and recently read Sword Performing the World, so he was very curious about this Tian. That bookshelf was very high. Even with Zhang Xiaohua's tall and thin figure, he could barely reach it. And the booklet was covered in dust, indicating that very few people had read this secret manual. Didn't Zhang Xiaohua like to look for things that others didn't want? Benefactor, please don't blame me. This bookshelf is really too high. This poor monk's height is limited, so it's not convenient for me to reach it. The monk saw the dust on the booklet and explained shyly. It's fine, it's fine." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. "Benefactor, please come here," the monk said embarrassedly. He extended his hand and invited Zhang Xiaohua to the front of the praying mat in the corner. He pointed to the praying mat and said, "This is where this disciple meditates on the secret manual. This book cannot be brought out of the sutra depository. Benefactor, please meditate on it here." Zhang Xiaohua sat down cross-legged. The monk bowed and left. Zhang Xiaohua opened the Tong Tian Staff Technique book and saw that it recorded the moves of this staff technique. It was very clear. But when Zhang Xiaohua concentrated on reading it for a while, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. Although this staff technique was magical, it was only relatively speaking. If it was an ordinary person in the pugilistic world, they would treat it as a treasure. But for Zhang Xiaohua, it was really good to look at but useless. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Just as she was about to close the secret manual, a gentle voice suddenly sounded in her ears. "Young benefactor, why are you sighing?" Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Seeing the old monk standing beside him, he hurriedly stood up and saluted. "I wanted to look for a script in the Sutras depository of the Dalan temple that was similar to the demon-subduing pestle used by the protector of the temple, but I couldn't find it after searching for a long time. You see, it wasn't easy for me to find one that was fated, but it's not suitable for me." As he spoke, he handed over the heaven-piercing staff technique and probed, "Perhaps Grandmaster has something to recommend?" The old monk didn't even look at his secret manual. He shook his head and said, "Young benefactor, is it for that sword embryo of yours?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and immediately said respectfully, "That's right, Grandmaster. Please help me, Grandmaster." "Help?" The old monk shook his head. "This poor monk has been sweeping the floor of the Sutras depository for many years, but this is the first time I've met someone who is fated to be like you. This poor monk has read all the secret manuals in the Sutras depository, and only this one is suitable for you. Benefactor, you have chosen well, but the way you read it is not suitable. As the saying goes, immortals are fated to be immortals. How can an ordinary person find it with the naked eye?" After he finished speaking, the old monk picked up the broom and lowered his head to remember to sweep the floor. Zhang Xiaohua's face was filled with respect. He bowed and sat down cross-legged. At this moment he didn't need to look at it with his naked eye. He only released his divine sense and enveloped the secret manual. After a long while he felt that the human figure in the secret manual was moving, displaying the staff technique from the beginning to the end. However, the moves of the staff technique were completely different from what was recorded in the secret manual. For the next few days, Zhang Xiaohua came to the Sutras depository and opened the heaven-piercing staff technique manual. Then he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to comprehend it. In the end, even the old monk who was sweeping the floor was surprised. He thought that Zhang Xiaohua's talent was limited and couldn't fully comprehend it. In fact, even the mysterious old monk didn't know that when Zhang Xiaohua first memorized the staff technique in the secret manual and then immersed his divine sense into the secret manual, the staff technique displayed by the human figure in the secret manual was completely different. It was obviously another set of staff techniques. In a day, Zhang Xiaohua actually saw 9 different sets of the heaven-piercing staff technique. Of course, this wasn't the most bizarre part. When Zhang Xiaohua accompanied Meng to rest outside the temple at night, he woke up in the morning. In yesterday's 9 sets of heaven-piercing staff technique, most of the moves were forgotten. It was just like when he practiced the Big Dipper magical fist. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was no longer as ignorant as before. He knew that he had picked up a treasure. This heaven-piercing staff technique might not be as simple as what was recorded in the secret manual. Sure enough, on the second day, Zhang Xiaohua saw 9 different sets of staff techniques. However, the 10th set didn't appear. On the morning of the 3rd day, there were only a few moves left in his mind. Therefore, for 9 days, Zhang Xiaohua actually saw 81 sets of staff techniques from the heaven-piercing staff technique manual. Finally, in his mind, there were only 360 moves of the staff technique left. These moves were similar to the moves of the Big Dipper magical fist. They weren't linked together. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to link these moves together. He knew that he had gotten lucky. Why didn't he hurry up and memorize all the moves? On the evening of the 9th day, Zhang Xiaohua put the heaven-piercing staff technique back on the bookshelf. He bowed to the old monk who was sweeping the floor and followed the monk out of the Sutras depository. Just as he walked to the entrance of the Dalan temple, a young monk hurriedly ran over. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua, he hurriedly bowed. Then he looked around and whispered, "Benefactor Ren, thank you for your help that day. In a while, if there are disciples of the Dalan temple who invite you to the back of the mountain, please ignore them. Be careful of any tricks." After he finished speaking, he hurriedly left. After the young monk left, Zhang Xiaohua recalled that this young monk was the one who held on to him by the mountain spring when he and Meng came to the back of the mountain to search for the Dalan temple. It was just a small matter and he had long forgotten about it. The young monk's sudden gratitude and warning stunned him. Just as the young monk said before Zhang Xiaohua had left the temple, another young monk came over. He clasped his hands together and said, "Benefactor Ren, I am Yuan F. I was sent by Martial Uncle Kong Jian to deliver a letter of challenge to you." "Yuan F. Zhang Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and asked, "Where is the letter of challenge?" "Martial Uncle Kong Jian didn't write it. He only asked me to bring you to the back of the mountain." Although the young monk warned him, Zhang Xiaohua still nodded and said, "Please, lead the way." "Please." After Yuan Fa finished speaking, he walked away. When Zhang Xiaohua was about to leave, he heard Meng shout from behind, Junior Xiaoyao, where are you going?" Hearing Meng's concern, Zhang Xiaohua turned around and said, "It's all right. I need to teach that young monk a lesson. You can wait in the tent. I'll be back in a while." Meng covered her mouth and laughed, then, "Come back early. Don't hurt that child." Zhang Xiaohua's heart warmed and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. He waved his hand as if he was bidding farewell to the housekeeper. Looking at the path Yuan Fa led, Zhang Xiaohua's face unconsciously revealed a strange expression. This was the same path that Master Chongqing brought him to the Forbidden Wind Valley on the first day he came to the Dalan temple. Although Zhang Xiaohua couldn't differentiate between north and south, he still had some impression of this path. "Don't tell me, little monk Kong Jian wants to throw me into that restrictive spell? Does he want to rely on his strength to teach me a lesson?" As expected by Zhang Xiaohua, when he saw the narrow gap in front of Yuan Fa, he laughed in his heart. The Dalan temple really cares about their reputation. They didn't tell the other guardians about what happened in the Forbidden Wind Valley. Otherwise, why would little monk Kong Jian use this method to deal with me? Yuan Fa walked to the narrow gap and stopped. He pointed at the gap and said, "Benefactor Ren, Senior Uncle Kong Jian is already inside. I can only go this far. Please go in by yourself." "Thank you, Master." Yuan Fa's face immediately turned red. He lowered his head and said, I don't dare, I don't dare. Then he ran away. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed his nose, turned around and walked into the crack. There was a restriction in this place, so he wasn't afraid that Kong Jian would play any tricks. Moreover, this was Dalan Temple's territory. No matter how bold Kong Jian was, he wouldn't dare to do anything shocking. He was probably just feeling indignant and wanted to regain some face. Sure enough, when Zhang Xiaohua came back to the platform in front of the evil suppression cauldron, the little monk Kong Jian was still holding the 2 bronze hammers. He had a sinister smile on his face and said, Benefactor Ren is really brave. You even dared to come to the Forbidden Wind Valley. Hehe, are you dumbfounded now that you're here? Can Benefactor Ren still use his internal energy? Zhang Xiaohua's expression didn't change. He shook his head and said, Of course not. Do I need you to tell me? I knew it 9 days ago. 9 days ago? The little monk Kong Jian was stunned. He asked in surprise, What are you doing here? Of course I'm here to learn from Senior Kong Ju. What? The little monk Kong Jian pointed his hammers at Zhang Xiaohua and said, You're actually worthy enough for Senior Kong Ju to fight with you? Zhang Xiaohua was proud of himself. Just as he was about to say something, a gust of wind suddenly blew. The entire platform was in a mess. Just as the gust of wind blew, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt his divine sense loosen. He was actually able to leave his body. The wind had actually caused the restrictive spell on the platform to lose its effectiveness. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense immediately left his body and scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, he discovered that there was a weak fluctuation of energy on the platform beside the evil suppression cauldron. It was a flaw that looked like a hole. Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and flew to the little monk Kong Jian, whose face was covered by the strong wind. She reached out and sealed his acupoints. Then she grabbed him and threw him behind a big pillar. She then flew to the side of the evil suppression cauldron on the flat platform. He cast a spell and went straight into the hole. With Zhang Xiaohua's entry, the hole was automatically sealed after a short while. The strong wind also stopped blowing. The entire platform was silent. Only Kong Jian, whose acupoints were sealed, was lying quietly under the big pillar. Zhang Xiaohua entered the platform and released her divine sense. Unconsciously she was stunned. The entire platform was covered in restrictions. Only the space in front of her, which was about the height of a person, still had some cold wind blowing out. Only this passage-like space did not have the slightest restriction. Chapter 988. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua reached out and took out the Crimson Spirit Shield. With a hand seal, the Crimson Spirit Shield flew above Zhang Xiaohua's head. A faint red light sprinkled down and covered Zhang Xiaohua. Following that, Zhang Xiaohua's figure flew out and followed the passage towards the place where the cold wind was blowing out. After about the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. His body sank and he fell into a 10-feet square space. Before he could steady himself, a strong wind blew and rushed towards Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and did not dare to let the Crimson Spirit Shield take on the strong wind. He immediately flew into the air and the strong wind swept past Zhang Xiaohua's arm, causing Zhang Xiaohua to feel a little pain. In his divine sense, the strong wind crashed into the restriction above his head and immediately rushed out of a passage that was about the height of a person. After the strong wind passed, the entire space returned to normal. Only a faint white light filled the space. It was a scene of harmony and tranquility. Although it was not lit with incense like the main hall of the Dalan Temple, there was still a faint fragrance coming from it. When Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes, he saw that in the middle of the entire space, there was a 7-jointed bamboo floating crookedly in midair. The faint white light was emitted by it and it seemed that the fragrance was also coming from the bamboo. Zhang Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, this bamboo, seems like I've seen it somewhere before? Don't tell me it's similar to the bamboo behind the Guozhuang house? However, ordinary bamboo was emerald green and when it was old, it would also wither and yellow. How could it be so sparkling and translucent, even whiter than white jade? Where have I seen it before? Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly but immediately he slapped his forehead and blurted out, Chongsheng Abbot. Wasn't there a painting hanging on the wall in Chongsheng Abbot's simple and crude meditation room? That painting was of a Buddha with a pale golden face, holding a bamboo that was almost identical to this one. Moreover, the bamboo in the painting was the same as the one in front of him. They both had 7 joints and each joint had a bamboo leaf that looked like it was carved out of white jade. At this moment, a cold wind suddenly appeared below the bamboo and went straight up. With a soft swoosh, a faint layer of light formed by countless 7-colored lotuses appeared around the bamboo. The light flickered a few times and after the cold wind passed, it gradually dimmed. The cold wind brushed past the light barrier and blew a passage through the restriction outside the space. Then it went straight into the space. Surprised, Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense. He released his divine sense at the place where the cold wind came from, a colorless bead that was almost invisible to the naked eye and was about the size of a thumb's thumb. A wind bead. This thought immediately flashed in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. Immediately after, Zhang Xiaohua's appetite was aroused and even his divine sense was burning with desire. When he used his divine sense to look around the wind bead, he was even more delighted. What do you think? He saw that there was an extremely strange fluctuation around the wind bead, which was different from what Zhang Xiaohua usually saw. It was different from a restriction, but it was different from a restriction. Could also be said that it was not a restriction. Looking at how the fluctuation was firmly suppressing the wind bead, it was extremely similar to a restriction. Normally Zhang Xiaohua would have to think for a while, but now the fluctuation was extremely faint. Zhang Xiaohua felt that it was like a layer of window paper that could be broken with a poke. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to fly to the front of the wind bead, the bamboo suddenly emitted a faintly discernible white light, followed by a faintly discernible chanting of sutras. The white light shot towards the strange restriction around the wind bead, and the restriction shook for a while. Just as the restriction was shaking, the colorless wind bead also trembled slightly, and the restriction shook even more violently. After a while the shaking stopped and the strange fluctuation became even fainter. The same cold wind as before rushed out from the restriction and rushed towards the bamboo. In an instant the chanting stopped abruptly and the 7-colored lotus appeared. Wherever the cold wind passed, it became slightly dimmer. Haha! Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed when he saw this and he almost did a somersault in the air. Needless to say, the bamboo was supposed to suppress the wind bead, but the wind bead was stubborn and did not perish under the suppression. Instead it was resisting. The cold wind was not only blowing away the suppression, but it was also on the verge of destroying the bamboo's defense. Of course, looking at the state of the wind bead, it was also struggling at death's door. The wind bead and the bamboo were in a lose-lose situation. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Zhang Xiaohua praised, "The ancients really did not deceive me." Zhang Xiaohua naturally wanted to be the fisherman. He thought for a while, then took out 2 fire talismans and threw them at the bamboo. Peng! The fire talismans broke and the 7-colored lotus was burned. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. He stretched out his hand trying to grab the bamboo through the hole. However, just as he was about to reach out his hand, a faint but abundant Buddha's light came from above the small lotus and covered it. In an instant the small lotus was repaired. Although it was still weak, it still blocked Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He reached out his hand trying to grab the bamboo through the hole. However, just as he was about to reach out, a faint but abundant Buddha's light came from above the small lotus and covered it. In an instant the small lotus was repaired. Although it was still weak, it still blocked Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He thought that the defense was at the end of the line and he could easily break it. Who knew that there would be such a change? But after thinking about it, it was normal. The evil wind was so strong that it could even break the restrictive spell, and the bamboo was able to suppress the wind bead. Must be something good. Without a few layers of protection, who would be at ease? Hence, Zhang Xiaohua threw out another fire talisman, but the result was the same. Could it be that I have to use other methods? Zhang Xiaohua pinched his chin and thought for a while. With a shake of his hand he took out Chasing Dream. Who knew that although Chasing Dream's 8 sword radiances were extremely nimble, the Buddha's light seemed to be everywhere. The moment Chasing Dream's sword radiances left, the Buddha's light immediately repaired the lotus. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Although the restrictive spell was very weak, but it could not withstand the constant repair. If it continued to repair, wouldn't it be impossible to break it? Unknowingly, Zhang Xiaohua used her soul awareness to look at the source of the Buddha's light, and had the idea of taking drastic measures. Indeed, in that direction the restrictive spell in the entire space had some strange changes. And at this moment, coincidentally, a gust of evil wind blew past and blew the lotus out again. The evil wind was stronger this time, and a ray of Buddha's light appeared again, passing through the strange restrictive spell. Right at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, and as if telepathic she immediately conjured a spell and flew towards the restrictive spell. Strangely, the Buddha's light was faint, and Zhang Xiaohua flew in without any obstruction. Instead she felt like a fish in water. At this moment the restrictive spell seemed to have become transparent, and Zhang Xiaohua passed through it without any obstruction. Strange. Zhang Xiaohua praised in her heart, I have only practiced the fire escape technique and the earth escape technique, and I have not practiced the light escape technique. All I have now is the flying technique, but why does it feel so strange inside this Buddha's light? And why do I know in my heart that this restrictive spell can be broken? However, the flying speed was fast, and before she could understand it carefully, she was already in an unknown space. When Zhang Xiaohua came to this space, he did not need to use his soul awareness. Just by looking at it with the naked eye, it was enough to make him stunned on the spot. He saw that there were only two colors in this space, one black and one white. The black was on top and the white was on the bottom. The place where the black and white met in the middle was very clear, and there was no sign of gray at all. When he took a closer look, the black one had the absolute advantage again. It was like a black cloud covering the top, completely suppressing the white one below. It was actually black and it was suppressing the white color. And in the white color, there was a 9th grade lotus, emitting a faint white Buddha's light. Looking up, it was also pitch black. However, a black flag could be seen in the pitch black darkness, and it suddenly came into view. This. Zhang Xiaohua once again let out an extremely astonished sigh. He rubbed his eyes hard. He really could not understand how he could still see darkness in the darkness. Furthermore, the black flag was still swaying slightly in the windless space. He was quite proud. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the black and white color, and unconsciously thought of the black and white fruit that he had kept in his money bag. However, that black and white fruit was similar to the elixir produced by the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace, and it looked like a yin and yang fish. There was white in the black and black in the white. The black and white in front of him were somewhat different, and it was a pure opposition of black and white. After looking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense, but just as he released it, his jaw almost dropped. Not to mention that the light emitted by the 9th grade lotus was not pure white in his divine sense, but was divided into 9 colors, and the 9 colors were not only suppressed by the black color, but also divided into thin filaments in the gaps of the black color, like the roots of a big tree that was upside down, extending upwards. And the gaps of the Buddha's light made Zhang Xiaohua even more dumbfounded. The surroundings of the black flag were actually filled with knives, spears, swords, halberds, hammers, sickles, bottles. In short, there were all kinds of shapes, and there was no exception. Zhang Xiaohua carefully scanned with his divine sense, and it turned out that there were 360 Dharma instruments that were emitting strange, primitive, and bloodthirsty fluctuations. And the 9-colored Buddha's light was seeping out from the gaps of these 360 Dharma instruments. But when he saw this, Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously frowned, and even became a little pensive. The positions of these 360 Dharma instruments looked very familiar, and it should be a very powerful array, and the Buddha's light could actually seep out from this array. Either the Buddha's light was valiant and broke out of the array, or there was another situation and this Buddha's light was purposely released by this array. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua released a strand of his divine sense. The Buddha's light from the 9th grade lotus did not block it, but the black array moved slightly and blocked the strand of divine sense. Chapter 989. The black array didn't move, but when it moved, Zhang Xiaohua saw the clues. He laughed wildly in his heart. No wonder it felt so familiar. Isn't this the rabbit amulet from the Naiwan Palace? It's just that. This magic item replaced the individual amulets, and the position of this magic item has a huge flaw. It's basically placed in the wrong place. While thinking, Zhang Xiaohua leaped and flew to the front of one of the magic items that looked like a flying hook. He looked at it for a moment and took out a jade amulet from his pocket. It was one of the rabbit amulets that he usually made. He held the amulet in his hand and carefully placed it about 3 inches away from the flying hook. Then he pointed his finger at it and a wisp of vital energy entered it. With its swoosh sound, the amulet flashed with a golden light and a mysterious wave was emitted. Once the wave was emitted, it seemed to have a strong suction force. It merged with the wave that was emitted from the black array. In just a moment, the golden amulet became a part of the array. Since the golden talisman had become one of the rabbit talismans, then, the flying hook-like Dharma artifact had broken free from the shackles of the original Dharma array. The waves it emitted were no longer accepted by the Dharma array. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua extended his hand and easily picked up the Dharma artifact. And where the Dharma artifact was located, a huge flaw suddenly appeared. Picking up the flying hook, Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to examine it carefully. It seemed that the surface of the flying hook had a restriction that Zhang Xiaohua didn't know about. Then Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something. He reached out his right hand and took out the black jade amulet that he got from the mysterious cave. Indeed, the waves from the two items were very similar. This kind of vital energy seems to be different from the vital energy of heaven and earth. It should be another kind of vital energy. Zhang Xiaohua had used his illusion breaker eyes to see the different types of vital energy in heaven and earth. He knew that this method or this magic item was not used by the immortal Tao. Let's keep it. Maybe it will be useful in the future? Zhang Xiaohua thought and put the two items back into the money bag. Then Zhang Xiaohua looked at the black flag that was fluttering despite the lack of wind and began to think. Since the spirit design had been broken, the 9th grade lotus platform and the black flag were all exposed. How could he not take them? Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua released a wisp of divine sense towards the flag. Unexpectedly, as soon as his divine sense came into contact with the pitch-black surface of the flag, the surface of the flag rolled up and swallowed Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. Moreover, a mysterious wave of energy followed the direction of his divine sense and rushed towards him. Looking at it was like a wolf that hadn't caught its prey in a long time. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Wasn't this situation similar to the mysterious cave? He didn't even think about it. He immediately used the method of using the incense cult's divine sense that he had obtained from Abbess Jing Gang's jade slip and cut off the divine sense. He didn't dare to let that wave of energy enter his Naiwan palace. A pain that was imprinted in the depths of his mind came from the place where his divine sense was broken. It was just like a broken limb, but this pain was 1,000 times more intense. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua's face turned pale and his forehead was covered in sweat. With a hoot sound, Zhang Xiaohua's body flew up. He endured the pain and flew to a high place in the space. Then he made a hand seal. The high place in the space was now only a thick layer of soil. There were no restrictions. He used the earth escape technique and rushed out of the space. Once he got out of the ground, Zhang Xiaohua looked around casually. He then sat down cross-legged and silently used the God guidance to slowly recover his divine sense and heal his injuries. After about the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the pain of his divine sense being broken slowly subsided. Alas, I went for wool but came home shorn. In the future it's better not to touch these black things. Zhang Xiaohua was quite regretful. He stood up from the ground and carefully observed his location. It was a huge place and the ground Zhang Xiaohua was standing on was covered with all sorts of strange images. There were pagodas, Buddhas and pagodas. Surrounding the pagodas, Buddhas and temple halls were people of all sorts, all of whom were bowing their heads in worship. Above the crowd was a flying celestial maiden and a sky full of flowers. Next to the celestial maiden was a flying celestial dragon, a hovering eagle and a 9-colored deer standing on auspicious clouds. Zhang Xiaohua roughly looked at the ground. The ground under his feet was about 1,000 feet. When he looked up again it was like a pavilion. It shrunk layer by layer. The top was so small that it was almost invisible. He didn't know that it was too high. On the side of the pavilion, like the ground, there were also all kinds of pictures, all kinds of human figures and all kinds of stories. It looked unusually beautiful and shocking. On the side of the pavilion, in addition to the pictures, the most conspicuous thing was that there were many lifelike Buddhas. These Buddhas were the size of a real person. They were either standing, lying down or sitting cross-legged. However, there was one thing in common. In front of each pagoda there was a protrusion. On the protrusion there was a wooden box with sandalwood incense. There was no restriction on the wooden box. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense penetrated it. Inside there was nothing except silk and some scriptures. Strange, why are there so many boxes with silk and scriptures? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. He released his divine sense and looked at all the sandalwood boxes in his divine sense. Inside there were only silk and scriptures. Many of them didn't even have scriptures, only a few strands of silk. Zhang Xiaohua made a gesture and wanted to fly up to take a closer look. Only then did she realize that she couldn't use the flying technique in this pavilion. Moreover, there was no ladder in this pavilion with the naked eye. Releasing his divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua saw that whether it was the pictures on the ground or the pictures on the wall, there was a faint flash of Buddha's light. He still didn't find any way to go up. Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to use the ethereal steps to search for the corner of the pavilion. The edge of the pavilion seemed to be only a few hundred feet long, but Zhang Xiaohua actually took half the time it took to brew a cup of tea to reach it. By the time he finished looking at the 6 wall-like edges, he spent about the time it took to eat a meal. Zhang Xiaohua found a small door that was about the height of a person at one of the edges. However, this door was also sealed. Zhang Xiaohua gave up after a cursory look. This seal was related to the Buddha's light, and it was not something he could see through with his cultivation. Inside this small door, Zhang Xiaohua found dozens of sandalwood boxes similar to the ones on the wall. In these sandalwood boxes, they were different from the ones on the wall. In addition to scriptures and silk, there were some round, square, pale white and red beads. Some of these beads were the size of a finger, some were the size of a soybean, and the largest one was the size of an egg. What is this? Using his divine sense, he saw that these were different from the immortal Tao artifacts and jade slips. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. Then he formed an incantation gesture and waved his hand. All the sandalwood boxes opened and the beads inside were swept clean. He put them all into his belt. Seeing that there was nothing else in the pavilion, Zhang Xiaohua returned to the black and white space. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to touch the pitch-black flag. However, the lotus throne didn't seem to reject him. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua tried to put his divine sense on the lotus throne again. At this time, the lotus throne suddenly shook. A ray of Buddha's light penetrated diagonally downwards. The little colorful lotus below was probably attacked by the wind beads again. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. She flew toward the restriction that the Buddha's light penetrated. At the same time, she used her divine sense to try and put the lotus throne into her belt. Unexpectedly, it went smoothly. The lotus throne seemed to have been waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to save it. When her divine sense moved, the Buddha's light immediately shone brightly. Then it shrank countless times and flew into Zhang Xiaohua's belt. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't sure if she had put the lotus throne away or if the lotus throne had walked right into the trap. Within the Buddha's light, the pitch-black flag fluttered rapidly. A wave of fluctuation was coming out from the array. Zhang Xiaohua flew and pointed at the golden talisman. The talisman rotated slightly and activated the fluctuation of the array, intercepting the flag. Then Zhang Xiaohua slapped her butt and followed the Buddha's light into the restriction where the bamboo and wind bead were. Hee. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the small lotus beside the bamboo and laughed. The big lotus is already surnamed Zhang. How much more arrogant can you be? As she spoke, she threw out another fire talisman. This time, it easily burned a big hole in the small lotus. Then he stretched out his hand and reached into the restriction. Oh, why is it so heavy? Zhang Xiaohua grabbed it but couldn't lift it. So she wrapped her divine sense around it and exerted force with her left arm. The bamboo was immediately taken out by Zhang Xiaohua and put it into the money bag. It was also very smooth. Strange. Zhang Xiaohua was a little puzzled. She couldn't help but think to herself, the bamboo and the lotus throne, did I take them? Or did they run to me on their own? Luckily, I separated them so that they wouldn't meet each other. Hehe. The bamboo disappeared and so did the restriction that suppressed the wind bead. The wind bead was immediately exposed in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and reached out to grab it. But just as her hand touched the wind bead, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Before she could retract her hand, a cold aura shot out from the wind bead. That aura was like a sharp needle, piercing through Zhang Xiaohua's index finger. A drop of golden blood dripped onto the wind bead. The wind bead trembled slightly, and the drop of blood seemed to have seeped into the wind bead and disappeared. As for the aura that pierced through Zhang Xiaohua's finger, once it left the wind bead, it immediately turned into a cold wind and rushed towards the place where Zhang Xiaohua came from. Oh, that's great. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed when she saw the cold wind blowing a passageway above her head. She reached out her left hand and grabbed the wind pearl that seemed to have stopped moving. Then she flew into the newly formed passageway. Chapter 990. Woo. A gust of wind blew on the platform again. In the gust of wind, Zhang Xiaohua's slender figure appeared from the mountain rock beside the evil suppression cauldron. Before he landed on the ground, a green jade box appeared in his hand. He quickly put the wind bead into the jade box and cast a dozen of his most powerful inhibition spells on the jade box. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua heave a sigh of relief. He attached a strand of divine thought to the jade box and put it into his belt. This wind bead was extremely powerful. Since it was able to fight against the bamboo that was suppressing him, he was not sure if the jade box would be able to trap it. Thus he left a strand of his divine sense. As long as the wind bead showed any changes, Zhang Xiaohua would immediately unleash the powerful seal again. After doing all this, Zhang Xiaohua took the little monk Kong Jian out from behind the stone pillar. She put him down and unsealed his acupoints to wake him up. At this time the gust of wind had just passed. Kong Jian did not suspect anything. He rubbed his eyes and said, "Why is the wind so strange? I've only heard wind in the Forbidden Wind Valley occasionally. Why is there so much cold wind these days?" Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She asked, "Why is this place called the Forbidden Wind Valley?" This. Kong Jian was stunned. He said, "How would I know? I've asked my senior brothers before, but they all said they didn't know. Even Abbot Chongqing doesn't know. He only knows that it has always been called that." Then Kong Jian looked at Zhang Xiaohua and asked tentatively, "Almsgiver Ren, you said you had a fight with Senior Kongju. You too, who won? Do you still need to ask?" Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose. "If your Senior Kongju won, wouldn't you know? If I lost, would I be able to stay in the sutra depository for the next few days?" Ah? The little monk Kong Jian was on the verge of breaking down. With a long face he clasped his hands together and said, "Almsgiver Ren, I asked you to come here because I wanted to have a chat with you about our ideals. The weather is so beautiful today we can't afford to be irritable." But the wind was strong just now, so this little monk suddenly remembered that the clothes I washed in the morning are still hanging by the door. If I don't take them in they will get dirty, so let's not talk about life today. We'll talk about it when we have the chance in the future. Zhang Xiaohua was almost laughing in his heart. Yes. Little monk Kong Jian was overjoyed and said, "In the future when I walk a little further on the path of life and comprehend more, I'll talk to Almsgiver Ren. What do you think?" "Of course." Zhang Xiaohua nodded. "I'm also dizzy from all the reading in the sutra depository. How would I have the mood to talk about my thoughts? All right, then I'll accompany you back." Little monk Kong Jian heaved a huge sigh of relief. Without hesitation he led Zhang Xiaohua back to the entrance of the Dalan temple. Seeing that the little monk had left in a hurry, Meng giggled and said, "How was it? Did you teach this little monk a good lesson today?" "Of course." Zhang Xiaohua said proudly, "I, Xiaoxia, am the best at persuading people with my virtue." When this little monk Kong Jian listened to my advice he almost thought that I, Xiaoxia, had a glib tongue. Before I finished speaking he was already convinced. If he wasn't a monk he would have chopped off a chicken's head and burned yellow paper to become sworn brothers with me. Meng laughed hysterically. She pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "You'd better be a monk. It's a great loss for Buddhism to lose you." "That won't do." Zhang Xiaohua said in all seriousness, "It's only because you exist in this world that I jumped out of Buddhism. From then on I have no fate with Buddhism. If I were to convert to Buddhism now, wouldn't the 500 years of looking back and praying in front of Buddha be for nothing? It doesn't matter if our fate is in vain, but if Buddha's promise is in vain, my sin will be great." Xiaohua. Meng was very touched when she heard this. She stepped forward and held his hand. She looked at him affectionately. Although it was close to dusk, the two of them could still see each other through their sparkling eyes. Meng was held in Zhang Xiaohua's arms. Her hot body temperature made Zhang Xiaohua restless. After a long while Meng pushed Zhang Xiaohua away and whispered, "Xiaohua, this is the pure land of Buddhism. Don't, he." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Then, is it okay if we're not in the pure land of Buddhism?" Meng rolled her eyes at him. She looked at the Dalan temple like a creeping monster and asked in a low voice, Today is the 9th day. What secret book did you read in the Sutras depository? Haven't you finished reading it? Is it possible that the secret book of the Dalan Temple is really unique? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, it's a strange stick technique. I won't tell you the details, but Zhang Xiaohua hesitated and said, I thought I could finish it in 2 or 3 days. Who would have thought that I would finish it today? Even if I'm not in a hurry, I'm afraid the monks of the Dalan Temple will be anxious. Alas, I have to hurry up tomorrow. That's okay. Meng comforted her and said, anyway, we've already sent the invitation to the sect leader. There's still some time before the martial arts convention. Even if we can't go back in time, we won't delay the sect leader's matters. You can read it carefully and patiently here. At worst, we'll go back to Lingxiang Peak with Master Chongsheng. Besides, the Dalan Temple has already agreed to let you read it. They can't possibly chase you away after you finish reading it, right? Not necessarily, Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Sure enough, on the 10th day when Zhang Xiaohua immersed her divine sense into the secret book of the heavenly staff technique and no one else appeared, the great Master Chonggung appeared. The great Master Chonggung smiled and said, Young benefactor Ren, I heard from the disciples of the Sutras depository that you're diligent and eager to learn. Just this ordinary heavenly staff technique alone took you 9 days. This really makes the disciples of the Dalan Temple blush with shame. As he spoke, he glanced at the secret book in Zhang Xiaohua's hands. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and looked at the secret book that had flipped to the last page. She closed it and handed it to the great Master Chonggung. She said, This disciple is stupid and can't remember this staff technique. You didn't allow me to copy it, so I had to revise it every day. If there's anything wrong, I'll have to ask for your mercy. It's okay, the great Master Chonggung waved his hands and said, all the martial arts in the world originate from the Great Forest. The secret books of the Dalan Temple are naturally for everyone to learn. Young benefactor Ren, just try your best to learn. However, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Does the great master have something to say? This old monk has some matters to attend to and needs to leave the temple. I remember that young benefactor has something to ask this old monk. Zhang Xiaohua slapped her forehead. She had wanted to ask the great Master Chonggung about Meng's background, but she had forgotten about the staff technique. It was rare that Meng knew about her cultivation and never mentioned it for the past 9 days. If the great Master Chonggung hadn't come, she probably would have forgotten about it. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly got up and put the secret book of the heavenly staff technique back to its original place. She pulled the great Master Chonggung and said, Great Master is merciful. This junior has almost forgotten about it. This junior has already memorized the staff technique and there's no need for me to come to the Sutras depository. Great Master, please quickly tell this junior and senior sister Zixia about the past. Haha, benefactor need not be in such a hurry. This old monk has obtained the abbot's permission. Naturally, this old monk will explain everything. However, this involves the secrets of the Dalan Temple. Therefore I cannot say too much. The great Master Chonggung said as he followed Zhang Xiaohua out of the Sutras depository. After the two of them left, the old monk frowned and floated up. It was the imperial wind technique. He floated to the front of the bookshelf where the heavenly staff technique was kept. He raised his hand and took out the manual. However, when he immersed his divine sense into it, he looked at it for a long time before withdrawing. His face was filled with confusion as he whispered, It's a very simple staff technique. How could this young benefactor be interested in it for 9 days? Could it be that his aptitude is so poor? But, with such poor aptitude, how could he enter the Tao of immortality? How strange, how strange. He then smiled bitterly and clasped his hands together. Ba, the Tao of immortality has long been destroyed. For the incense sect to have such a disciple is already not bad. Even if there is something strange about it, what can be done? After he finished speaking, he floated down and continued to sweep the floor. Zhang Xiaohua followed the great Master Chonggung out of the Dalan Temple. Meng was surprised that Zhang Xiaohua had come out so early today. After bowing to the great Master Chonggung, the great Master Chonggung took out a piece of paper and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua. He said apologetically, Benefactor Ren, regarding Benefactor Zixia's matter, this old monk is in a difficult position. Although the abbot has said that there is nothing about the Dalan Temple that cannot be told to others, but there are still some secrets. Forgive this old monk for not being able to. Ah, here are some places and names. The two of you will have to search for them yourselves. I see. Zhang Xiaohua was a little disappointed, but Meng's eyes flashed with gratitude. She bowed again and said, "Thank you for your kindness, great master. This matter involves the privacy of your esteemed temple and should not be divulged. Great master, please rest assured that this matter will only be known by me and junior brother. As long as it involves the Dalan temple, we will definitely hear it and rot in our hearts." Ah, that's good, that's good. At this moment the great master Chong Gong released the paper in his hand. Zhang Xiaohua took the paper and opened it. There were indeed several places and names inside. She turned to look at Meng and handed the paper over. Meng shook her head and said, "Junior brother, you should take it. We are in the same profession." "Oh, okay then." Zhang Xiaohua did not stand on ceremony and kept it in her arms. The great master Chong Gong nodded slightly and said with a smile, "I have seen young benefactor Ren's staff techniques. The abbot has decreed that if benefactor wishes to pay respects to great master Yuan Tian, please follow me." After hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua understood. She had talked to Great Master Chong Xing and the Great Master Chong Gong about paying respects to Great Master Chong Gong. Great Master Chong Xing had replied that they could go to the pagoda forest to pay their respects before they left. Now that he mentioned it, he probably had the intention of sending them off. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and said, "That's right. The Great Master Chong Gong has spoken my mind. I have been nagging your esteemed temple for several days. After paying respects to Great Master Yuan Tian, we should return to the incense cult." Chapter 991. Haha, I don't mean to drive you away. Great Master Chong Gong said with a smile. I feel that there is still some time before the martial arts conference. Isha town is only a few days away from the Dalan temple. You might as well go and take a look. Maybe you can find something. Isha town? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and immediately understood. Isha town, Ho Mingqing. Wasn't he the one at the top of the list that Great Master Chong Gong had just taught her? Zhang Xiaohua felt ashamed and bowed. I was rude and measured the heart of a gentleman with my own mean measure. Please forgive me. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was so honest, Great Master Chong Gong was also relieved. He reached out to help her up and said, "It's okay, it's okay. You are guests from afar and sincerely worship the previous generation of the temple. How can I care?" Zhang Xiaohua blushed again. She was just worshipping on behalf of Nun Jingyi. How could it be like what Great Master Chong Gong said? Because of this, her impression of Great Master Chong Gong was different from before. She said, "Please lead the way. By the way, Great Master, is the Forest of Pagodas very famous?" Ah, Great Master Chong Gong waved his hand and said, "Please follow me." Great Master Chong Gong took Zhang Xiaohua and Dream, followed by several Dalan temple monks. They went up the mountain path on the left side of the Dalan temple and went to the back of the mountain. On the way, Great Master Chong Gong said, "The Forest of Pagodas of the Dalan temple is a famous place in Jianghu." After hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua sweated profusely. She was ashamed of her ignorance. However, the cult of fragrance has always been closed. Young benefactor Ren probably doesn't know about it because you rarely walk around in Jianghu. It's understandable. Zhang Xiaohua chuckled and did not answer. This Forest of Pagodas is the tomb of the great masters of the Dalan temple. Since the founding of the Dalan temple, only the famous and accomplished great masters have to build pagodas in the Forest of Pagodas after they pass away to show their merit. The height, size, and number of floors of the pagoda are determined by the master's attainments in Buddhism, prestige, and merit. Alas, the martial arts that Jianghu values have become insignificant. Oh, I understand. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Master's ashes or bones should be placed under this pagoda." Oh no. The great master Chong Gong shook his head. If that's the case, wouldn't it be no different from an ordinary grave? This pagoda is only used to commemorate the eminent monks of Buddhism. Their bones, no relics and other things are placed in the Guyuan pagoda for preservation. Saraira? Guyuan pagoda? Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. What is a saraira? Where is this Guyuan pagoda? With the Forest of Pagodas, wouldn't it be convenient to place the bones in the pagoda? Why is it placed in the Guyuan pagoda? Ah, little benefactor, you don't know. The saraira is the remains of the eminent monks of Buddhism after they pass away. This set of bones is different from the bones of ordinary people. Shape is ever-changing. Some are round, some are oval, some are lotus, some are even Buddha and Bodhisattva. Even the colors are different. There are black, white, red, green and other colors. It looks very respectable like pearls, agates and crystals. This is related to the cultivation of the eminent monks. Alas, although my martial arts are strong, if I can refine it into a sarira after I pass away, it can be considered that I have achieved success in my cultivation in this life. Isn't this similar to the spiritual beasts in Huansu? There's something in the body? Zhang Xiaohua was slightly stunned. In her heart she naturally compared the sarira with some of the beast pills in her belt. But immediately, Zhang Xiaohua thought of the hundreds of round beads that were similar to the sarira mentioned by the great master Changgung in that strange pavilion. Could those be sarira? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. But how would she dare to take out the round beads? After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua probed, with the great master's martial arts cultivation after he passes away, there will definitely be sarira. The great master Changgung was also puzzled. He turned to look at Zhang Xiaohua and asked, "Little benefactor Ren, how can you be so sure?" The great master is the law enforcement elder of the Dalan temple. If the great master doesn't have a sarira after he passes away, how many disciples in this generation of the temple can there be? Zhang Xiaohua explained and then apologized. I hope the great master can forgive me for rudely discussing the great master's matters after his death. It's all right. The great master Changgung waved his hand and said, form is emptiness, emptiness is form, life is death, death is life. If I can't even understand this, how can I talk about sarira? Then he smiled and said, little benefactor Ren's words may be arbitrary, but there's some truth in them. Although the attainment of Dharma has always been the key point of sarira. But, if the martial arts cultivation is not high, this sarira. Maybe there is, but it's limited. Of course, the Dalan temple places equal emphasis on Dharma and martial arts, and even views martial arts as a minor detail. If the disciples of the Dalan temple want to reach the peak of martial arts, they must also be proficient in Dharma. Otherwise, it's extremely easy for them to go mad and die a horrible death. There's such a saying? Zhang Xiaohua was flabbergasted and said, then according to what the great master said just now, there aren't too many monks who have profound attainment in Dharma but not high martial arts. Little benefactor Ren is right. The great master Changgung nodded and said, the eminent monks of the Dalan temple have always been like this. As long as the attainment in Dharma is high, it's easy for them to achieve great success in martial arts. Only a few great masters are obsessed with Dharma and don't want to practice martial arts. Zhang Xiaohua felt a little lucky at this time. It seems that those beads are not sarira. Oh, by the way, great master, the Dalan temple has stood in Jianghu for so many years. How many pagodas are there in the pagoda forest? Zhang Xiaohua asked again. Not many, only 99,803 pagodas. Although the great master Changgung said it was not many, his eyes were full of pride. So many. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng were shocked. Then, how big is this pagoda forest? Little benefactor Ren, please look. The great master Changgung pointed to the undulating mountain range in front of them and said, this mountain range is full of pagodas. This pagoda forest is the entire mountain range. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng looked up and saw that not far away on the mountain range, there were countless pagodas. Some had 4 corners, some had 5 corners, some had 7, some had 9 corners, some were in the shape of pillars, some were in the shape of vertical triangles, some were in the shape of bottles, some were in the shape of gourds, some were in the shape of trumpets and some were in the shape of water droplets. Some had 2 or 3 floors while others had 7 or 8 floors. The tallest ones had more than 10 floors. In short, there were many kinds of pagodas with strange shapes. Although it was far away, the pagodas were carved with countless patterns. Some were flying, some were birds and beasts, some were Buddhas and some were nirvana. The patterns were vivid and lifelike. Although it was far away, they could feel the painstaking effort contained in them. It looked very similar to the patterns in the pavilion that Zhang Xiaohua had entered. Great Master, is that the Guyuan Tower? Zhang Xiaohua pointed to a tall pagoda built against the mountain and asked without hesitation. Little benefactor Ren is right. That is the Guyuan Tower of the Dalan Temple. The great master Changgung looked at the huge pagoda with reverence in his eyes. He said solemnly, the Guyuan Tower is built against the mountain. Its height is as high as the mountain range. At the top of the mountain, you can see that the top of the Guiyuan Tower is taller than the tallest pagoda in the pagoda forest. The Guiyuan Tower occupies a large area. Only the entrance of the tower is exposed in the pagoda forest. Most of the Guiyuan Tower is blocked by the forest, so you can't see the whole picture. Tieskese. That's right. Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed in admiration. The relics of more than 90,000 eminent monks are all placed in the Guiyuan Tower. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua knew that the place she was at was definitely not the Guiyuan Tower, and the round bead she had obtained was definitely not a relic. Our little benefactor Ren is not completely right. The great master Chong Gong corrected her. There are eminent monks in the Dalan Temple who are qualified to build pagodas. Their relics must be placed in the Guiyuan Tower. In addition, even if they are not qualified to build pagodas, as long as they cultivate relics, they can place them in the Guiyuan Tower for worship. Ah? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Then, the relics in the Guiyuan Tower? No, the relics of the deceased great masters. Aren't they? Ba, little benefactor Ren is right. The great master Chong Gong put his palms together and said, there are countless eminent monks enshrined in the Guiyuan Tower. Naturally, Zhang Xiaohua, who knew that the round bead she had obtained was not a relic, connected the relic in the Guiyuan Tower with the monster core she had obtained. She instantly thought that if she could explore the Guiyuan Tower, then wouldn't the rewards be great? However, Zhang Xiaohua immediately rejected the idea. The relic of an accomplished monk was still the corpse of a master. Ignoring the fact that the master was a person of virtue and prestige when he was alive, even an ordinary monk was still a corpse. It was not appropriate to offend him. Looking at the huge Guiyuan Tower, Zhang Xiaohua was full of regret and sighed. There are so many relics in such a tall pagoda. It's not easy to place the relics even once. The great master Chong Gong's face was full of admiration. He shook his head and said, little benefactor Ren is wrong this time. Why? Not only Zhang Xiaohua but even Meng was curious. The Guiyuan Tower was built by the immortal masters of the Dalan Temple. Inside the tower is the most powerful formation in the world. No one can enter. Only the relics of eminent monks need to be enshrined. As long as the abbot of each generation holds a treasure passed down in the Dalan Temple, they can enter the tower. As long as the relics are placed in a place in the tower, the relics will be automatically protected by the formation in the Guiyuan Tower. There's no need for anyone to place them. Ah! Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded. There's such a wonderful thing? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's surprise, the great master Chong Gong was very happy and said, your temple has the sect-protecting formation and the peak-protecting formation. It's not surprising that the Dalan Temple has this kind of pagoda-protecting formation. Even an enlightened monk has the desire to win? Zhang Xiaohua curled his lips in his heart as he chuckled and did not continue the conversation. Chapter 992. Under the guidance of Great Master Chong Gong, everyone came to a Buddhist pagoda that was several feet tall and had a single story with many eaves. At this time there was an incense burner and some candles placed in front of the pagoda. Zhang Xiaohua followed Great Master Chong Gong, bowed and lit the candles. It could be considered as paying respects to Great Master Yuan Tian on behalf of Abbess Jing Yi. Little benefactor, if you have any wishes you can also pray here. Perhaps Great Master Yuan Tian can hear your wishes in the Western Paradise. Zhang Xiaohua raised her eyebrows and looked at Meng beside her. She put her palms together and prayed silently in her heart for a moment before getting up. After paying respects to Great Master Yuan Tian, Zhang Xiaohua looked up at the huge Guiyuan pagoda in the distance. She wanted to go and take a look, but Great Master Chong Gong turned a deaf ear to Zhang Xiaohua's actions. He smiled and said, little benefactor, the sect's official business is done. If you have time you can stay in my temple for a few days and listen to Buddhist teachings. No, Great Master. The official business is done, but there are still some trivial matters. Thank you for your convenience. I will never forget it. Disciple also thanks Great Master for your grace. Meng also expressed her gratitude. It's fine. Great Master Chong Gong waved his hand and said to Meng, our temple's rules have been passed down since ancient times. Benefactor Zixia didn't even take a step into the temple and stayed outside. I hope Benefactor won't blame me. I wouldn't dare, Meng quickly replied. I still have some matters to attend to at the Guyuan Pagoda, so I won't see you off. As he spoke, Master Chongqing took out a few jade bottles from his bosom and said, these are the Dahuan pills and Xiaohuan pills secretly concocted by my Dalan temple. They have miraculous effects for healing injuries. I promised them to you earlier, so please accept them. Haha, Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Great Master is indeed a trustworthy person. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Why stand on ceremony? This old monk knows that your fragrant religion also has healing panaceas. The effect may not be worse than these. Zhang Xiaohua slapped his forehead and said, Grand Master said so, this little one is lacking in manners. Senior Sister Zixia. Meng suddenly understood. She took out a bottle of Yuandan pill from her bosom and handed it to the great Master Chongqing. She said, this is the Yuandan pill used in our cult. Disciple has come out this time. Jiaozhu's gift is limited. Grand Master, please kindly accept it. Great Master Chongqing politely accepted it and said, your cult's Yuandan pill and my temple's Dahuan pill are both healing panaceas. Although they are not the same, they have the same effect. If you take both together, you will get twice the result with half the effort. Then he took out a thin booklet and said, when this old monk was young, he wandered the Jianghu and found a book called Poison Scripture. It contains vicious methods and powerful poisons, which are contrary to our temple's benevolence. This old monk has always wanted to destroy it, but the contents are very classic. Moreover, if used properly, they can save lives. Therefore, I have never found a better way. Now that I see that young benefactor is benevolent, I would like to gift this poison scripture to you. I hope that benefactor will be benevolent and not use poison without permission. Then he handed the poison scripture to Meng and added, Benefactor, please swear that this poison scripture will never be used on the disciples of the Dalan temple. Meng frowned slightly and wanted to decline. Zhang Xiaohua glared at her and secretly said, this is something that has been delivered to your door, why decline? Just take it as an exchange for the Yuandan pill. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's meaningful glance, Meng accepted the poison scripture and swore. Very good. Great Master Chongqing put his palms together and said, this old monk will not send you off. We will meet again at the Martial Arts Assembly on Lingxiang Peak. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng also bowed and bid farewell. Accompanied by a few monks behind them, they returned to the Dalan temple. At this time, Monk Kongchan was already waiting for them. He smiled and said, the abbot has ordered this poor monk to send you off. Very good, very good. Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands, tidied up and led the 4 odd beasts. Meng also led the big white horse and followed Monk Kongchan out of the Dalan temple. When they reached the front of the mountain, Kongchan smiled and said, even if you accompany me for 1,000 miles, we will still have to part. Benefactor Ren, this poor monk is very gratified to have met an opponent like you. This poor monk still needs to cultivate. I hope to spar with you again at the Martial Arts Assembly. Don't. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, the Martial Arts Assembly is a matter for the leader of Lingxiang Peak. I am only a guardian disciple. Even if something happens, Senior Mo Shuigong will stand up for me. It has nothing to do with me. Hehe, of course, if Senior Kongchan is itchy, we can still spar in private. Haha, Benefactor Ren is straightforward. It's settled then. The two of them high-fived and bid farewell. My goodness, what is recorded in this poison sutra? The rising sun gave off warmth. On a wide official road, Zhang Xiaohua rode on the 4 odd beasts and held the thin book in her hand. Meng, on the other hand, was riding a white horse. She smiled and looked at Zhang Xiaohua quietly. Really, Meng, don't you want to take a look? How to use poisonous insects, how to pick poisonous plants, there are even drugs that can make people fake death. Hehe, if I didn't look, I wouldn't have thought that there are so many ways to make people beg for death. There are even poisons that can control people's minds. Zhang Xiaohua flipped through the book and suddenly felt that this thing was similar to what she had obtained from a jade slip from Abbess Jing Gang. Meng shook her head and said, Monk Chongqing is a little strange. I can't tell what he is thinking. Since he trusted me and gave me the poison sutra, why did he make me swear? If I poison a monk of the Dalan temple, what can the oath do? Moreover, if I poison him, do I have to ask if he is a monk of the Dalan temple? He didn't say that this poison sutra can't be given to others. If I give you the poison sutra and don't read it, even if I poison a monk of the Dalan temple, I won't violate the oath. Don't tease me. Hee hee, no wonder you specifically said in the oath that you have to use the poison sutric to poison a monk of the Dalan temple to fulfill the oath. It turns out that you have this kind of intention. I admire you, I admire you. You admire my ass. Meng rebuked and jumped on the back of the four-odd beast. She pinched Zhang Xiaohua's ear and said, anyway, I am by your side. If anyone poisons me, you will protect me. If I want to kill a monk of the Dalan temple, you can use the methods in the Poison Sutra. I didn't do anything and you didn't swear, so you didn't break the oath. My wife is wise. Zhang Xiaohua nodded slightly. Before he could lower his head, Zhang Xiaohua cried out, Io, can you be gentler? Meng tightened her grip and said with a red face, who is your wife? When did I agree to it? My God, you are holding my hand. Who do you want to marry? Zhang Xiaohua suddenly turned his head and broke free from Meng's small hand. He said, is there anyone in this world who is more handsome than me? Meng's face turned red and she covered her mouth. She almost fell off the four-odd beasts. Zhang Xiaohua quickly grabbed Meng's waist and placed her in front of him. He wrapped his arms around Meng's waist and his face was filled with happiness. Meng closed her eyes and enjoyed this moment of tenderness. Meng didn't break free until she heard the faint sound of horse hooves in the distance. She said in a low voice, Xiaohuai, I think we should go back. But I always feel uneasy. This Isha town, it's okay if we don't go. As long as you are with me, even if I can't find my family and don't know my background, what's the big deal? Looking at Meng's sad and determined eyes, Zhang Xiaohua's heart ached. He held Meng's small hand and said, everyone has a family. A fallen leaf must return to its root. If you don't know your background, you won't be at peace for the rest of your life. Besides, if you want to be my wife, don't you want to marry me officially? If you still have family in this world, don't you want to let them know and make them happy? Who said I want to marry you? Meng was so shy that her earlobes turned red. So, we have to go to this Isha town. We have to go to all the places on the list. We have to figure it out. It's the first thing I do for you. Xiaohua, you are so nice. Meng said affectionately. Hehe, you know I'm nice. Why don't you kiss me? Zhang Xiaohua said shamelessly. You. Meng rolled her eyes at him and then looked around. There didn't seem to be anyone on the mountain road. She moved her mouth closer. Just as she touched Zhang Xiaohua's face, the sound of horse hooves suddenly came. Meng was shocked and immediately moved away. Her face was so red that it looked like it was dripping blood. With a leap, he jumped back onto the white horse. There are so many annoying people in this world. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and looked at Meng's cherry lips reluctantly. He had long cursed the person who had come without seeing his shadow 10,000 times in his heart. The people behind the mountain road were still far away. It took them half a cup of tea's time to catch up with them. Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to look back. She just circled David's deer to the side and made way for the pipe. However, annoying people always had annoying things. You couldn't avoid them even if you wanted to. The newcomers were a group of 7 or 8 young men in their early 20s. They were all dressed up in bright and colorful clothes. There were even a few of them who had something similar to a pearl hairpin on their temples. It really made people puzzled as to whether they were men or women. They rode on their horses and stirred up a lot of dust. Meng frowned slightly. When they passed by, one of the men occasionally looked back. He saw Meng and David's deer on the side of the road. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua's face, he couldn't help laughing. He shouted, "Senior brothers, look. They are 2 young men who just came out of Jianghu." Really? Everyone shouted and reined in their horses. They shouted, "We haven't had fun for a long time. Good food delivered to our door." As they spoke, they surrounded the horses and spread out in all directions to block Zhang Xiaohua and Dream's path. Zhang Xiaohua was already impatient in her heart. She hated these people for ruining her fun. When she saw this, her face was full of panic. However, she sneered in her heart. "Hey boy, which sector you from?" The disciple who saw Zhang Xiaohua shouted. "Please vote for me. Please vote for me. Please keep it. Please tip me." Chapter 993. This little one is from Beta School. I don't know what senior brothers. Do you have any advice for me? Zhang Xiaohua seemed to be so scared that she was tongue-tied. Beta School. The disciple was obviously surprised. He turned around and asked, "Senior brothers, have you ever heard of this Beidou school?" No, maybe it's a small mountain sect. How could we have heard of it? The disciples burst into laughter. Senior brothers. Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and smiled. I don't know which sect you are from. When we went out, the elders of our sect told us to get in touch with the senior brothers and sisters in Jianghu. Of course our sect is famous in Jianghu. Why don't you guess? The disciple laughed. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, Are you a senior brother from the Righteous Alliance? The disciple slightly frowned and shook his head. No. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and asked curiously, Are you a senior brother from the Tenryu sect? You little brat, we are colluding with you, but you are joking with us. Why don't you say that we are disciples of the Fragrant Religion and Dalan Temple? Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. Senior brother, didn't you say that you are from a famous sect? I don't know much about the sects in Jianghu, so I can only say this much. Humph. The disciples sneered. You are just making fun of us. We are the ones making fun of you, so why are you still quibbling? I am innocent. Zhang Xiaohua also shouted. Senior brother, please explain. You little brat, listen carefully. We are disciples of Luoying Island. Luoying Island? This time it was Zhang Xiaohua's turn to sneer. He had never heard of this name before. Even Ye Qinyu had never mentioned it before. From this, one could see the reputation of Luoying Island. You brat, I'll let you know that my Luoying Island is second only to the 4 great sects. If you make friends with us, you can also report to the head of the Beidou school when you return to the sect. This. Zhang Xiaohua was really speechless. He had seen the super big sects of Jianghu, the Tenryu sect and the Dalan Temple. He was also a disciple of the Fragrant Religion. He had even seen the Misty School in the Rejuvenation Valley. And he also had the identity of Immortal Pan, and so how could he put this Luoying Island in his eyes? I'll listen to Senior Apprentice Brother's instructions. How can we befriend Luoying Island? At least you're sensible. A disciple clamored and said, When I first came out of Jianghu, needless to say, I was played with many times. You brat, you're lucky to have met us. We'll teach you a little lesson and let you know what is called Jianghu. Then he glanced at the Dalan Temple from the corner of his eyes. He had already taken off his veil and was bare-faced like before. At this time he saw a stranger staring at him and couldn't help but frown. Zhang Xiaohua was even angrier. He reached out his hand to grab the great wisdom sword. Who would have thought that the disciple would say something that made him not know whether to laugh or cry? I see that your senior apprentice sister also has a peach blossom face. I think she has an affair with you. I don't need to guess. Your sect sent the 2 of you out to gain experience together. It must be because they want to help you. Only in times of crisis can you see true feelings. Moreover, in Jianghu, it is very normal for people to be intimate with each other. How about this? You kiss your senior apprentice sister in front of us and let us have some fun. Then we'll consider you have passed the first test. Zhang Xiaohua laughed in his heart. He pulled back his hand from Great Wisdom Sword and said to the dream with a crying face, Senior apprentice sister, look. I told you that Jianghu is dangerous and you still insisted on following us. What should I do? Be obedient and let me kiss you. Anyway, I've already kissed you many times. This time won't make a difference. In the dream, Zhang Xiaohua was teasing her. She couldn't help but get angry and scolded, Go to hell. If you still want to listen to me talk to you in the future, immediately send these people away. I can still consider it. Otherwise, don't even think about it for the rest of your life. Seeing that the dream was angry, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to pretend anymore. He immediately stood up and laughed. Don't be angry, don't be angry. It was a lonely journey. It was just a joke, right? I will send them away now. Send them away. After he finished speaking, he raised Great Wisdom Sword and shouted, Where did these brats come from? This Xiaoxia has never heard of Luoying Island. I'm too lazy to play with you. Didn't you hear what my senior apprentice sister said? Quickly get lost. This Xiaoxia saw that although you spoke rudely, you didn't have any bad intentions. You didn't take advantage of the fact that there aren't many people here to do anything bad. This Xiaoxia will let you go. When the group of people heard this, they all laughed. It was as if they were watching a silent farce. These people. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. If I didn't show them some real skills, they would really think that I'm from a small mountain sect. When everyone was laughing, Zhang Xiaohua took out her short sword and prepared to give them a good show. At this time there was a spectacular sound of horse hooves. It was like the sound of a mountain overturning the sea. It was very fast coming from afar. In just a moment a group of black horses was approaching. The horses were full of valiant men. They were holding long swords in their hands. In front of them were a man and two women. At this time the disciples of Luoying Island didn't have time to tease Zhang Xiaohua. They hurriedly led their horses to the side of the road and waited for the group of people to pass by. Who would have thought that they would have the same experience as Zhang Xiaohua? When the three people in front saw the people on the side of the road, their eyes revealed an indescribable meaning. They looked at each other and raised their hands. The whole group of horses immediately stopped. Dozens of black horses stopped uniformly. The scene was quite spectacular. The woman in front of them patted her black horse. She cupped her hands towards the disciples of Luoying Island and said, "We are the disciples of Dragon God Sect's patrol team. Which sect do you belong to?" Tenryu sect? The disciples of Luoying Island were surprised and asked strangely, This senior sister, I heard that the Tenryu sect has never been in Jianghu. How come there is a patrol team?" The woman scolded, "My Dragon God Sect's actions. Who are you to criticize? Quickly report your name. Otherwise you will be killed." This one is a disciple of Luoying Island. The disciple didn't dare to delay and immediately said while trembling, "Luoying Island?" The woman frowned and said, "I have never heard of it." Then she patted her horse and went in front of Zhang Xiaohua. She looked at her and asked, "This little brother, which sect do you belong to?" "Little brother?" Zhang Xiaohua was a bit confused. Was there a fragrant religion written on her face? However, Zhang Xiaohua was also very polite. She cupped her hands and said, "This one is a disciple of Beidou school. I guess this senior sister of Tenryu sect has never heard of it." Beidou school? The woman sucked in a breath of cold air and said with some surprise, "Are you really from Beidou school?" "Ah?" Zhang Xiaohua was even more surprised and said, "Yes, Beidou school." "You know about it?" The woman said seriously, "That's right. Previously, an immortal appeared in Rejuvenation Valley and wanted to take Rejuvenation Valley's Nie Qinyu as a disciple of the immortal. But Nie Qinyu claimed that she was a disciple of Beidou school and didn't want to go to another school. Tell me who in Jianghu doesn't know about Beidou school?" Haha. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head. He knew about this but he didn't expect Nie Qinyu to refuse like this. In his opinion, there was no difference between being a disciple of Beidou school and being a disciple of an immortal. But, in the eyes of Jianghu people, Beidou school seemed to be slowly becoming famous. It seems that if I don't want to attract attention in the future, I have to change my name. Zhang Xiaohua thought. Then he looked at the dream and said, This one doesn't know what senior sister said. My Beidou school is indeed a small mountain sect. I also don't know where this Rejuvenation Valley is." The woman looked at the dream and asked, "This is your senior sister?" "Yes, she is my senior sister." "May I ask this girl's name?" The woman turned her head and asked the dream. What's there to ask about a small mountain sect's disciple? The dream was obviously in a bad mood and didn't want to pay attention to her. The Tenryu sect's female disciple didn't take it seriously. She said with a smile, "Miss, you have a big temper but I don't know why." Then she turned her eyes to the Luoying Island's disciples and asked curiously, "Could it be that these guys from Luoying Island have done something despicable?" "Bah." The dream gently spat and said, "We are just fledglings who have just left the sect. The Luoying Island's senior brothers want to teach us the rules of Jianghu. Naturally we have to listen. As for what they do, they dare." The Tenryu sect's female disciple laughed and didn't ask any more questions. She turned back and whispered a few words to the other two disciples. Then she looked at the people on the side of the road. She raised her hand and made a strange gesture. Then she rode her black horse and led the way. Behind them, a group of big men also urged their horses. However, when the group of horses passed by, a dozen men suddenly came out of the group and surrounded the 6 Luoying Island's disciples. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng Li were a few steps away from them. The Tenryu sect's disciples separated them from the Luoying Island's disciples. Before Zhang Xiaohua realized what was going on, there were screams coming from the circle. Why did they suddenly kill us?" When Zhang Xiaohua and Meng Li urged their horses to come over, the screams stopped. The Tenryu sect's disciples turned their horses around. They were expressionless. They didn't even look at Zhang Xiaohua and Meng Li. They patted their horses and went straight away. On the side of the road, the 6 people who were still alive a moment ago were now paralyzed on the ground. There weren't many bloodstains on their bodies, only some blood seeping out of their throats and chests. It was obvious that they were no longer alive. Beside them there was a green triangular flag, and on the flag there was a lifelike little dragon. AI, the Tenryu sect's way of doing things is really overbearing. Zhang Xiaohua sighed in her heart. They didn't ask for the reason. Just based on their own likes and dislikes, they took away 6 lives indiscriminately. Chapter 994. After hearing Zhang Xiaohua's words, Meng also felt a little uneasy. She whispered, "Xiaohua, I'm just angry at them. They don't have good intentions." Zhang Xiaohua patted her head and said, "It's none of your business. I guess that senior sister from the Tenryu sect also encountered something like this when she was young. In fact, I was going to get angry just now. It was inevitable that I would have a conflict with them. Moreover, they are acting so gentle and refined now. Who knows, they might change their attitude in a moment. Alas, there's no such thing as good and evil in Jianghu. Perhaps only the Tenryu sect's clean methods can prevent people from bullying them." Maybe, but I think the Tenryu sect is not as bad as the rumors say. At least, they didn't do anything to us. You're right, but there are 6 living people after all. Forget it. Why are we talking about them? Let's hurry up. The Tenryu sect's sudden appearance in Jianghu is also an important matter. We still need to report to the sect leader. Xiaohua, I suddenly understand. Didn't the people from Luoying Island ask the people from the Tenryu sect? Why didn't anyone know that they were patrolling? Why, that must be it. As long as they report their names, there will be no survivors. Of course, no one will know. Nonsense. Aren't we living well? Zhang Xiaohua disagreed. Let's go. We should hurry to Yixia town. Meng didn't argue with him, and the 2 of them rode along the main road. Although the 2 of them were fast, when the sky darkened and they arrived at a rather large town, they still didn't see any Heavenly Dragon sect troops. When they arrived at the town, Zhang Xiaohua led David's deer and was about to go forward to inquire. Suddenly her heart skipped a beat. She glanced at the crowd in front of her. However, the crowd looked hurried. They were either going home looking for a place to stay or shopping. There was no one suspicious. What's wrong? What's the matter? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua suddenly stop, Meng quickly walked over and asked. It's nothing. I just feel like someone is staring at us. Zhang Xiaohua looked ahead unwillingly. Where are they? Meng Yi looked over and probed. Are they from the daytime Tenryu sect? No. Zhang Xiaohua was very certain. Although the people of the Tenryu sect are highly skilled in martial arts. But I should be able to find them. Besides, they wouldn't do something so boring. You have to remember that we are just ordinary students of Beidou school. Meng Yi looked at it for a long time but didn't see anything. He asked, Are you sure? I didn't see anything. Maybe I am overthinking it. Zhang Xiaohua was also not confident. After that, Zhang Xiaohua walked to a street vendor and asked softly, Sir, may I ask, is this Yixia town? The old man who was selling vegetables looked up at him and nodded. This is Yixia town. Are you looking for an inn to stay in? As he spoke, he pointed with his finger and said, About 1,000 feet ahead, there's an excellent inn. Zhang Xiaohua turned around and said, Thank you, sir. But I still have something to ask. Please tell me. The old man probably hadn't seen such a polite person in Jianghu. He said happily, I have lived in Yixia town for more than 60 years. There is nothing in this town that I don't know. That's great. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and asked, Do you know a person called Ho Mingqing? Ho Mingqing? The old man was stunned. He frowned and thought for a long time. How old is he? Where is he in town? What? Zhang Xiaohua curled his lips. If I knew where he was in town, would I still need to ask you? But he said, I don't know how old he is, but he must be over 40 or 50 years old. The old man thought for a long time and finally shook his head. Little brother, I'm old and my brain isn't very bright. I can't remember this person's name. You better go to the inn and ask the waiter. They've heard a lot and seen a lot. Maybe they'll know. Zhang Xiaohua thought it was reasonable. When he was about to leave, he asked again, "Then, sir, is there a big family with the surname Ho in Isha town?" "Of course I know. One is in the west of town. The current head of the family is called Ho Feng. His family has thousands of acres of fertile land in the North Mountain. The other family is in the north of town. The head of the family died young. Now he is a widow with 4 children and runs a jade business. But there is no one named Ho Mingqing in either of them. I'm sure of that." Zhang Xiaohua gave a thumbs up to Meng and said goodbye to the old man. He went straight to the inn that the old man mentioned. The waiter of the inn was really clever, but he still didn't know that there was a man named Ho Mingqing in Isha town. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng were not surprised. The great master Changgung said that Ho Mingqing was from 40 years ago. It was doubtful that Ho Mingqing was still alive, let alone remembered after so many years. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua asked about the specific location of the 2 families with the surname Ho in town. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng were resting separately. It was late now, so it was not a good time to visit. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua and Meng finished washing up and were about to leave the inn with their horses. At this time there was a noise from the shop in front of the inn. "Do you know? Just last night, something big happened in town." "Something big? What big thing could it be?" "I heard the faint sound of a gong outside and there was a lot of noise. It is late at night and I am too lazy to get up." "Alas, you said that the weather is unpredictable and people are unpredictable. The Ho family has accumulated a lot of good karma for their whole life. How did they end up like this?" "The Ho family?" Someone asked curiously. "Brother, do you mean the Ho family in the west or the north?" "Nonsense, of course it's Ho Laofeng from Jinshi. He's always been kind to the people around him. Although he's not a Buddha in every household, he sends cotton in winter and wrinkles in summer. Why did this natural disaster fall on his family? Tell me, although the widow and her son from Zhenbei are usually extremely harsh, the heavens may have burned them on account of them seizing the family property. But how could they burn Ho Laofeng as well? It is strange. One is in the west and the other is in the north. They are so far away from each other. Both of them are from the Ho family." "What? Don't tell me, you want the entire town to burn?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's face changed. She pulled Meng's hand and said, "Quick, let's go." Meng heard it too. She gritted her teeth and said, "Let's go. There must be something fishy about this." When the 2 of them arrived at Ho Feng's house, they couldn't help but feel disheartened. This was a rather large house, but at this time, it had been reduced to broken bricks and tiles. The charred wooden beams still had some faint flames, and there was a faint white steam rising from the top of the house. It should be the water vapor from the people in town putting out the fire last night. There were quite a number of people gathered in front of the charred house. Zhang Xiaohua found a young man with disheveled clothes and water stains on his body and asked, "Brother, I'm just passing by. There seems to be a fire here? Looking at your appearance, you should have participated in the extinguishing of the fire last night, right?" The young man looked at Zhang Xiaohua and nodded. "That's right. In the early hours of this morning, the house suddenly caught fire. I happened to live nearby, so I was the first to know." The young man recounted what he had seen last night and sighed. "It's a pity that old Master Ho was such a good man, yet he was burned alive in there. Alas, there isn't a single person left alive in the entire Ho mansion." "Not even one?" Meng gritted her teeth and asked. "That's right. The officials were here just now. I heard from them that they just came from the Ho family in Zhenbei. It's not the same as here. All the corpses were found in the rooms. None of them escaped." Many thanks. After hearing the young man's words, Zhang Xiaohua retracted his divine sense. That person was right. There was not a single living being in the Marquis's mansion. "Do you still want to go to the north to take a look?" Zhang Xiaohua turned to ask Meng. Meng shook her head blankly and said, "No need. The fire was strange. If only one family encountered it, it would be fine. But 2 families with the surname Ho encountered it. If there is no connection, no one will believe it. If Ho Feng's family is like this, then there is no one alive in the other family. What's the use of going there? Could it be that the Dalan temple did something?" Zhang Xiaohua frowned. "I don't think so. If the Dalan temple wanted to hide it, they could have just not written the names of Isha Town and Ho Mingqing. They could have even not given us the list. How could we force the great master Changgung? Could it be the Tenryu sect?" Zhang Xiaohua immediately thought of what she saw on the official road. "That doesn't make sense. Meng shook her head. Has the Tenryu sect ever been afraid of anyone in Jianghu? Even if there was something that could be used against them, would they care about it being exposed? Even if you and I know, what's the use? Besides, we are only looking for Ho Mingqing to ask about my background. What does it have to do with the Tenryu sect? That's right. The Tenryu sect can't know our purpose. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. But then she frowned. Could it be that someone is following us? Yesterday when I was asking people in the town, someone overheard us? Immediately Zhang Xiaohua felt his hair stand on end. That day he had released his divine sense and there was no one around. If it was as he expected and he felt that there was someone following him, then that person's martial arts, no, the divine ability of the immortal Tao, was just how high was that person's martial arts, no, divine ability of the immortal Tao? Involuntarily Zhang Xiaohua looked around for a long time. Then she released her divine sense to check carefully. Unfortunately, the morning in Isha town was the same as in other places. Only the early birds were looking for insects. Meng was stunned when she saw Zhang Xiaohua's nervous expression. She looked around vigilantly. Chapter 995. After a long while Zhang Xiaohua whispered, "Let's go, Meng. There are no more clues here. Let's go to the next place." Meng nodded. The two of them mounted the horse and went straight to the town. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the villagers and thought for a while. In the end he did not dismount the horse and ask. After they were far away from the town, Meng could not help but ask, "Where is the next place? If you don't ask, how are we going to get there?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Let's leave the town first. I keep having the feeling that someone is following us. Now that we've asked, even if we give a few different names, they'll know where we're going once we leave. Wouldn't that be telling them for nothing?" "Hey, I'll listen to you." Meng was a little sad. Zhang Xiaohua knew what she was thinking. He patted David's deer and went forward to hold her hand. He said, "Meng, don't think too much. No matter what your background is, no matter who your family is, you're always a dream in my heart. The girl who made my heart flutter. I'll miss you, protect you, cherish you. I'll accompany you day and night, never to be separated." "Xiaohua." Meng called out to Zhang Xiaohua and jumped into his arms. She hugged Zhang Xiaohua's waist and buried her head in Zhang Xiaohua's chest. After a while, Meng raised her head and her cherry lips were right in front of him. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but lower his head and kiss her. After a long time, the two of them who had been practicing internal energy for a long time separated. Meng leaned her body against Zhang Xiaohua and her chest heaved up and down. She was still very excited. The deer Huan Huan stood quietly by the side of the road. The big white horse also looked for grass around Huan Huan and slowly chewed on it. The entire road was very quiet. "Xiaohua, maybe I don't have to look for my background. Isn't it better to be with you and live happily on Lingxiang Peak?" This was the second time Meng made this request. "It is good to live on Lingxiang Peak, but do you think you can let go of everything in the past? You don't want to think about your background anymore?" Zhang Xiaohua asked, "If your parents want to know about you and you hide on Lingxiang Peak, won't you be unfilial?" Zhang Xiaohua's words were naturally emotional. His parents were in the Guozhuang house, but he and his second brother could not rush back to tell them that they were safe. He tried to persuade Meng to find her home. Okay, I'll listen to you." Meng looked at her lover, her heart full of sweetness. "Where are we going?" Meng nestled in Zhang Xiaohua's arms and asked. "And let me see." As she spoke, Zhang Xiaohua reached into her bosom and took out the list. She first looked left and right, then released her divine sense and carefully checked it. Only then did she open it, take a look and immediately put it back into her bosom. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua so careful, Meng said, "Xiaohua, you don't have to say anything. I will go with you. If you say it and others hear it, won't it spoil our plans?" As she spoke, Meng's eyes looked left and right as if there was someone nearby. And Zhang Xiaohua could not help but look around. She nodded and said, "I already know the place and the name of the person. Let's go ahead and find a place to ask." After he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohua burst out laughing and said, "Even if I don't tell you when I ask someone, don't you want someone else to hear it?" Meng laughed and said, "When you ask someone, you just have to be careful. If there are too many people, they may not be able to hear it." Zhang Xiaohua thought it made sense. They rode forward for half a day and came to a very small town. In order to cover up, Zhang Xiaohua let Meng cover for him. They sat in a tea house and found an excuse to leave for a while. Then they found a secluded place and used the earth escape. They also found a place where there was no one and asked a few older people about the place. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua was also careful and asked a few more irrelevant places. However, he was not familiar with this place, so most of the things he asked were unknown. He wanted to ask about the last few places, but he was afraid that others would know and catch him in one fell swoop. When Zhang Xiaohua appeared in the tea house again, there was a faint smile on his face. Meng knew that he had a plan in mind, so she was also happy. She accompanied Zhang Xiaohua to have some tea and snacks, and then they continued on their way. Next they went to Baiquan Mountain, which was an ancient martial arts family. Although they came out of Isha town and went in a random direction, they gathered together. Even if the direction was wrong, the difference was not big. Although it was a small matter, it also made Meng feel refreshed. She felt that God had opened his eyes and allowed them to find some clues smoothly. Zhang Xiaohua was happy to see Meng Yao, and Zhang Xiaohua was naturally happy to accompany her. The two of them chattered about something, but looking at their happy appearance, it was similar to going on a scenic tour. After a day and a night, they came to the front of a mountain at dusk. Is it here? Meng looked at the tall mountain and asked. Well, it should be. This is Baiquan Mountain. The second person on the list is a person named Qing Miao. I have asked the people in the town yesterday. It seems that there is a Qing family in Baiquan Mountain, which is a martial arts family. It has been entrenched for many years. The mountain is so big. How can we find it? It's very easy to find. The Qing family is not on the mountain, but in a place called Qing Village at the foot of the mountain. It is at the mountain pass of Baiquan Mountain, built by the mountain. Is it there? Meng pointed with her finger. It should be. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the smoke rising from the foot of the mountain in the distance and said with a smile, let's not rest this time. Even if it is dark, we have to go to Qing Village first. Yes, Meng said with a smile. The two of them walked for half a meal and were much closer to Qing Village. Suddenly Zhang Xiaohua looked at the smoke in the distance and shouted, oh no, this is not smoke. I am afraid. As she said that, she patted David's deer and immediately rushed to Qing Village as fast as lightning. However, when they arrived, the scene in front of them stunned them. The whole Qing Village had been turned into ashes. The smoke they saw just now was only the black smoke of the village when it was set on fire. Zhang Xiaohua stamped her foot and immediately released her divine sense. At this time, her divine sense could cover a large area, but in the whole area, there was no one who could attract her attention. What the hell is going on? Meng looked at the burned village and the dead bodies in front of the houses that had just been extinguished. She could not help but feel sad and said to herself, I just want to know my background. Is this too much? This is the second time. Zhang Xiaohua said to herself, if the incident in Isha town was accidental, then the incident in Baiquan Mountain was inevitable. This must be related to Meng's background. But what is it about Meng's background that can't be known by others? Moreover, even Meng herself does not know the contents of the list. How could others know? Dalan Temple? Zhang Xiaohua's mind immediately flashed. Only the great master Chong Gong or the elders of the Dalan Temple know about the things on the list. Could it be that the Dalan Temple pretended to be sanctimonious and gave us the list on the surface, but secretly erased all traces of it? It must be. Otherwise, why would the great master Chong Gong be so shocked when he saw Meng's face? 40 years ago, the woman who looked like Meng was Meng's mother. Who could make the great master Chong Gong so shocked? Why did the Dalan Temple try so hard to stop Meng from meeting her mother? But if the great master Chong Gong killed Meng, wouldn't it be over? Well, of course not. First, it would offend the fragrant temple. Second, it would create a blood feud with Meng's mother. I guess the Dalan Temple does not want to see that happen. But how can they hide it from us for a while? How can they hide it forever? Meng will meet her mother sooner or later. The more Zhang Xiaohua thought about it, the more confused she became. At this time, Meng had already looked around the small mountain village. The village was not big, but there were about 100 families. There was not a single living person. Meng's expression was very solemn. When she came to Zhang Xiaohua's side, she was already determined. There are no living people, right? Zhang Xiaohua asked knowingly. Well, even the livestock were burned to death. Meng said with grief and indignation, Xiaohua, I've decided not to look for my background. I can't see my mother in this life. Even if I can't be happy in this life, I won't look for it. Have you decided? Zhang Xiaohua understood Meng's feelings very well. Yes, I've decided. Well, I support you. But Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, if there are no accidents, the others on the list, even if we don't look for them, they may not be alive. Maybe their fates were already decided when the Dalan Temple wrote this list. Meng shook her head, maybe, but if I go they will certainly die. If I don't go, maybe they will have a chance to live. Xiaohua, let me deceive myself. I'd rather believe that if I don't go they can live well even if they are now ashes. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and took out the list. She rolled it into a ball and rubbed it between her palms. It turned into scraps of paper and the handwriting could no longer be seen. With a wave of her hand, the scraps of paper flew between heaven and earth, and not a trace of it could be seen. Seeing the list destroyed, Meng seemed to have removed a big stone from her heart. She took a deep breath and forced a smile. Well, it's all over now. Let's go back to the incense cult and start our happy life at Lingxiang Peak? Of course, Zhang Xiaohua laughed. You don't have to worry about this pugilistic world anymore. Of course, I'll go back with you. Then the two of them looked back at the Qing village, which was still smoking, and left. Chapter 996. A few days later, Zhang Xiaohua and Dream arrived at a lush mountain range. Dream smiled and said, I thought that the mountains in our sect were beautiful. But now it seems that I'm just a frog at the bottom of a well. There are so many beautiful mountains and rivers here, but the scenery is different from each other. Each has its own unique characteristics, each has its own unique charm. None of them are worse than the sects. That's right, even the place where the Dalan Temple is, the whole mountain range may not be smaller than Zhuanxiang cult. That huge Guyuan tower seems to be no worse than Huansu. Fortunately, Zhuanxiang cult is now open. There will be plenty of opportunities to come out in the future. Maybe after the martial arts convention, we can ask the leader for a job and walk around the surrounding mountains. Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands. That's right, that's what it means to laugh proudly in Jianghu. Unlike now, we have to go back after just a few days. I don't know the name of this mountain. We're just walking around blindly. It'll be troublesome if we want to come back in the future. Isn't that easy? Just find someone to ask. Just as they were talking, Zhang Xiaohua was suddenly stunned. He looked into the distance thoughtfully. When Dream saw this, she also turned her head. Before she could see clearly, the sound of weapons clashing could be heard from that direction. Zhang Xiaohua was even more puzzled and blurted out, Why is he here? Who? Dream looked at the figure in the distance and said, You can see him? Yes, it's someone I know, so it's easy to recognize him. You know him in Jianghu? Dream asked curiously. Yes, let's go and see. The person I know seems to be unable to hold on. As they spoke, the two of them spurred their horses and rushed forward along the mountain path. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the two of them reached the peak of the mountain. At the peak, there were more than 10 people with weapons in their hands, surrounding the two carriages. In front of the carriages there were two people, one big and one small. The small one was about 5 or 6 years old and held a toy sword in his hand. He was fighting with a skinny man in his 20s. The man's sword was casually parrying the attacks. It was obvious that he was just playing around. The big one at the side was bare-chested, revealing his bulging arms. He held a sword in his hand and was fighting with a tall and fat man. The man also held a sword in his hand, but it was thicker and wider than usual. When their swords clashed, sparks flew. On the mountain path, Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to observe the situation. He shook his head. Earlier at the foot of the mountain she had seen that the man's sword skills were rusty. He only relied on his arms and some strength. His opponent seemed to be willing to let him win. He only exchanged blows with him and did not take the opportunity to kill him. Therefore she followed Dream up the mountain path. Sure enough, the man used his strength to shake off the sword. He was somewhat impatient and said, Chu Zhigao, do you think it's fun? I've already let you have more than 100 moves. Don't you know that you're not my opponent? Why do you still want to make a pointless struggle? The man who used the sword was the street performer that Zhang Xiaohua saved at Lu Town Square. The bone-solidifying pill formula was also obtained from this man called Chu Zhigao. Chu Zhigao said angrily, "Of course I know that I'm not your opponent. But, you destroyed my home and burned down my house. Do I have to grovel and beg you for mercy? You really don't know what's good for you. My Jingli Manor was only interested in your formula. I gave you face and asked you to hand it over. Why can't you listen to the Manor Lord's advice again and again? Don't tell me that it's really hard to hear." Bah! Chu Zhigao's spit almost sprayed on the man's face as he shouted, "How shameless! This Chu Zhigao's medicinal plaster is passed down from my ancestors. How can you exchange it for just 10 taels of silver from Jing Manor? Now you're bullying my sect. How can I give it to you? Ah, Chu Zhigao, do you think your Horn Dragon Mountain is still the Horn Dragon Mountain from 10 years ago? You're already a street performer and selling medicinal paste. What are you talking about? The 10 taels of silver is the Manor Lord's kindness. If it's up to me, I'll just rob you." Bah, if it wasn't for the fact that Senior Chu left early and didn't leave behind his martial arts, we wouldn't be afraid of your Jingli Manor. Li Air, don't waste your breath on him. Just take him down. My patience has run out. Yes, Manor Lord. I'll do it now. As he spoke, the man who was fighting with the child at the side hurriedly brandished his sword. The child panicked and his sword was sent flying. Then he was easily caught in the man's hand. "Chu Zhigao, your son is already in my hands. Are you going to stop or not?" When Chu Zhigao saw this, he let out a long sigh and threw his padao on the ground. Just as he was about to speak, a yellow figure suddenly flew out from another carriage and pounced on the face of the person who was holding the child. In the Tenryu sect, there was no one in the huge hall. Suddenly, there were sounds of hurried footsteps coming from outside the hall. When the footsteps reached the entrance of the hall, they stopped. After a while, there was still no movement. A strange black figure appeared above the hall. Then, as if he was flying, he flew to the tall chair in the hall. A voice came from the bamboo hat. "What's the emergency? How dare you disturb my cultivation?" Zing zing. There were a few light footsteps. A woman came forward and bowed. "Lord Sakura, this little one has found the whereabouts of the Saintess." What? Sakura lost his composure. He immediately stood up from his chair and shouted, "Where is Ya?" Reporting to Sect Master, the Saintess is now in the Dalan Temple. What? The bald donkeys from the Dalan Temple? They actually dared to shackle the Saintess of my Dragon God sect? Lord, please calm down, please calm down. The woman hurriedly said, "The Saintess isn't imprisoned by the Dalan Temple. She is an envoy of the fragrant religion. She is here to deliver an invitation to the Dalan Temple." Invitation? Is it the same as the disciple from the fragrant religion who came to deliver the invitation? That's right. The holy maiden really went to the Dalan Temple as an emissary of the incense cult. She was accompanied by a young male disciple of the incense cult. According to the news from the Dalan Temple, this male disciple is called Rin Xiaoyao. He is the only disciple of the incense cult. Rin Xiaoyao? The only disciple of the fragrant religion? Sakura's expression relaxed. He sat on the chair and asked curiously, "When did the fragrant religion have a disciple of the fragrant religion? Isn't this going against the Dalan Temple? What is the Saintess situation?" Reporting to Lord, the Saintess seems to have lost her memory. She doesn't remember anything from the past. Even when our spies in the Dalan Temple tried to probe her using the secret code, the Saintess didn't have any reaction. Of course, perhaps the Saintess has other arrangements. This subordinate doesn't know. Spies? How did the Dalan Temple's spies know the Saintess' appearance? Sakura was somewhat angry. Please calm down. The woman was very afraid. She whispered, "Didn't Lord want this subordinate to hurry up? This subordinate has sent out some of the Saintess' portrait. Lord, rest assured, this subordinate knows that the portrait of the Saintess will not be leaked. Moreover, they also don't know who the person in the portrait is." Sakura asked again, "Is the Saintess returning to the fragrant religion?" No, the woman revealed a strange expression and said, "The Saintess left the Dalan Temple and went in another direction. However, this disciple has already sent people over. But for fear of affecting the Saintess, this disciple didn't dare to approach. Good, inform everyone that we are heading to the fragrant religion." "Lord, you are going to participate in the martial arts convention?" The woman was surprised. "Didn't Lord Garuda set off a few days ago?" But immediately the woman came to her senses and bowed. Reporting to Lord, "This subordinate will arrange it right away." In the fragrant religion, in a quiet room on the fragrant peak, Nun Jingyi was sitting on a chair. Nun Xuezhen was also sitting expressionlessly below. Lord, the disciples who went out to deliver the invitations have already returned. Although Peacock and Yiyan haven't returned, there is still news. Only Zixia and Ren Xiaoyao. Since they entered the Dalan temple, there hasn't been any news. What do you think? No matter. Ren Xiaoyao went to the Dalan temple for some other matters. I guess he was asked to stay by Chongqing and the others. Moreover, the Dalan temple is far away from the fragrant religion. I'm afraid the news will be delayed. By the way, is there any other news about the immortal Dao people from Rejuvenation Valley? Replying to Sect Master, there isn't. Your respected self also knows that those of the immortal Dao come and go. If they didn't deliberately let others know, who would be able to see? We don't know how long this person of the way of immortality has been in Jianghu. Not only do we not know about it, I reckon that even the Tenryu sect may not know about it. That old man suddenly took a liking to Rejuvenation Valley. It's strange. Are all cultivators of the immortal Dao pure of heart and few desires, ignoring the mortal world? This subordinate does not dare to make wild guesses. Lord Hierarch is also a successor of the immortal Dao. This subordinate does not have that kind of feeling. Sigh, that's because my sect's cultivation is still too low. According to my disciple's message, that immortal could actually fly as high as a mountain. That's probably the legendary wind controlling technique. My sect can only float in the air right now. That's still far from it. If the light body technique is already so good, then there's no need to talk about the rest. However, this subordinate still has some thoughts. I don't know if it's appropriate to say it. You and I are senior sister. Although you didn't participate in the official selection and didn't take charge of a hall, but you have made great contributions to my sect. Others may not know, but how can this sect not know? If you have something to say, feel free to say it. Thank you, Lord Hierarch, for your wise judgment. This subordinate is happy even if I have to sacrifice my life. There's no need for that. It's all for the foundation of the incense sect, for the paradise of my Lingxiang peak. It's like this, Lord Hierarch. As the saying goes, there's no smoke without fire. That person of the immortal Dao doesn't usually appear in the world. Why did he appear after Zixia came to Don't Worry City? Although, there's no definite connection, but this subordinate still has some doubts. Please cast a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a collection, a tip if you like this work. You're welcome to cast a recommendation vote or a monthly vote. Chapter 997. Haha, so junior sister Xuezhen already knew? I thought you would keep your mouth shut. I didn't expect you to bring it up today. Please forgive me, Hierarch. When I first saw Zixia, I had some suspicions. But Hierarch is as wise as the sea. You must know my suspicions. Since you insist on keeping Zixia, you must have your own plans. Of course, I didn't dare to have any other ideas. Moreover, according to my observations over the past few years, there was nothing strange about Zixia. It seemed that she was really kept in the dark and didn't know anything. But senior sister Jingshuan's death didn't seem to have anything to do with her. Alas, not everyone can see the true face of the saintess of the Tenryu sect. Even in the incense cult, only I had the chance to see her. Junior sister Xuezhen must have met her by chance in Jianghu in her early years. That was more than 40 years ago. Therefore, senior sister Jingxian brought this Zixia back to the fragrant cult. Although she had good intentions, for a poor child who did not know her origins and had lost her memories, she did not know that she had already brought a hot potato back to lingering fragrance peak. Hierarch, do you also think that Zixia is the daughter of the saintess of the Tenryu sect? Nun Jingyi smiled bitterly. She knocked on the chair with her hand and said, Zixia's face is almost exactly the same as the saintess of the Tenryu sect 40 years ago. I'm not blind. How can I not see it? If you say that Zixia has nothing to do with the saintess of the Tenryu sect, then no one will believe it. This is also the reason why I didn't give her a veil and didn't accept her into the Mo Xian palace. I understand. Others think that Hierarch tolerates Zixia because of senior sister Jingxian. You even let her participate in the Orchid Evening refinement. Actually, our cult doesn't dare to offend the Tenryu sect too much. Besides, We also want the Tenryu sect spies to quickly recognize Zixia's face so that this matter can be reported back to the Tenryu sect. Then we can send Zixia safely back to the Tenryu sect. However, junior sister Jing Xian met with a mishap. This sect was astonished. Such a mysterious method should have been done by the Tenryu sect. Since the daughter of the previous generation's saintess was by junior sister Jing Xian's side, how would they dare to do such a thing? So, sect master, you think this purple mist might not be? That's right. Our church had some doubts, so we sent Zixia to accompany Ren Xiaoyao to the Dalan temple. That's strange, sect leader, but why didn't you send him directly to the Tenryu sect? Wouldn't we know after a test? Nun Shuizhen was very puzzled. Junior sister Shuizhen, although our cult can't confirm that Zixia is the descendant of the Tenryu sect's saintess, according to old legends, the previous saintesses of the Tenryu sect were all the daughters of the Tenryu sect's sect master Di Shirtian. We can't risk sending Di Shirtian's daughter to Di Shirtian. Isn't this a clear slap to the Tenryu sect's face? Ordering sect master Di Shirtian's daughter around? Oh, I understand. Nun Shuizhen was enlightened. Sending Zixia to the Dalan temple can first test the Tenryu sect's reaction, and second tell the Tenryu sect that we didn't know this was the descendant of your saintess. Sect master is brilliant. Ha, junior sister, you only know one thing but don't know the other. There's a second reason why we sent Zixia. Sect leader, please enlighten us. That's Ren Xiaoyao. Ren Xiaoyao? That silly brat? Nun Shuizhen was even more baffled. Isn't he just a lucky brat? Ah, he's not just lucky. Nun Jingyi smiled wryly. He's the only person our sect can't figure out. Didn't he call himself some Beidou school? A small mountain sect? A sect like that is as common as a carp crossing a river in the Jianghu. Who would remember it? Sect leader, you can just send someone to investigate. The key is that he's a Beidou school. Our sect has already sent people to investigate, but it hasn't been long enough, so we haven't made any progress. However, do you remember what Rejuvenation Valley's Niechinyu said in front of those from the Immortal Tao? Of course I do. She's just an infatuated child who doesn't understand the ways of the world. She's still thinking about Ren Xiaoyao in her heart. It can't be counted as real. But junior sister, haven't you thought about it? Does the formation Rejuvenation Valley used to face the enemy have anything to do with Ren Xiaoyao? That's impossible. Nun Shuizhen immediately shook her head. Rejuvenation Valley has been established for over 1,000 years. It's not strange for them to occasionally obtain some formations from the immortal Tao that can resist martial arts. What does this have to do with Ren Xiaoyao? But don't forget, Niechinyu told the seniors from the immortal Tao that she'd already obtained some of the Beidou school's incantations for internal strength. Nun Shuizhen really hadn't paid attention to this sentence. Our sect has already sent people to investigate. Niechinyu's constitution is weak and she can't practice martial arts. Therefore, the martial arts passed down in Rejuvenation Valley are only practiced by her eldest sister, Nie Qianrong, and second sister, Nie Qianxiu. She doesn't even have the strength to truss up a chicken. But look, she's already obtained some Beidou school's incantations. Needless to say, they were passed down by Ren Xiaoyao. This incantation, what kind of incantation is it? Can it allow a woman who can't practice martial arts to practice it? Why don't we have the disciples of Carefree City ask Nie Qianyu? It was possible in the past, but now, it's no longer possible. Nun Jingyi shook her head. The jade talisman given by the immortal Tao Senior is too dangerous. Even the Tenryu sect, they wouldn't dare to use force. Then she said thoughtfully, the strangest thing is that Ren Xiaoyao has the incantation for this internal strength incantation, but his own internal strength isn't good enough. His lightness skill is a complete mess. When he barged into Lingering Fragrance Peak, he relied entirely on the strength of his arms. That sword embryo is also half-baked. Not exactly half-baked. It should be some kind of strange sword technique. Don't you think this is strange? So, Lord Sect Leader sent Ren Xiaoyao to Huansu? Nun Shuizhen was enlightened. That's right. Our sect wanted to see Ren Xiaoyao's true ability. It's just that this guy is a troublemaker. Just as he entered Huansu, a huge change happened there. Could it be that Lord Sect Leader suspects that the huge change has something to do with Ren Xiaoyao? It'll be great if it has something to do with him. Nun Jingyi smiled bitterly. To be able to mess up Huan Su's array, what kind of immortal Dao cultivation does he have? Even our sect won't have this kind of ability even if we cultivate for another 60 years. Ren Xiaoyao, how could he have it? And, the most reassuring thing is, Nun Jingyi looked out the window and sighed. Ren Xiaoyao. He actually gave me the Chao Huan pill that Mo Qingshan found. Mo Qingshan? Chao Huan pill? Nun Xuezhen cried out in shock. Mo Qingshan. Is he still alive? Chao Huan pill? Isn't that the legendary immortal Dao spiritual herb? Once consumed, it'll immediately. Mo Qingshan died long ago. I don't know when he died. Sigh, it's been hard on him. Then she sighed again. Junior sister Xuezhen is right. I didn't expect that the Chao Huan pill in the immortal Dao's legends would really exist in Huan Su. Think about it, if that Ren Xiaoyao was a person of the immortal Dao, how could he return the Chao Huan pill to our sect? He only needed to consume the Chao Huan pill himself and destroy the thing that Mo Qingshan left for our sect. Who in this world would know that it was Ren Xiaoyao who took the Chao Huan pill? Yes, Sir Cult Leader is right. It can only mean that Ren Xiaoyao doesn't seem to understand. He's indeed a person of the martial Dao and he's also from a small mountain sect. No wonder Sir Cult Leader was so protective of him in the past. It turns out that there's such a reason behind it. Yes, this is also the reason why our sect couldn't see through Ren Xiaoyao. However, this isn't the reason why our sect trusts Ren Xiaoyao. This time we sent Ren Xiaoyao to be with Xixia. It's also because we want to see what kind of person he is. Who cares what kind of person he is? He's not a person of the immortal Dao. Didn't you hear that the immortal Dao senior hasn't heard of Beidou school? Since he's a person of the martial Dao, there's no way he can escape from our fragrant cult. But junior sister Xuezhen seemed to have forgotten something. What is it? Abbess Xuezhen asked curiously. Nie Qinyu? Abbess Jingyi smiled. Junior sister, have you forgotten? Nie Qinyu is the only disciple of our protector. Not only did she bear the reputation of being unmarried, but she also claimed to be a disciple of Beidou school. For her to have the determination to reject the immortal Dao means that her love for Ren Xiaoyao is stronger than gold. What else can it mean? If our sect wants to kill Ren Xiaoyao, this little girl will crush the jade slip in anger. Although the immortal Dao senior may not reach out to meddle in this matter, but if this girl also enters the immortal Dao, I'm afraid it'll be detrimental to our fragrant cult in the future. With a hiss, Abbess Xuezhen sucked in a breath of cold air and smiled bitterly. I really didn't think that much. I really didn't think there were so many implications. Pulling one hair will affect the whole body. I really can't act rashly. But this little girl doesn't seem to know about the matter between Xixia and Ren Xiaoyao. If she knew, would she still act like this? Abbess Xuezhen probed. Plus, who knows? The most difficult thing to understand in this world is love. No one knows what Nie Qinyu is thinking. Maybe it's because of love that she hates, or maybe it's because of love that she loves even more. But this isn't something we need to consider. Anyway, Ren Xiaoyao is our protector. If we can use him, then use him. If we can't use him, then don't use him. Leader, you're brilliant. Abbess Xuezhen bowed and said, I didn't expect Leader to be so clear about these details. I thought Leader had only heard of Nie Qinyu's name. Junior sister Xuezhen, you must remember that the details determine success or failure. Any small link can affect the big picture in the end. Haha, well, we've said so many useless and depressing things. Now, let's talk about something that makes people happy. Abbess Jingyi stretched, which was rare for her, and said with a smile, Have you done the things I asked you to do? If you like this work, you're welcome to cast a recommendation vote or a monthly vote. Chapter 998. Your Excellency, are you talking about the Misty Hall? This subordinate has already passed down Sect Master's decree a few days ago. Misty Hall's Yang Ruping Vice Hall Master Gao Kunhing and the girl called O Yen have all been sent to Immerse Palace. What about Ming Qing? Are they ready? Well, I don't know. I've already informed Ming Qing. He should be here by now. Well, let's go. Junior sister Xuezhen, let's go to Immerse Palace together. Ask Elder Jingfan, several masters, Peacock Qinchin and the others to come here. I'm here to announce a happy event. Happy event? Master Xuezhen was obviously stunned, then nodded and went out. Yes, it's a happy event that our sect has been preparing for a long time. Master Jingyi seemed to be answering Master Xuezhen, but Master Xuezhen had already gone far away. In Immerse Palace it was the usual meeting. Everyone was sitting with their heads down, waiting for Master Jingyi's arrival. Only Chen tilted his head and looked at the old masters who usually didn't come out, and Yang Ruping, Gao Kunheng, and the others who were sitting far away from them. He opened his mouth several times but hesitated. Finally he couldn't help but ask, then, are you Zhang Xiaohu? Wasn't the one sitting behind Gao Kunheng Zhang Xiaohu? At this time, hearing a female disciple call his name, Zhang Xiaohu looked up. It was a female disciple wearing a mask and a palace dress. How could he tell who she was? She didn't dare to answer casually and turned to look at the Misty Hall's hall master with a puzzled expression. Yang Ruping heard it too. She glanced at Chen and said with a smile, this? Junior sister, are you familiar with the disciples of the Misty Hall? Chen smiled and said, haha, I'm not familiar with them. I just want to ask, is that Chen of your Misty Hall doing well? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu immediately understood. This female disciple must be the Chen mentioned by Xiaohua. She has the same name as Chen, but she wore different clothes when she went to the Misty Hall last time, so they can't recognize each other. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohu to speak, Yang Ruping smiled and said, so it's junior sister Chen. I was wondering who was familiar with our ethereal hall's disciples. Then he hesitated and asked, I wonder, why is junior sister Chen here? Of course Yang Ruping was definitely suspicious. She knew the rules of Immerse Palace. When she was under Nun Jingyi's tutelage, even though she was very favored, she didn't have the right to sit there. Senior sister Yang I, senior sister Peacock, and junior sister Yian have all received the inheritance of our fragrant sect. Only those who have been classified as legacy disciples are qualified to sit here. Hearing this, Yang Ruping was surprised, but more than that she felt bitter. She had also gone through the test of the refining heart cave. Unfortunately, the test happened after she went to Imocho City. At that time she was deeply in love and couldn't extricate herself. How could she escape from the inner demons of the refining heart cave? The situation in the dreamland was absurd and abnormal. She did not even tell Openg about it and buried it deep in her heart. When she heard that he was the successor, her heart was filled with mixed feelings. There was some bitterness and some jealousy. When she thought of her dead husband, she felt even more grief. Yang Ruping was only slightly distracted. She immediately stood up and saluted, congratulations, to the 3 junior sisters. These 3 would be the highest level of the fragrant sect in the future. If the Misty Hall wanted to be safe in the fragrant sect, of course, they would have to rely on them. How could Yang Ruping not be respectful? We don't dare. Peacock stood up and returned the salute. We were just lucky, we don't dare to show off. Senior sister Yang is the head of the hall. We will have to rely on you in the future. The Misty Hall is newly established by the fragrant sect. We will have to rely on you in the future. Yang Ruping said with a smile. We are all sisters of the same sect, we should do so. Chen looked at Zhang Xiaohu and asked, Zhang Xiaohu, how is Chen? Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, junior sister Chen is doing very well. Her skills have improved greatly and she is in seclusion on Shirxing Peak. Chen clapped and said, now that's interesting. If her martial arts were too weak, she would not be worthy of the name Chen. Zhang Xiaohu was sweating. He unconsciously thought of what Zhang Xiaohua had said and looked at Chen. You're all here. A voice sounded from Immerse Palace. Everyone was surprised and looked up. They didn't know when Nun Jingyi had quietly sat there. Greetings to the hierarch. Everyone went forward and saluted. Well, sit down, Nun Jingyi said with a smile. After everyone sat down, Nun Jingyi looked at the haggard Yang Ruping and said with concern, Ruping, how are you, on Shirxing Peak? Hearing her master's tone, which was the same as when she taught her martial arts, Yang Ruping's heart ached and she almost cried. She didn't answer immediately and lowered her head to hold back her tears for a while. Then she looked up and said with a forced smile, thank you, master, for your concern. I'm fine. Alas, Ruping, it's not that I want to scold you. You are not suitable to be a hall leader. It's better to concentrate on your martial arts. Look, several junior sisters have received the inheritance. Even if you failed in the refining heart cave, you still have a chance to enter the way of immortality. Master, thank you for your concern. I will remember my late husband's last words. I can't let him down. I still hope that I can take good care of his disciple. Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. The Misty School has to walk on its own. How can it be sheltered under the wings of a little girl like you? The Misty School? Yang Ruping was stunned. Obviously, she knew that Nun Jingyi had made a mistake. She smiled bitterly and said, "The Misty Hall is doing well now. I will hold on for a few more years. It won't be too late to consider it after the younger disciples have matured." Have you not considered letting go now? Nun Jingyi seemed to ask casually. No. Yang Ruping was even more stunned. She didn't know what Nun Jingyi meant. She thought for a while and said, As Master said, I really don't want to be the hall leader of the Misty Hall. But, without me I'm afraid, the entire Misty Hall will be bullied by others. Of course, if Master has any arrangements or a suitable candidate to be the hall leader of the Misty Hall, as long as the disciples of the Misty Hall are not treated unfairly, I will definitely agree. Seeing that Yang Ruping was so resolute, Nun Jingyi asked again, Then, are you going to be the hall leader of the Misty School? Then I'm even less interested. Yang Ruping heard it and said casually. But then she came to a realization. It was as if she was struck by lightning. Nun Jingyi had already mentioned the Misty School and not the Misty Hall twice. How was that a slip of the tongue? Obviously there was another meaning behind it. At this moment, not to mention Yang Ruping, everyone understood the meaning behind his words. Their faces were all filled with shock. Zhang Xiaohu was even more so. His eyes were wide open as he looked at this conversation that had nothing to do with him. What do you mean? Yang Ruping's voice was trembling. It's very simple. There's no meaning. Nun Jingyi's tone was very indifferent. I'm just asking if you are willing to be the hall leader of the Misty School? Nun Jingyi's voice was very soft. But in everyone's eyes, it was as if a hammer was hammering on their hearts. No one expected her to ask such a question. Master, you mean, to let the Misty Hall split the incense cult and set up another Misty School? I didn't mishear you, did I? Yang Ruping still didn't dare to confirm it. Why not? Nun Jingyi waved her hand casually. I never intended to keep the Misty Hall in the Shirxing Peak. Ever since the Misty Peak I never intended to. Everyone in Emo Xian's palace was shocked again. For a moment Yang Ruping didn't know what to feel. At the same time, all the puzzling things that happened in the Misty Hall in the Shirxing Peak in the past 5 years were explained. Nun Jingyi didn't let other outer disciples into the Misty Hall and didn't split the Misty Hall into other outer sects because of Yang Ruping. More importantly, she didn't intend to keep the Misty School in the incense cult. As for the so-called Misty Heights, Nun Jingyi didn't care at all. She only wanted to be gentle and didn't want to be forceful. Knowing this, Ruping, do you still not want to be the hall leader? Nun Jingyi asked with a smile. I still have the same words. I really don't have the ability to manage people. Yang Ruping still said. I'm already struggling to manage the Misty Hall under your wings. How can I manage the Misty School? If you have a more suitable candidate, I'm willing to stay in the Shirxing Peak. Well, good. Nun Jingyi nodded slightly and seemed to be quite satisfied. As soon as he said that, a certain someone in the hall became extremely excited. His palms were almost sweating. This person was Gao Kunheng. Was there a need to explain? The Misty Hall had a hall leader and 2 vice hall leaders. Yang Ruping didn't want to be the hall leader, let alone the hall leader. Among the 2 vice hall leaders, the other vice hall leader, Aunt Qin, wasn't called by the hierarch at all. Did he need to be told? The new hall leader of the Misty School must be him. Sure enough, Yang Ruping turned her head slightly to look at Gao Kunheng. Gao Kunheng also felt the cult leader's gaze at the same time. He immediately raised his head and puffed out his chest, acting like a loyal subordinate who was unafraid of death, willing to sacrifice his life and willing to work hard. Unfortunately, Nun Jingyi was wearing a veil, so he couldn't see whether she was satisfied or not. However, just as Gao Kunheng was waiting for Nun Jingyi to clarify her words, Nun Jingfan interjected. Gao Kunheng almost wanted to kneel in front of Nun Jingfan and beg her to be more polite and not interrupt. He heard Nun Jingfan clap her hands and say, Honorable cult leader. I really don't know what to say. To tell you the truth, I really didn't expect honorable cult leader to let go. It's much more brilliant than holding it in your hands. Chapter 999. After the shopkeeper left, Meng asked, Xiaohua, when did you come to this restaurant? 5 years ago. Zhang Xiaohua said meaningfully, back then I spent 50 copper coins to have a meal here. 50 copper coins? Meng gradually understood the meaning of 50 copper coins after leaving the chanting incense cult. She couldn't help but chuckle. But before she could finish laughing, she suddenly woke up and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's arm. Xiaohua, you said 5 years ago? Wasn't that when I met you? Yes, that's right. Zhang Xiaohua nodded solemnly. It was 5 years ago when I met you and Shirtai outside Poyang town. God bless me, God bless me. Meng's eyes were almost filled with tears when she heard that. She clasped her hands together and thanked God sincerely. Meng's memories started when she met Shirtai. If they could find the place where she met Shirtai, they would most likely be able to find her origins. However, Meng followed Shirtai back to the chanting incense cult and never came out again. Shirtai also didn't tell her where she met Meng. Later, Shirtai was killed and Meng didn't know where she met Meng. The great master Chong Gong of the Dalan Temple wrote Poyang Town's name on the list. But before they could find Poyang Town, they gave up. If they didn't meet Chu Zhigao at Dragon Mountain and talk about Poyang Town, they probably wouldn't have come here to take a look. Then, why don't we hurry over and find that fairy and thatched cottage? Meng was a little anxious. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. Since we're already here and Chu Sanfeng isn't here, the mysterious person behind us probably doesn't know where to start. Moreover, the most important thing is that when you left with Nun Jingxian that day, I came out from there alone. I have long forgotten the path I took. If I don't investigate clearly, where do you want me to find it? Yes, I understand. Meng nodded. As he spoke, the shopkeeper walked over with a jug of wine in his hand. He sat down beside Zhang Xiaohua and smiled. Have you been here before, dear guest? Forgive my poor eyesight, but I did not think of it. Haha, there are so many people coming in and out of the restaurant every day. If you remember, you have a point. Sighed back then, when the shopkeeper saw that an outsider from Jianghu actually remembered him from his early years, he felt rather emotional. While drinking, he bragged about his story. In fact, it was very simple. It was just that the shopkeeper was nimble and quick-witted. Thus, he won the appreciation of the old shopkeeper and betrothed his only daughter to him. While the shopkeeper was showing off, the waiter served a few secret dishes and the spicy chicken offal. Looking at the spicy chicken offal that was already in her memory, Zhang Xiaohua was very emotional even before she ate it. That was then and this was now. In just 5 years, the vicissitudes of life had changed so much. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly asked curiously, Shopkeeper, your chicken offal is obviously much lesser than before. Why is it more expensive? As a person, it's better to be more honest. Who knew that the shopkeeper didn't blush at all? He shook his head and said, You don't know. This dish was left behind by the old shopkeeper. How would I dare to smash the signboard? It's just that in these few years the price of pork has skyrocketed. Not to mention other things, the amount of pork that ordinary people eat has increased exponentially. The price of pork has increased? What does it have to do with chicken offal? Dear customer, if the price of pork has increased, won't the people who eat meat have to spend more money? Where will the money come from? It's nothing more than the price of rice and the price of things to buy. If these things increase, won't the price of the people who buy these things increase as well? Then, not to mention other things, won't the price of the ingredients, feed and waiter in the other shop increase as well? Since the price of feed will increase, won't the price of the chicken offal or chicken offal in the other shop increase as well? If that's the case, won't the spicy chicken offal in front of you also increase in price? Zhang Xiaohua was flabbergasted and speechless. He'd been wholeheartedly focused on cultivating the immortal Tao and had never imagined that the affairs of the world would be so complicated. How could a small restaurant like this contain so much knowledge? How could it reveal so many things in the world? Karma and reason. Unknowingly, the hand of karma in the heavenly Tao galaxy became a little clearer. Dear customer. When he heard the manager's call, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have awakened from a dream. He was jolted awake from his immersion in the comprehension of karma. Come guest. Try my spicy chicken giblets. Does it still taste the same? Although the chef has changed, the taste should still be the same. Under the shopkeeper's hospitality, Zhang Xiaohua, who hadn't eaten meat for a long time, also ate 2 mouthfuls. As for the taste, please, it was all spicy. Back then Zhang Xiaohua had drunk a few pots of tea. How could she taste it now? As for the other secret dishes, she only tasted them briefly. It was the same for Meng. After eating a little, she put down her chopsticks. She still wanted to hurry and find out about her origins. Dear customer, is it not delicious? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua and Meng put down their food after a few mouthfuls, the shopkeeper was very surprised. It's nothing. Tastes the same as before. It's just that I'm not hungry or thirsty. I only came in because I saw an old friend. Oh, by the way, shopkeeper, is there a mountain god temple around Poyang town? Mountain god temple? The shopkeeper was stunned and said casually, no, there isn't. I've lived here for more than 20 years. I've never heard of any mountain god temple. How is that possible? Zhang Xiaohua said curiously, I've been there before. On a mountain outside the town. Oh, I see. The shopkeeper patted his forehead and said, Dear customer, you're talking about the small temple on Python Mountain, which is more than 10 miles west of the town. That small temple has been abandoned for a long time. As for whether it's a mountain god temple or not, I don't know. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have thought of this small temple. It's west of the town. Ah, that's great. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaohua reached into his bosom and took out a silver ingot. He smiled and said, the food is still the same as before. Not bad at all. The last time I came here I only spent 50 copper coins. This time, no matter what, I cannot be stingy. When the shopkeeper saw the silver ingot, he quickly waved his hand and said, Dear customer, you don't have to be like this. I already said that it's 50% off. You only need to pay 1 silver ingot. 1 silver ingot? Or 50% off. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. When she was at Huanxi Manor, her monthly allowance was only 3 coins. However, now that she thought about it, perhaps her monthly allowance at Huanxi Manor would increase as well. Zhang Xiaohua didn't say much. She threw the silver ingot on the table and stood up to leave. The shopkeeper quickly stood up to send her off. When they reached the entrance of the restaurant, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the street not far away. She turned her head and asked, Oh right, I remember there's a ruffian in town called Brother Fan. I wonder if he's Brother Fan? The shopkeeper was surprised. You even remember this customer? However, that guy didn't have a good ending. 2 years ago he blackmailed a young master. The young master's family came back to seek revenge. He was buried in the ground and skinned alive. Sigh, the heavens are fair. It's not that they don't want revenge, it's just that it's not time yet. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and leaped onto his horse. Together with Dream, they galloped towards Python Mountain, which was located in the western part of town. Poyang Town. Zhang Xiaohua met her Dream 5 years ago. She also met her second brother who was a bodyguard. Most importantly, she found a money pouch that could store items and a jade slip that could concoct elixirs. That day Zhang Xiaohua vaguely suspected that Jing Xian came to Poyang Town for the jade slip and the money pouch. Now he was even more certain that Shirtai came to Poyang Town because she obtained the immortal records of the incense cult. However, Shirtai didn't pass the test in the refining heart cave or didn't obtain the inheritance of the incense cult. Therefore she couldn't use her divine sense to discover the cave under the mysterious restriction and returned empty-handed. Poyang Town was also the beginning of her dream's story. How could Zhang Xiaohua not have a deep impression of it? Zhang Xiaohua and her dream arrived at the town within the time it took to eat a meal. Of course, it was not winter and everything in the fields had changed. Zhang Xiaohua came to Poyang Town from the mountain god temple by following the footprints of martial arts masters. Most of the footprints were in the fields. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't recognize whether it was the mountain he had been to before or not. When they got close, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense. Seeing the mountain god temple on the mountain was still shabby, she said with a smile, It's really here. In my impression it was a high mountain. Now it looks just like a big mound. Compared with lingering fragrance peak, it is really ugly. Where is the mountain god temple? Dream asked. You have to go up the mountain and go around several peaks to see it. Alas, 5 years ago you were still a child. It's really not easy for you to come down from the mountain. Dream sighed and said, by the way, I remember that master told you the way out when we left. How did you get so far away from the town? Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and asked, when Shirtai took you away, how did you get out? Nonsense, of course. Dream was stunned when she said this. She laughed and said, I understand. Master took me there with Qin Gong. How did you know Qin Gong at that time? Then her eyes softened and she said, it's hard for you, Xiaohua. You actually returned to the town from the ferry with your own strength. That's right. I Xiaoxia have been outstanding since childhood. Even the teacher of our Guozhuang house didn't dare to accept me. He was afraid that he would lead me astray. Dream laughed and her gloominess disappeared. While they were talking, the two of them went up the Python Mountain. After a while they arrived at the mountain god temple. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and slowly found the direction according to her memory. She pointed at the place where the setting sun fell and said, Dream, over there is the place where we first met. Please vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 1000. Since Ren Xiaoxia understands, I don't have to explain too much. Bai Yanqiu sneered. I heard that you have a good relationship with your senior sister Zixia. If I preach the incense cult here, I'm afraid that Jingyi won't allow it. Since you've come to between the clouds and the water, I'll leave her here. You two can live here peacefully for the rest of your lives. Won't that be great? Good plan, good plan. Zhang Xiaohua almost wanted to clap her hands. Alright, Ren Xiaoxia has contributed a lot to Between the Clouds and the Water. I'll definitely treat him well. If Between the Clouds and the Water can become famous in Jianghu and become the first celestial sect, half of the credit will belong to me and half to Ren Xiaoxia. When that time comes, I'll definitely. Bai Yanqiu gave her a flirtatious look. Do I still need to say it? Zhang Xiaohua had goosebumps all over her body. She almost shivered on the spot. Bai Yanqiu floated in the air and came to the outside of the main hall. As expected, there was no one within 1,000 feet of the main hall. Men, gather the troops at the Heroes' Gathering Palace. I have something important to do between the clouds and the water. Immediately there were a few drumbeats. Many disciples, old and young, male and female, came out of nowhere and swarmed into the main hall. Before everyone arrived, Bai Yanqiu asked a disciple to lead Zhang Xiaohua out. Zhang Xiaohua followed the disciple and walked slowly out of the main hall. She turned back to look at Bai Yanqiu, who looked hesitant, and the disciples who were in a hurry. She couldn't help but smile mockingly. This matter really needs to be considered carefully. Not only for Between the Clouds and the Water but also for my Beidou school. Isn't this an opportunity? When Zhang Xiaohua returned to the abode, Meng was already waiting for her. She asked anxiously, what took you so long? What did the sect leader ask about? When are we going back? Zhang Xiaohua naturally wouldn't let Meng worry. He only smiled and said, it's nothing. This so-called sect leader Bai is very interested in our fragrant cult. He even inquires about our senior martial sisters and the cult leader's daily routines. You can think about it, but how would I know? But I was also afraid that she would come and disturb you, so I made up some nonsense. She was so confused that she thought highly of me. She even said that she wanted me to be a guardian disciple of their Shuiyun club. How can I do that? After trying to shirk responsibility for a long time, sect leader Bai sighed. He had just given him a banquet and wanted him to drink wine. His dream was here and so was his heart. How could he be in the mood to drink wine? I'll come back as soon as possible. Pfft. Meng burst out laughing. She had long forgotten her previous worries. She pointed at Zhang Xiaohua's forehead and laughed. You are so charming. Nie Qinyu from Rejuvenation Valley is still thinking about you. Zhang Pinger from Distant Fire Temple. I heard that she is even colder than before. She doesn't speak much to the male disciples. Why did this Bai Zhangman want you so much the moment he saw you? Why did he give you the guardian disciple position so eagerly? Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her nose and said, I am not talented. My appearance is better than Pan An's. Meng seemed to see a flower on Zhang Xiaohua's face. Xiaohua laughed so hard that she almost bent over. I heard that the immortal cultivator who attacked Rejuvenation Valley was very handsome. If that immortal cultivator is you, I can say the same thing. Hee hee, Zhang Xiaohua shrugged. Anything is possible. I'm dying of laughter. If you are that handsome immortal cultivator, I might be the founder of Fragrance Sect. Zhang Xiaohua was happy to see Meng laughing so hard. She chatted with her for a long time before they went to rest. Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged in a quiet room and checked her meridians. Although Bai Yanqiu used the immortal cultivation technique to hit Zhang Xiaohua's acupoints, he was reluctant to use the vital energy in his own meridians. Instead, he used his internal energy to simulate vital energy. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua only used the Worry-Free Heart Sutra to open one of her acupoints. However, Zhang Xiaohua was afraid that Bai Yanqiu would find out the next day. Therefore, she immediately stopped the Heart Sutra and kept the other acupoints in a sealed state. Unexpectedly, when Zhang Xiaohua woke up the next day, she found that all the acupoints in her body had been opened by themselves. She could only smile bitterly and prepare to adapt. The next day, the disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water did not disturb them. They only served them fruits, vegetables, wine, and other food. Meng Bai had him and Zhang Xiaohua by his side, so he did not ask any questions. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to go out and see what Bai Yanqiu was doing. However, she was afraid that there was a powerful restriction between the clouds and the water, or that Bai Yanqiu had some secret supernatural power. Therefore, she suppressed her anxiety and found some excuses to use the bewitching pointers on the disciples who served her. She got some information from them about Between the Clouds and the Water. For 3 days, there seemed to be some big movement between the clouds and the water. Bai Yanqiu completely forgot about Zhang Xiaohua and Meng. He was busy appointing and dispatching people. As for what he was busy with, the status of the disciples was limited, so their knowledge was limited. Meng was also anxious. While nagging Zhang Xiaohua, she also urged the disciples. Those disciples only smiled and did not say a word. Meng did not know how to deal with them, so she could only look for trouble with Zhang Xiaohua. On the evening of the 3rd day, Zhang Xiaohua found out from the disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water that most of the disciples Between the Clouds and the Water had left the island. Bai Yanqiu also left the island in the early morning of that day. As for where he went, he still did not know. After waking the disciple, Zhang Xiaohua secretly pondered. Needless to say, Bai Yanqiu must have 2 plans now. One was to return to the Jianghu and the other was to do what Wan Wuxin said. However, she did not hear what Wan Wuxin said. He only leaked some information in front of her. As for when and where, she did not know. However, according to what Bai Yanqiu said, even if she waited here for a lifetime, it might not happen. Therefore, what Bai Yanqiu wanted to do this time should be to return to the Jianghu Between the Clouds and the Water. Hee, this bastard actually wants to turn I into a white-bearded Zhang Xiaohua. How despicable. If I don't cause trouble between the clouds and the water, how can I be worthy of this bastard sealing I's acupoints? However, Zhang Xiaohua was immediately depressed. Along the way in from outside Between the Clouds and the Water, he could see clearly that without the guidance of the disciples Between the Clouds and the Water, he would not be able to get out easily. If he wanted to get out, he would have to take Meng with him and use the power of flight. However, seeing the thick smoke above the giant island, Zhang Xiaohua was almost certain that the smoke was caused by the formation. Whether the power of flight could get him out was still a problem. Forget it, let's not think too much about it first. Let's destroy Between the Clouds and the Water first. Zhang Xiaohua made up his mind. Just as he was thinking about what to do, he heard Meng shouting, "Xiaohua, where are you?" "Here. I'm talking to this junior brother Between the Clouds and the Water." Zhang Xiaohua replied with a smile. "Xiaohua, it's been 3 days. The time to get back to the fragrant religion is extremely tight. Why don't you hurry to find that Bai Zhangmen, Liang Zongxiu or Li Su? Didn't you say that they wouldn't touch us even if they had 10 times the courage? Why is it that now? I think they've already set their sights on us." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've already told that disciple to go back and see Bai Zhangmen immediately. I'll let him tell Bai Zhangmen that if she still wants to make a living in Jianghu, he should quickly send us out of this place. Otherwise, the fragrant religion, the Dalan Temple, and the Tenryu sect will immediately unite and destroy Between the Clouds and the Water once they get the news." "Ah?" Meng covered her mouth and said, "Xiaohua, if you say that, wouldn't their first thought be to kill us to silence us?" "Io." Zhang Xiaohua turned pale with fright and said, "Isn't that so? Meng, you're really smart. I didn't think of that." Then he muttered, "But this is good too. We can't live together, but we can die together." Bah. Meng's face turned red and she spat, "You're really not serious. Hurry up and catch up with that disciple." "Yes, I'll go now." Zhang Xiaohua solemnly stood up and ran out of the room. "Be careful." Meng's concerned words chased after Zhang Xiaohua's buttocks. Zhang Xiaohua didn't leave the abode and he went underground. When he came out he changed his face and looked like the handsome immortal cultivator. He hid his body and floated in the air. Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense openly. There was a faint white fog in the air above the giant island. It was thicker than the daytime. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was bounced back when it came in contact with the white fog. He couldn't leave the island. Just as Zhang Xiaohua thought, he couldn't use the flying technique to leave the island. Moreover, the giant island was surrounded by a pool with restrictions. Zhang Xiaohua only knew how to use the earth and fire escape techniques. He had only heard of the water escape technique. How could he escape from the water? "It seems like I have to break the restriction in the sky." Zhang Xiaohua muttered to himself for a moment before he released his divine sense to examine the origin of the smoke. Who knew that after looking at it for a long time he only felt that the smoke was seamless without any flaws. Zhang Xiaohua also couldn't see what kind of array this smoke was, so he couldn't help but scratch his head a little. At this moment, in the distant lights, there was a faint sound of clappers. It seemed to be the sound of a night watch. Zhang Xiaohua's heart suddenly moved. He pinched a spell and went to the light. The light came from the main hall whereby Yanqiu asked Zhang Xiaohua about the matter. There were many rooms and pavilions behind it. There was a large patch of darkness in the brightly lit area. It was a palace with carved beams and painted pillars. However, there were very few rooms with lights. According to Zhang Xiaohua's guess, this must be by Yanqiu's residence. If he wanted to find out the secret of the fog array, he would have to start from Bai Yanqiu's residence. "Please vote for me. Please add me. Please tip me. Thank you." Chapter 1001. Jing Yi smiled but didn't say anything. Taking the Misty School into the incense cult and releasing the Misty School into the incense cult was all planned by her. She had always been in control and never revealed anything to her juniors. Firstly, this matter involved a lot of people. If it was leaked, it wouldn't be a surprise attack. Secondly, this matter was related to the opening of the incense cult's formation. There was still a long time before the incense cult would leave Jianghu, so it would be useless to say anything earlier. Now that she heard her juniors praise her, even though she was the cult leader, she could tell that Jing Fan's praise came from the bottom of her heart. How could she not smile? This subordinate has just learned of cult leaders' actions. Please don't blame me for making wild guesses. Junior sister Jing Fan, please speak. I think everyone has doubts in their hearts. Let's not talk about it now and listen to your opinions. Actually, this subordinate thinks that cult leaders' actions are the best for both public and private reasons. As Hall leader Yang said, she wants to lead the Misty School in Shirxin Peak but is powerless. Furthermore, the Misty School is in an awkward position and doesn't fit in with the incense cult's outer sect. It can't be pacified without decades. Moreover, the old, weak, sick and disabled of the Misty School, haha, they are younger than us but their tempers are much worse than ours. If we kill them all, Hall leader Yang will fight us to the death. It's better for everyone if cult leader lets go like this. Secondly, the Misty School is one of the major sects of the Immortal Path. It has existed together with the Incense Cult and the Shindao sect since ancient times. The Shindao sect has already perished and the Misty School is also declining. If we can rebuild the Misty School, it will be like a phoenix rising from the ashes and rising from the ashes. Cult leaders' actions are not only upholding the orthodoxy of the Immortal Path, but also fulfilling the obligations of the Immortal Path. If the Misty School perishes, even if it is merged into the Incense Cult, 2 of the 3 sects of the Immortal Path will be gone. I'm afraid it won't sound good. Moreover, among the 3 sects of the Immortal Tao, if our Incense Cult is isolated in Jianghu, we won't be able to balance ourselves against the Dalan Temple and the Tenryu sect. We'll only be at a disadvantage. Furthermore, ever since the Alliance of the Righteous Path emerged from the Path of Immortals, they have always considered themselves as a super sect in the Jianghu. They have always wanted to surpass our incense sect and have a place in the Path of Immortals. During the attack on the Misty School, they acted in secret and killed 2 of the 6 Misty Tigers without permission. They tore apart the relationship between our incense sect and the Dalan Temple and the Misty School, causing our incense sect to be in a passive position. We had no choice but to do things and decisions that our Lord Hierarch did not want to do. Moreover, the alliance of the righteous Tao had been developing rapidly in the past few years. They had occupied the Misty Peak and were about to surpass the Dalan Temple. Although there was no news of them joining the Immortal Tao, it would not be difficult for them to gain a place in the Immortal Tao in the future. If Lord Sect Leader releases the Misty School and rebuilds it, it would be the heaviest blow to the Righteous Alliance. Sister Jing Fan's analysis is very reasonable. Is there anything else? That's all I can think of. Perhaps Lord Sect Leader has other ideas. What about everyone else? Is there anything else you want to add? Abbess Jing-yi looked at the people around her with interest. Lord Sect Leader, this disciple has something to say. Peacock smiled. Speak freely. Yes, Lord Sect Leader. Peacock said, since ancient times there has always been a tripartite balance. Only the tripartite balance can be maintained. Although the Incense Sect, the Dalan Temple, the Tenrya Sect and the Alliance of the Righteous Tao exist, the Tenrya Sect is above the rest. The Alliance of the Righteous Tao is a martial arts sect. Only the Incense Sect and the Dalan Temple are immortal Tao heritages. Although our two sects have some ties, as Master said, the Dalan Temple and the Incense Sect share the same origins. There may be other conflicts and the Alliance of the Righteous Tao is one of the legs. However, the Alliance of the Righteous Tao is too ambitious and only covets the resources of the Immortal Tao. Therefore, although the Misty School has long been in decline, it has always been under the protection of the Incense Sect and the Dalan Temple. I believe the Dalan Temple has the same intentions as the Incense Sect. During the Battle of the Misty School, the Incense Sect and the Dalan Temple suffered a setback from the Alliance of the Righteous Tao. They had no choice but to swallow the bitter pill and cut off one of their legs. This time, the rebuilding of the Misty School will bring the order of the Jianghu back to its previous stable path. Killing many birds with one stone. Abbess Jingyi nodded. Peacock is becoming more mature. This analysis has been raised to the level of survival in the Jianghu. It's very good. I can rest assured that the Incense Sect will be handed over to you in the future. This disciple wouldn't dare. It's just a wild guess. Peacock said humbly. Actually, the most important thing is that the destruction of the Misty School was not our intention. It was only because of Zhang San from the Alliance of the Righteous Tao that we had no choice but to continue. That's why we had already planned to do so when we were at Misty Peak. Everything that happened in the future was just a matter of taking advantage of the situation. Now that the Incense Sect can return to the Jianghu, this wish must be fulfilled in advance. Otherwise, won't Ruping blame us for the rest of her life? Master. Yang Ruping was almost in tears. Alright, Oh Yen. You've been listening for a long time. You should have understood much of what Elder Jing Fan and Peacock said. Do you still blame us in your heart? Other than Abbess Xuezhen, who remained silent, everyone else was stunned. Zhang Xiao, who even turned his head in astonishment. Sure enough, outside Mo Xian's palace, a thin and weak-looking woman walked in. It was Oh Yen, who had just recovered from her illness. Oh Yen looked much better than when Zhang Xiaohua saw her. However, her face was still pale. It was unknown whether it was because the Incense Sect members had brought up the past or because she was still sick. Oh Yen walked into Mo Xian's palace and stood in the main hall. She raised her head and looked at everyone coldly. Even Zhang Xiaohu, an old acquaintance, did not say anything. Yang Ruping, needless to say, was like a stranger. Then Oh Yen bowed slightly and said, "Greetings, Abbess." Abbess Jingyi was silent for a moment. She waved her hand and said, "Sit down." "I don't dare. How can there be a seat for me in the Incense Sect?" Oh Yen shook her head slightly. "You little girl," Abbess Jingyi smiled bitterly. "Just now, I asked others to make it clear that Oh Peng's death was caused by Zhang San from the Righteous Alliance. Chongqing and I were only kidnapped. The Righteous Alliance is the real culprit behind the destruction of the Misty School. If you want to give face to others, you should go to the Righteous Peak. Moreover, little girl, I'm the leader of the sect. You should be grateful that I'm giving you face." Yes, Shurtai's words are very reasonable. However, I'm only a woman with the strength to truss a chicken. I can't wield a saber or a sword, so I can only use this expression to express my preferences. I only hate that I'm not at the Righteous Peak. Otherwise, with just my gaze, I would have pierced 70-80 holes in that Zhang San. Haha, Abbess Jingyi clapped her hands and laughed. However, although Abbas's words are reasonable, but what is done is done. Whether intentional or not, as long as there is a cause, there will be an effect. No matter how Abbas explains, my brother can't be resurrected. Young, my sister-in-law can't live happily for the rest of her life. Ah? Yang Ruping almost couldn't believe her ears when she heard O Yen call her sister-in-law. In this world, besides O Peng, only O Yen was related to her by blood. Over the past few years, O Yen had treated her as a passerby, which made her very sad. Now that she heard O Yen call her sister-in-law, she felt that her persistence and strength over the past few years had not been in vain. Hearing Yang Ruping's cry, O Yen turned her head and said indifferently, "Sister-in-law, I heard what you said outside the hall just now. I also know that you've been wrong these years. Although there are too many twists and turns in this matter, these years in the Shirshing Peak have made me temporarily think things through. I'll call you sister-in-law in the future, but it doesn't mean that I forgive you. I know. Yang Ruping said hurriedly, "You don't need to say more. I know what I'm doing. To be able to hear you call me sister-in-law in this life is already worthy of your brother's trust." Zhang Xiaohu sighed at the side, while Gao Kunheng was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. At this time Abbas Jingyi asked again, "O Yen, I'll let the Misty School people out to reunite in the Misty Peak and rebuild the Misty School. What do you think?" "It's all Abbas's arrangement. I have no objections," O Yen said calmly. "However, in this, I still need your help. Are you willing?" Abbas Jingyi said enigmatically. "Me?" Not only O Yen but everyone else in the hall was surprised. "What can I do?" O Yen shook her head slightly. "Could it be that Abbas wants me to be the leader of some misty school?" Gao Kunheng covered his mouth. His heart skipped a beat and his face turned ashen. Of course O Yen was the rightful leader. How is that possible? Abbas Jingyi ignored O Yan's sneer and said, "You don't have any martial arts skills. Although you have experience in managing Huanxi Manor, you're still too weak to lead a group of heroes. I would rather choose Ru Ping than you." "But wouldn't it be easier to control the Misty School?" O Yen sneered. You're right, little girl. Of course, my fragrance order wants to control the Misty School, but we also want to control the people of Jianghu to be convinced. If I let you be the leader of the Misty School, wouldn't it be a big loss of face for my fragrance order? O Yen sneered. "Abbas, you're afraid that I'm too popular. There will be too many old members of the Misty School in the future and it'll be difficult to control them?" Abbas Jingyi laughed. "The Misty School is a declining sect. It's nothing in my eyes. O Yen, you're just a frog in a well. I don't have the strength to truss up a chicken." "Abbas, you're right. You little girl, you're stubborn." Abbas Jingyi smiled bitterly. "Oh right, I heard that you were seriously ill some time ago. Have you recovered?" "Thank you for sending the godly doctor to treat me. I'm much better now." "That's good. I was worried about your health a few days ago. You're fine now. It didn't affect my plans." Abbas Jingyi said bluntly. "I wouldn't dare. I'm flattered that you think so highly of me. Then, you don't want to see O Peng's Misty School rebuilt? Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please collect, please tip. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote." Chapter 1002. That's not the case. It's just that, what's the difference between an ethereal sect that's not a disciple of the ethereal sect and an ethereal hall that's a disciple of the ethereal sect? These are all my considerations. Do you think you have the power to control them? Nun Jingyi sneered. "I'll ask you one more time. If you don't want to rebuild the Misty School, then pretend that I didn't call you here today." O Yan's ambition was higher than the sky, but her life was still as fragile as paper. Now that she was under someone else's roof, how could she not lower her head? O Yan thought for a moment and nodded. "If you insist on rebuilding, I'll help you." "Good." Nun Jingyi clapped her hands and said, "You're indeed O Peng's sister. You're able to pick up and let go. You're not inferior to men." "Nun, I'm flattered. Please continue." "Okay, wait a moment." Nun Jingyi waved her hand again and said, "Where's Ming Qing?" "I'm here." Ming Qing shouted and came in from outside the hall. He bowed and said, "Greetings, sect leader." "Good. Have you completed the task I gave you? Sect leader, the time was too short. The disciples of Wuming Hall have some foundation in martial arts, but they're still a little far from what you said. I failed you. It's okay. I didn't expect the sect protecting formation to be opened at this time. The time I gave you was the time for the next restriction formation to loosen. It's not your fault. Now, according to what you said, as long as we secretly attack Misty Peak, there shouldn't be a big problem. Everyone was shocked once again. At this moment, they finally understood that releasing the Misty Sect had been a plan all along. Yes, sect leader, you're right. I don't think there's any problem. Okay then. I'll appoint you as the deputy sect leader of the Misty School. Send all the disciples of Dragon Creek Valley to the Misty School and you'll be in charge. Yes, I understand. Ming Qing was obviously confused by Nun Jingyi's words, but he didn't dare to question it. He only bowed and obeyed. You're the vice faction leader, so you need to listen to the faction leader of the Misty School. I've ordered you to focus on the matters of the Misty School. I understand. Alright, you may leave. Prepare for the next few days. In 3 days, gather all the disciples of the Misty School you belong to at the Jinghai Lakeside. Your disciple obeys. Ming Qing didn't say much. He turned and left. With this Wuming Hall disciple as a disciple of the Misty School, Yan, do you think we can take down the Misty Mountain Villa? That's natural. The outer sect disciples of the Fragrant Cult are famous all over the world. How could they not take down the Misty Mountain Villa? Yan emphasized the words, outer sect disciples of the Fragrant Cult. There are no early birds in the world. If there are no benefits, how can our school send an outer sect disciple to join your Misty School? Nun Jingyi didn't mind at all. I'm only letting you see because I want to make it clear to you. If you want to rebuild the Misty School, the first thing you need to do is to rely on my incense cult. Of course, you have to rely on me secretly. What's the difference between that and not building it? Of course, there's an absolute difference. Nun Jingyi said. If we don't rebuild it in 10 years, not only will the Jianghu forget about the Misty School, but even the disciples of the Misty School will forget about it. Moreover, if we don't rebuild it now, I'm afraid there won't be any reasonable excuse to rebuild it in the future. Of course, only when the Misty School is rebuilt will it be the Misty School. If it's in the Shirxing Peak, it will always be the Misty Hall. Yan was silent. Nun Jingyi was absolutely right. Although the Misty Hall and the Misty School were only one word apart, there was an essential difference. Moreover, the Shirxing Peak and the Misty Peak were completely different. How could Yan resist such a temptation? Alright, the little girl should have agreed to the first condition. Let's talk about the second condition. Nun Jingyi narrowed her eyes. I'm sure you know why my incense cult is participating in the Righteous Alliance's plan to attack the Misty School. When Yan heard this, her heart thumped wildly. Of course, she didn't know this in the past, but after meeting Zhang Xiaohua, she knew everything clearly. However, her expression was still indifferent. This little girl has already told Abbas countless times. Abbas has also sent people to search countless times. There is only one answer, and that is this little girl doesn't know. Well, perhaps you really don't know. Otherwise, you would have given yourself away in the past few years. Moreover, I may have a way to extort a confession. Once I use it, you may be able to keep your life, but even an idiot won't be able to escape. How can I destroy a flower so ruthlessly? However, even if you don't know now, you'll know in the future. So let's talk about it now. Please speak, Nun. It's very simple. My incense cult doesn't necessarily have the item that belongs to the Misty School. However, when my incense cult needs it, your Misty School must take it out at any time and cooperate with my incense cult. That's simple? Yan asked curiously. Yes, it's that simple. Nun Jingyi said without hesitation. Your Misty School has been destroyed for so long, and there's still no trace of that item. It seems that if your Misty School doesn't have it in its hands, my incense cult won't be able to get it. Yan nodded. Although I don't know what it is, I promise that as long as my Misty School participates in this matter, we'll also benefit. My Misty School will definitely cooperate with your incense cult. Good. Nun Jingyi clapped her hands again. As for the last condition, I'm sure the little girl will agree to it. I'll congratulate you first. That's not necessarily true. Please enlighten me, Nun. Otherwise, I don't know where my happiness comes from. I really want to be a matchmaker for once. I'll pull a red string for you and arrange a marriage for you. Eh? Yen couldn't help but ask in surprise. Nun? What do you mean? Nun Jingyi smiled. Your sister-in-law isn't willing to be the leader of the Misty School, and you don't have the ability to be the leader of the Misty School. So, I'll naturally choose a leader of the Misty School. But he's not the rightful leader of the Misty School. How can he become the leader? If you marry this person, then you'll have the best reason. Ah? Not to mention Yen, even everyone was extremely shocked. Yes, only Gao Kunheng was shocked, but at the same time he was also extremely happy. It was as if he had eaten a grass return pill. The tens of thousands of pores on his body opened up and it was extremely tight. He only wanted to rush forward, hug the leader's thigh and call her mother. Not only did she give him the position of leader, but she also gave him a lovely wife. If she wasn't related by blood, then what was she? Moreover, although Yen was thin, she had the foundation of a beauty. She also had the gentleness and determination that the female disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak couldn't compare to. Gao Kunheng's soul had long been stolen away by her. Everyone else, including Peacock, also looked at Gao Kunheng. Although Gao Kunheng was also handsome, they all had the same thought in their minds: all the good food has been eaten by the pigs. But they didn't know what to do. How can this be? Yen looked at Gao Kunheng. Her face was also slightly red. She said anxiously, "Leader, you can settle this with just a word. Why do you want me to humiliate myself like this?" Of course, I can settle everything in Spreading Fragrance Cult with just a word. But I can't cover the mouths of the people in Jianghu. If you want the Misty School to leave Spreading Fragrance Cult in a clean and steady way, you still have to make this choice. Then Nun Jingyi looked again and said curiously, "Besides, Zhang Xiaohu is also very handsome. He's even younger than you by a few years. How can you humiliate yourself like this? I thought this was a marriage bestowed by the heavens." But he what? Zhang Xiaohu? Yen was about to refuse when she suddenly realized something. She looked at Zhang Xiaohu with even more astonishment. She didn't know what to say. What? When Gao Kunheng heard this, he immediately fell from the highest heavens. His face was pale and his mouth was filled with bitterness. He knew that Aunt Qin didn't come, but he didn't expect that he would completely forget about Zhang Xiaohu, who was a generation younger than him. Seeing Gao Kunheng like this, Nun Jingyi smiled. Yen, don't tell me you want Gao Kunheng to be the leader of Misty School? Gao Kunheng, your disciple is here. I'll appoint you as the deputy leader of Misty School. You'll assist Zhang Xiaohu in managing all the chores in the sect. Do you understand? Your disciple understands. Gao Kunheng's lips trembled for a long time before he finally spoke. He looked extremely dejected. It was far from the ecstasy he had hoped for when he was appointed as the deputy leader of Misty School. As the saying went, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. If Nun Jingyi had announced Gao Kunheng as the deputy leader of Misty School, wouldn't he have gone crazy with joy? Didn't he work so hard in Ethereal Hall because he wanted to make a name for himself? Once he left Incense Cult and arrived at Ethereal Peak, he would be second only to one person, and above all, he would be free and unfettered. Leaving his name in the martial world was his dream. However, he had been kept in suspense by Nun Jingyi. First, it was the position of leader. Now it was Yen. He had already planned his future. Of course, the contrast in his heart was too great. Gao Kunheng? You don't seem happy? Nun Jingyi frowned. No, your disciple is too happy. Gao Kunheng hurriedly covered it up. Thank you for your kindness. I'm all right. You should go and inform Deputy Hall Chief Qin of Ethereal Hall. Also pass down our order. Aunt Qin is also the deputy leader of Misty School. The two of you should take care of everything in the Shirxing Peak and gather at the Calm Sea Lake in 3 days. Now that the news of the Fragrant Religion opening has not spread, it is a good opportunity for you to go out. No one will know. If you wait a few days, it will be troublesome. Yes, your disciple will go back now. Gao Kunheng bowed. He looked to the side and asked tentatively, what about Hall Chief Yang and Sect Leader Zhang? From today onwards, Hall Chief Yang is no longer the Hall Chief of Ethereal Hall. She will return to Lingering Fragrance Peak as a disciple of Mo Xian Hall. Sect Leader Zhang? You don't seem to be ready yet. Gao Kunheng looked. Of course, Zhang Xiaohu was standing there with his mouth agape. Gao Kunheng didn't know what he was thinking. Therefore, Gao Kunheng cursed in his heart. This thing that stepped on dog shit. Why didn't I step on it when I went out? Please vote for me. Please vote for me. Please keep it. Please tip me. Chapter 1003. After Gao Kunhing left, Zhang Xiaohu still hadn't come to his senses. This was really inconceivable. Although he wanted to be the leader, everything he did was to lay the foundation for the future. He never thought that he would be promoted to such a high position by Nun Jingyi. Zhang Xiaohu, are you so happy that you've lost your mind? Qin Qin frowned. Zhang Xiaohu came to his senses and immediately stood up. Leader, this is unacceptable. I'm incompetent. How can I be the leader of the Misty School? I know that your martial arts are too inferior. Even the 3 beauties of Misty School are not among them. Your seniority is too low. Above you are Wen Wenhai Xueqing Lu Yueming, and above you are Li Jian Hu Yuni and Lu Qingyang. You are not legitimate. Although you are a direct disciple, the chief disciple of the Misty School is Zhang Qingyue, not Wen Wenhai. Even the little brat Tian Tian, who has been training by Hu Yuni's side, is Zhang Qingyue's disciple. He is more legitimate than you. Zhang Xiaohu was sweating profusely. He nodded and said, That's right, I asked Jiaozhu to take back your order. Do you think I've been planning for so long? Abbess Jingyi scolded. This sect has already bestowed upon you the Plain Expanse Heart Sutra and 3 Plain Expanse pellets. However, looking at your martial arts cultivation, your aptitude is really lacking. You should work harder in the future. Yes, you're right. Zhang Xiaohu wiped his sweat and secretly praised Zhang Xiaohua. As long as you practice the Suhuan Heart Sutra, you will soon succeed. Martial arts no longer exist. Besides, as long as you marry Oyen, your status will change. Who else is more qualified than you to be the leader of the Misty School? Even if your martial arts are not good, who can say no? Besides, even though I can't cover the entire Jianghu with just one sentence from the incense cult's cult master, I can still make you a sect master in the Misty School. That should still be possible. But, Zhang Xiaohu argued, I'm Wen Wenhai's disciple, and I'm also the grand disciple of sect leader O Peng. Compared to Miss Ouyang, I'm more than 1 generation lower. Nonsense, do you think I don't know? Don't forget that you're a disciple of the Shirtai of Chuanxiang cult. In terms of seniority, you're in the same generation as Ru Ping, which means you're in the same generation as O Peng. Why can't you marry Oyen? Zhang Xiaohu was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that being a disciple of the Shirtai would have such a meaning. How is it? Zhang Xiaohu, I've already paved the way for you. You just need to marry Oyen into the Zhang family and be a good groom, and be a sect master. After that, Nun Jingyi ignored Zhang Xiaohu and turned to ask, Oyen, what do you think of my cult's arrangement? Oyen thought that Nun Jingyi was talking about Gao Kunhing. He was a disciple of the incense cult, so he would resist whatever she said. As for Zhang Xiaohu, even though he was a country bumpkin whom she had looked down on previously, it could be said that there was some fate between them. Through her recommendation, he entered Ethereal's sect. Even though his seniority was much lower than hers, but, in terms of age, they were about the same, so they could be considered to be a match made in heaven. Furthermore, the two of them had Zhang Xiaohua as an acquaintance, so they knew each other very well. Moreover, Oyen already had a plan in mind. Zhang Xiaohua was mysterious and had saved her life many years ago. Now he was even more powerful. He could easily cure an illness that even the miracle doctor at Lingering Fragrance Peak couldn't cure. According to Elder Yu, Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts were unfathomable. As long as she married Zhang Xiaohu, Zhang Xiaohua would be bound to the Misty School's worship. If they fell out with the incense cult in the future, the Misty School wouldn't be afraid of anything. At least they had the capital to be unyielding. After thinking about it, Oyen blushed and looked at Zhang Xiaohu in a different light. Good. Nun Jingyi was very sensitive and saw the change in Oyen's expression. She clapped her hands and said, Since Miss O has agreed to these 3 things, then the sect. But at this moment Zhang Xiaohu said, Sect leader. I have some objections. These words were very soft and not unusually resolute. Oyen frowned slightly and her expression changed. What? Zhang Xiaohu, what do you want to say? Nun Jingyi said unhappily, The sect promoted you from an ordinary disciple to the chief disciple of the Misty Hall. Now I've promoted you to the leader of the Misty School. What else are you dissatisfied with? No, Zhang Xiaohu explained. There's nothing wrong with it. A real man has to make a decision and give up. If you can't do something with an indomitable spirit, even if you have a lovely girl, you won't be famous in Jianghu. In the end, who will remember you, a disciple of the Misty School? Besides, the sect has already made it clear to you. If it weren't for the sect leader, you could only hide behind others. How could you have the chance to covet the position of the Misty School's leader? For you, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Have to think it over. Also, didn't you join the Misty School to do something great in Jianghu? Now, Gao Kunheng is in charge of the Misty School's chores and Ming Qing is in charge of the external affairs of the Misty School. You only need to coordinate the disciples of the Misty School and the Misty School, and you can make the Misty School flourish. You've fulfilled sect leader O's last wish and washed away the shame of the Misty School. Zhang Xiaohu, aren't you tempted by such a gratifying thing? Zhang Xiaohu was speechless. Nun Jingyi's words hit the nail on the head. In a man's heart, he only needed to nod his head and he could get something that he couldn't get in his life. How could he not be tempted? But Zhang Xiaohu immediately thought of Chang'e, and even Qin Qin. But could he nod his head? Could he easily bow his head? Seeing Zhang Xiaohu's hesitation, Nun Jingyi said, the sect leader convinces people with virtue. In this case, Chang'e, come out. Chang'e. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu turned his head and looked for her. He remembered that when Nun Jingyi found him at Shishing Peak, he was still with Chang'e. He didn't hear that she was going to come over. Chang'e didn't come in from outside the palace. Instead, she came out from a jade screen behind Nun Jingyi. She should have heard everything here. Looking at her face, Xiao Tianzi couldn't tell what kind of expression she had. She was neither happy nor angry, but her face was as gloomy as water. When did you come? Why didn't I know? Zhang Xiaohu said with a little guilty conscience. When Oyen saw Chang'e come in, she couldn't help frowning. She had always been in Huanxi Villa behind Shishing Peak and didn't know much about Misty Hall. How could she know about Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e? She only saw Chang'e in the convoy going south, so she still remembered her. But at this time, seeing Chang'e come in and hearing Zhang Xiaohu's words, how could she not know what had happened? How is it, Chang'e? I've told you before, men, when faced with a choice between a gang and a relationship, will always choose the gang. Although Zhang Xiaohu hasn't said it out loud, I believe that even if he was given another 10,000 chances to choose, he will definitely choose Oyen. Not you. Moreover, Chang'e, don't forget that Zhang Xiaohu chose Oyen, which means he chose to lead you and shoulder the burden of rebuilding the Misty School. This is the expectation of all the disciples of the Misty School. Why have you been restless in Shishing Peak for several years? Isn't it just to go back to Misty Peak? Now, as long as you let go gently, everything will come true. Letting go may be the happiest choice for Zhang Xiaohu. Chang'e looked at Zhang Xiaohu and then at Oyen. Her face was filled with grief and 2 lines of tears flowed from her eyes. She wiped her eyes, sniffed her nose and forced a smile. Sect leader, you are mistaken. Didn't I say before? The relationship between Zhang Xiaohu and I is pure senior sister and junior brother. You have to force me to intervene. Won't you spoil the good mood of Miss O and sect leader Zhang? Ah, very good. Jingyi Nun nodded and said, it's not that I'm being unreasonable, but Zhang Xiaohu's matter is unusual. If he marries Oyen, he can't change his mind in the future. Otherwise, I can't explain it to Ruping and the Misty School can't explain it to the whole Jianghu. So, I have no choice. Sect leader, don't think too much. I'm just an ordinary woman. I can't compare with Miss O's precious body. Sect leader, you should worry more about them. I'll leave now. Chang'e said very indifferently. She tried her best to plan for Zhang Xiaohu. She wanted her beloved to have a great career, and also to let her face be proud and have someone to rely on for the rest of her life. But she didn't expect that everything she had was taken away by a few words. All her efforts were in vain. What disappointed her most was that although her beloved Zhang Xiaohu didn't say the last words, how could she not understand? She lost her beloved. She lost everything in the future. But even though Chang'e resented fate, she couldn't bring herself to resent Zhang Xiaohu. Jingyi Nun's conditions were too shocking. As a disciple of the Misty School, she almost had to raise both hands and feet in agreement. But she had long since accepted it in her heart. She still had to make a final struggle, a meaningless struggle. She wanted to hear it with her own ears and see her beloved's choice with her own eyes. Perhaps a moment of evasiveness or a pretense of modesty could give her temporary comfort. But when she got closer, Chang'e realized the cruelty of this choice. Chang'e couldn't hold back her tears. She finally endured the heart-wrenching pain and chose to leave. Leave Zhang Xiaohu, leave Mo Xiangong, leave. Where to leave? She didn't have a goal in mind. She just wanted to leave, simply leave as far away as possible. Watching Chang'e's silhouette walk further and further away, the more lonely it seemed. Everyone's mood was different. Just as Chang'e was about to walk out of the palace gate, two voices rang out at the same time. Chang'e, wait for me. Chang'e, wait for me. Chang'e looked back blankly. It was O Yen and Zhang Xiaohu who spoke at the same time. Chapter 1004. Although he was surprised that O Yen also spoke, Zhang Xiaohu did not wait for O Yen to speak. He quickly walked to Chang'e's side, raised his hand and grabbed Chang'e's hand. Unexpectedly, Chang'e shook off his hand with force. Zhang Xiaohu reached out and grabbed her again. Chang'e used force and shook off his hand again. Zhang Xiaohu reached out and grabbed her again. They shook off each other more than 10 times in a row. In the end, Chang'e could not bear it anymore. She turned around and threw herself into Zhang Xiaohu's arms. Tears gushed out of her eyes and she choked with sobs and said, Xiaohu, I know I should congratulate you. This is yours, mine, and the wish of thousands of Misty School's disciples. But I can't help but feel heartache. My heart seems to be easily torn apart. Leader, she doesn't want me to disturb you, but I can't help but think of you, think of your kindness to me and think of everything about you. I really can't bear to part with you. Zhang Xiaohu's eyes were also red, but they flashed with determination. He smiled, stroked Chang'e's long hair in his arms and said, Don't worry, Chang'e. We will never be separated, no matter in the past, present, or future. Chang'e knew that he was comforting her, so she held Zhang Xiaohu's hair tighter. She just wanted to keep him for a while longer. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiaohu turned around and said, Leader, I have already made my choice. I have seen it. Are you sure? Master Jingyi was slightly angry. Yes, leader. I'm just a country bumpkin who occasionally had the opportunity to enter Misty School. Although I didn't stay in Misty School for a long time, I met Chang'e in this short period of time. After having Chang'e, my life was completely colorful. No matter whether it was happiness, anger, sorrow, or joy, Chang'e accompanied me. She has become an indispensable part of my life. Without her, my life would definitely be incomplete. Without Chang'e, it wouldn't be Zhang Xiaohu. Later, Zhang Xiaohu said to O Yen with a smile, This disciple was able to enter the Misty School because of Miss O's recommendation. I have nothing to repay her. Now, I have failed to live up to Miss O's expectations and shirked the heavy responsibility of entering the Misty School. However, Chang'e and I are of the same mind. No matter how difficult it is, we will go through it hand in hand, so I hope Miss O can forgive me. Hearing this, O Yen smiled and said, Zhang Xiaohu, treat Chang'e well. You don't blame me for recommending you in the early years. Then he turned to Nun Jingyi and said, Nun, I can only agree to the first 2 of your 3 conditions. As for the third condition, I'm sure you've seen it for yourself. I'm not the only one who doesn't agree to it. Even the chief disciple of my Misty School doesn't agree to it. Nun Jingyi was so angry that she laughed and scolded, You little brats, you don't know the power of my incense cult's rules. What is the second rule of my incense cult? No disciple in the entire incense cult's 19 peaks can go against my cult. How dare you not listen to my orders? How bold. Nun. Yang Ruping was shocked and said, Nun, don't be angry. Why don't you persuade Zhang Xiaohu and O Yen or think of other ways? My cult's decree has already been issued. In 3 days the army will leave Dianqi Lake. How can it be changed? Nun Jingyi smiled grimly and said, Unless these people die in the hall today, my cult will have room to maneuver. Zhang Xiaohu O Yen Tunga. Yang Ruping shouted anxiously, You wait, don't you want to live? Why don't you quickly apologize to the cult leader? Sister-in-law, don't worry. I'm just struggling at death's door. I don't care about my life. It's just a matter of time. Master Yang, as long as you're with Chang'e, even if you die, what is there to be afraid of? Chang'e looked up at Zhang Xiaohu with admiration. She only held his arm tighter and said no more. Haha, killing you is just a piece of cake. Master, please be merciful. Misty Hall only has these few outstanding disciples. Moreover, my late husband only has this one sister. Please be merciful. Yang Ruping almost fell to the ground. Cult leader, do you have to do this? Just change to someone else. Chin Chin pouted as if she was thinking of her life and death parting with someone. Peacock also said, cult leader, in my opinion. Why don't both sides take half a step back? After all, the feelings between these two people are also sincere. Abbess Jing-yi could ignore Yang Ruping's opinion, but she had to consider Peacock and Chin Chen's opinions. However, Peacock only wanted O Yen and Zhang Xiaohu to be a couple and Chang'e to be O Yan's concubine. However, Nun Jingyi seemed to have misunderstood. She pondered for a while and nodded. Alright, since that's the case, I'll give you one more chance. After that, she called a disciple over and whispered a few words. Not long after, the disciple brought 2 small wine cups and placed them on the table. O Yen, Chang'e, there are 2 wine cups here. One is poisonous and the other is non-poisonous. If you insist on forcing me, I'll make you pay a little price. Each of you can choose a cup. Whoever chooses the non-poisonous one will marry Zhang Xiaohu. Whoever chooses the poisonous one will have to apologize. This is what you asked for. Whether I choose or not, I won't marry Zhang Xiaohu. Why do you have to do this, Nun? Hehe, if you don't choose, there's only one outcome, death. If you choose, there's still a 50% chance of survival. At this time, Chang'e gradually calmed down. She took a big stride forward and picked up a wine cup. Cult leader, I choose first. If there's poison, I hope you can let Xiaohu and Miss O be together. If there's no poison, without waiting for Chang'e to finish, Zhang Xiaohu used ethereal steps and pressed on Chang'e's acupuncture point. He snatched the wine cup and drank it. He smiled. Chang'e's choice is my choice. If I don't drink for her, who else can drink for her? Then he picked up the remaining cup and drank it as well. He said, young Lady O is faction leader O's younger sister. Her choice is also my choice, so I can only drink it for her. Good man, good disciple. Nun Jingyi clapped her hands and sighed. I didn't expect. There would be times when I'm blind. I really didn't expect that in this world. Besides Imo Qingshan and Ren Xiaoyao, there would be men like you, Zhang Xiaohu, who would not hesitate to lose their lives for their loved ones. Alas, since you can make this choice, how can I not help you? Zhang Xiaohu was overjoyed. He didn't dare to believe it. Cult leader, are you really? Zhang Xiaohu, why aren't you thanking the cult leader? Yan was also anxious this time. She couldn't help but shout. Yes. Thank you, cult leader. Zhang Xiaohu bowed and thanked her. But Zhang Xiaohu's status is not legitimate. How will you deal with it? O Yan asked softly. Hehe, how difficult can it be? Nun Jingyi raised her head. Who will listen to my words? I'd like to see who in the entire Jianghu dares to compete with me. Then she chuckled. Miss O, did you also call me cult leader? Hehe, Nun is perceptive and knows how to make good use of people. Perhaps you can be called cult leader. Ha! Nun Jingyi laughed loudly. Everyone in the hall was also happy to see this happy ending. However, just as Zhang Xiaohu was laughing, a sharp pain suddenly rose from his stomach. Ouch! Zhang Xiaohu was in so much pain that his face turned pale. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He immediately clutched his stomach and lay on the ground. Xiaohu, what happened to you? Chang'e was at a loss and hurried forward to support him. However, Zhang Xiaohu was in so much pain that Chang'e couldn't support him. Zhang Xiaohu held his stomach and rolled on the ground. Only after the time it took to drink a cup of tea did he stop. When Chang'e helped him sit down, Zhang Xiaohu's clothes were already soaked. His eyes were full of exhaustion and he had no strength in his body. Hehe, Nun Jingyi laughed. Zhang Xiaohu, are you still thinking about the story in the play? 2 wine cups, 1 poisonous and 1 non-poisonous. If you let others choose, the poisonous one is the poison and the non-poisonous one is the antidote. You only need to drink both and you'll be fine, right? Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. He smiled bitterly. Disciple doesn't dare. This thought only flashed through my mind. Even if that wasn't the case, disciple would still drink on behalf of the 2 of them. You think I'm talking about the play you're talking about? Nun Jingyi sneered. This wine cup is indeed highly poisonous. That cup is clear water. It has nothing to do with the antidote. Cult leader, quickly, Can you give me the antidote? Nun Chang'e asked. Chang'e, do you think I'm easy to talk to? Nun Jingyi sneered. My words are the law. How can I change them? I've already listened to Peacock and Qin Chen's opinions and let them go for now. However, Zhang Xiaohu has made his own choice. You and I have no right to interfere. This. Chang'e was speechless. She blamed herself for not drinking it earlier. However, Nun Jingyi continued. This poison is slow-acting. It will only act up at this time every year. Moreover, if you don't take the antidote before this time every year, the poison will become more and more intense. In the end, the poison will enter the bone marrow and there will be no cure. Oh right, I forgot. If you don't take the antidote, the pain will increase by 3 times every year when it acts up. And this antidote is only in my hands. Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. It seemed that everything was within Nun Jingyi's calculations. Of course, as long as you listen to me obediently and help your Misty School, I'll send you the antidote every year. There's no difference whether you take it or not. This disciple obeys. Zhang Xiaohu answered weakly. Alright, you can go back now. Although Gao Kunheng and Ming Qing are helping you to take care of the Misty School, you still have to show your face. I'll send out the law immediately. Yes, cult leader. Zhang Xiaohu hesitated. He looked at O Yen and asked again, I wonder if Miss O... she will return to the Misty Villa? O Yen will naturally return to the Huanqi Villa. If she doesn't, how can the Misty School be established? Also, those disciples of Shishing Peak, who have already lost their martial arts. Them? They're useless to you. Let them stay. Alright, this disciple understands. Zhang Xiaohu nodded, then said casually, however, they're loyal disciples of the Misty School. Although they've lost their martial arts, they've been treating this disciple very well recently. If I have their support, even if the other Misty School disciples refuse to accept it, or if Grandmaster who makes trouble, will it be of help? Yes, you don't have to worry about Hu Yunyi's side. They're not strong enough and won't make any big waves. If they also return to the Misty School and listen obediently, it'll be fine. Otherwise Ming Qing will kill them all. Cult leader, you're wise, but this disciple still thinks it's better to appease them. Zhang Xiaohu smiled. Yes, I understand. Since you're now the leader of the Misty School, I'll naturally listen to your opinion. We'll do as you say. Quickly send someone to inform them that they've lost all their martial arts. I'm afraid they won't be able to keep up with you. Take the young Misty School disciples and go ahead first. They'll slowly follow behind. Zhang Xiaohu was overjoyed. Thank you for your arrangement, cult leader. After that, the people of the Misty School along with Yang Ruping left. Mo Xian's palace was silent. After a while, Peacock whispered, Cult leader. Nun Jingyi waved her hand and sighed. Actually, this cult has 2 plans. One is that Zhang Xiaohu chose O Yen as his wife. This means that Zhang Xiaohu is a person who seeks benefits and avoids harm. He's a ruthless person, which is exactly what this cult wants. The other plan, which is also what this cult doesn't want to see, is Zhang Xiaohu's choice. He's a man who prioritizes love. This is also the person that this cult respects the most. It'll inevitably make things difficult for this cult, so we took advantage of Peacock's persuasion to let him take the poison. It's not that this cult is cruel, but this kind of person is really hard to control. As long as Zhang Xiaohu doesn't make any big mistakes, this cult will definitely give him the antidote every year. You don't have to doubt this. That poison, is it really as you say? Qin Chen asked curiously. Of course. Nun Jingyi smiled. If we didn't have this assurance, would this cult let him go so easily? Yes, this disciple agrees with the cult leader's decision. Ian said. Seeing Chang'e's sadness, this disciple is also sad. I don't want them to be separated. Yes, since ancient times it's been difficult for lovers to get married. This is why our cult respects lovers the most. This palace on Lingxiang Peak is called Mo Xian's Palace. Mo Xian City is also called Mo Xian City. But in life, who doesn't frown and worry? Io sect leader. Qin Chen suddenly cried out. Just now, you reminded that Zhang Xiaohu not to break the second rule, but if he doesn't break the second rule, doesn't that mean he will break the first rule of the fragrant cult? Aren't you forcing him to make a mistake? He, Nun Jingyi said mysteriously. There are no assumptions, this cult only believes in the truth. In fact, Zhang Xiaohu has already made the best choice and Chang'e and O Yen, have also made the best choice. But this choice is right now, but who can guarantee the future? Nun Jingyi looked at the sky outside the palace and murmured, if the heavens have feelings, the heavens will also grow old, let alone people. Chapter 1005. On Horn Dragon Mountain, the man dressed in martial arts attire had captured the little sword-wielding child. Just as he was about to use the child to threaten Chu Zhigao, he saw a yellow shadow suddenly leap out from one of the horse carriages. Before the man could see clearly, a cheat sound was heard as the shadow grabbed the man's face. With a shriek of "Io!" the man's face was immediately scratched open, leaving behind a few bloody scars. The yellow shadow did not stop. With a stomp on the man's chest, it turned around and once again landed on the horse carriage. Looking at the scratching appearance, wasn't that Chu Zhigao's little monkey? Other than the man who was caught, everyone else was stunned at first. Then they started laughing as if they had seen the funniest thing in the world. When the monkey heard people laughing, it immediately became happy. It raised its red butt up high and shook it at everyone. The man was originally red in the face. Now that he was being mocked by everyone and teased by the monkey, he became anxious. Looking at the child in his hand, he waved his hand and slapped the child's face. With a paw sound, the child immediately wailed and spat out a few teeth from his mouth. Blood flowed out and the side of his face that was hit slowly swelled up. Chu Zhigao saw this and was furious. He roared, "You little brat, you! What kind of man are you? How dare you make things difficult for a child?" When the man heard this, his face became ferocious. He grabbed the child's neck with one hand and raised it up high. He said fiercely, "I don't know how many of these little bastards I have killed. Chu Zhigao, I will let you see the consequences of not agreeing to my parting mountain manner." Jing, an old voice sounded from another carriage. Then the curtain of the carriage was lifted and a white-haired old woman crawled out of the carriage. She raised her hand and shouted, "Zhigao, can you bear to see your own son being killed by others? Then, no matter how important the bone-solidifying pills formula is, could it be more important than Jing's life?" "Mother," Chu Zhigao dropped to his knees and said, "Mother doesn't know. If your son takes out this pill formula, I'm afraid that Jing will die even faster." Sigh, Chu Zhigao's mother sighed, "Mother, how could I not know? It was just that, at this juncture, how could mother bear to part with Jing? This pill formula is also a scourge if we keep it. Back then, it took your father's life. Now it has brought disaster to us. Why don't we throw it to them now and exchange it for our survival?" When Chu Zhigao heard that, he nodded and said, "Anyway, this Dragon Mountain is mother's and this pill formula is also mother's. If mother insists on throwing it away, then that boy has nothing to say. It's just that. I'm afraid that if the boy gives it to them, they will immediately turn hostile and we—" At this time, the manor master of the Parting Pine Manor immediately shouted, "Chu Zhigao, I am only interested in your pill formula. As for your lives, I don't care at all. As long as you hand over the pill formula, I will immediately open a path for you to leave the mountain. Promise that you won't chase us down the mountain? Promise. Promise that you won't look for us in the future. Promise." Chu Zhigao talked for a long time and asked all kinds of questions. In the end, he sighed and took out a crumpled piece of paper from behind his feet. He said, "Manor Master Lu, you have to keep your word. Otherwise, Chu will destroy the pill formula and everyone will go their separate ways." Manor Master Lu's eyes lit up. He patted his chest and said, "I've already said what I wanted to say. What else do you not believe?" Chu Zhigao looked at his mother with a face full of helplessness. He then looked at Jing, whose face had turned green. He sighed and handed the pill formula over. Manor Master Lu took the pill formula and looked at it carefully. He then carefully put it in his pocket and said with a smile, "Chu Zhigao, look at you. I originally wanted to discuss this with you, but you refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You caused such a huge crack in the friendship between us brothers. Sigh, if I let you go, wouldn't I have left behind a problem for myself? If you casually spread the news that the pill formula for the bone condensation pill is in the Parting Pine Manor, how could I accept it? You." Chu Zhigao was extremely angry. Just now? Manor Master Lu laughed and said, "Just take it that I was farting." Chu Zhigao turned around and looked at his mother, who was also filled with regret. He couldn't help but feel disheartened. Kill him. Manor Master Lu ordered expressionlessly. The man who was holding Jing in his hand sneered and was about to use all his strength. But at that moment he felt a chill in his chest and a wave of pain came from his back. The strength in his body was immediately sucked away. Not to mention lifting the child, his body had already collapsed to the ground. The man let go and Jing fell to the ground. Both of his legs touched the ground and he immediately fell to the ground, gasping for breath. It was as if even crying had become an extravagant wish. Everyone was shocked by the sudden change and they all looked on in astonishment. They saw that behind the man, a woman in purple was slowly pulling out a long sword from the man's back. Although her hands were trembling and her lips were trembling, her eyes were resolute and her movements were skillful. Behind the woman was a young man with a sword embryo in his hand. His eyes were filled with anger and he frowned slightly as he looked at the woman's long sword. Who are you? How dare you spoil the business of my Jingle Villa? Manor Master Lu was furious and shouted. Hurry up and do it. Don't let me see these despicable people again. The woman was Meng. At that moment she said with a trembling voice as if she was extremely agitated. Not far away, Chu Zhigao and Jing's grandmother had completely different reactions. Chu Zhigao saw that the man from Jingle Villa was killed and his son Jing fell to the ground. He rushed over recklessly to check on his son's condition. Jing's grandmother first focused her attention on Jing like Chu Zhigao. But when she saw Meng's face she unconsciously revealed a look of extreme fear. Her whole body trembled as she looked at Meng in horror, forgetting everything around her. After receiving Meng's order, Zhang Xiaohua unfurrowed her brows and said, "Don't worry, I am very good at dealing with the trash in Jianghu. I will soon return Jianghu to its former glory." As she spoke, she swung Pan Ri and directly pounced on Manor Master Lu. Manor Master Lu was shocked, but he did not have the strength to fight back. He quickly raised his long sword to meet the attack. But how could he be a match for Zhang Xiaohua's heaven-shaking stick and move? When Zhang Xiaohua swung Pan Ri, Manor Master Lu had no choice but to raise his sword to meet the attack. Even Hu Ben of Ruijin Palace could not completely block this move, let alone the Manor Master of Jingle Villa. Poof! With a muffled sound, Pan Ruo smashed Manor Lord Lu's long sword and his chest. A large part of his chest caved in. He spat out a mouthful of dirty blood and fell to the ground. Looked like he was going to spasm for a while before he stopped breathing. When the remaining people saw this, they immediately scattered like birds and beasts. But, in the wilderness there was no one to be seen. It was also very easy to catch up with them. They were the ones who chose to deal with Chu Zhigao, but now, it became their burial ground. In just half a cup of tea's time, they all died an unnatural death. Chu Zhigao, who was holding Jing in his arms, saw that the Manor Master of Jingle Villa was killed by Zhang Xiaohua. He was overjoyed. He carried Jing to his mother and did not notice his mother's strange expression. He quickly ran to Zhang Xiaohua and cupped his hands. "I am Chu Zhigao from Dragon Mountain. Thank you for saving my life, Xiaoxia. How should I address you, Xiaoxia?" He, Zhang Xiaohua laughed in her heart. This Xiaoxia already knew that you are Chu Zhigao, otherwise, however Zhang Xiaohua also cupped her hands and said, "I am Ren Xiaoyao, a disciple of the Fragrant Cult's protector." Fragrant Cult? Chu Zhigao was shocked and said with respect, "So you are a disciple of a famous sect. You are really worthy of my respect." "No need. This is Senior Sister Bai's order. If you want to thank someone you should thank her." When Chu Zhigao heard this he ran over and thanked Meng. Meng seemed to have not recovered from the discomfort of killing the man of Jingle Villa. She waved her hand impatiently. Chu Zhigao was helpless. He ran to Zhang Xiaohua and said with a smile, "I am really lucky to meet a disciple of the Fragrant Cult in this remote village." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and waved her hand. "Your luck has always been good." Chu Zhigao did not understand what Zhang Xiaohua was referring to. He also smiled. After a while Chu Zhigao seemed to have thought of something. He took out the bone-solidifying pill formula from the body of Jingle Villa's Villa Master Lu. He handed it to Zhang Xiaohua with both hands and said, "Ren Xiaoxia, this is a secret pill formula of my Dragon Mountain. The pills concocted with this formula have a miraculous effect on injuries. If Xiaoxia does not mind, you can take it. Consider it as Chu's repayment for saving Xiaoxia's life." "If I take it away, how will you survive?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed. "No matter, Chu has already memorized this formula. He can write it down with his eyes closed. Xiaoxia, don't decline. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and put the formula away. She then took out a jade bottle from her chest and said, I can't take it for free. This is a pill concocted by me. It has a miraculous effect on cultivating internal strength. If you take it while you are meditating, it will be very beneficial to you. The bone-solidifying pill formula that Chu Zhigao had given to Zhang Xiaohua earlier was used to concoct the bone-solidifying pill. She had saved many people in the Misty School. Now that she was returning the meridian-soothing pill, it could be considered as ending the cause of Chu Zhigao giving her the formula. Chu Zhigao knew the miraculous effects of the incense sex pills. He carefully accepted it. Zhang Xiaohua asked, Brother Chu, where are you planning to go? Chu Zhigao was overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. He waved his hands and said, Xiaoxia, don't call me brother. I can't stand it. I'll just call you. He thought for a while but still couldn't find a suitable name. Forget it, we just met by chance. What's the harm in calling you Brother Chu? Zhang Xiaohua remembered Chu Zhigao's kindness in giving her the formula and said respectfully, I'm really sorry. Chu Zhigao scratched his head and said, Sai, this Dragon Mountain is where my mother grew up. 40 years ago, Chu Zhigao said and looked at his mother. However, Chu Zhigao's mother was hugging Jing with one hand. Her eyes were fixed on the dream and didn't even blink. Please vote for me. Please vote for me. Please keep it. Please tip me. Chapter 1006. Mother. When Chu Zhigao saw his mother's infatuated look, he thought that she was frightened by what had just happened. He did not bother to explain anything to Zhang Xiaohua and immediately left Zhang Xiaohua behind and ran over. When Zhang Xiaohua saw Chu Zhigao running away, she could not bear it. After all, this old woman was old and had been tormented by the people of Jingli Mountain Manor for a while. No one would be able to stand it. Hence, she followed along to see if there was anything she could help with. However, when he saw Jing's grandmother staring at the dream, his heart skipped a beat. At this moment, Chu Zhigao also ran to his mother and reached out to support her. He said anxiously, Mother, what happened to you? Don't scare me. Those bad people from Jingli Mountain Manor have been killed by Ren Xiaoxia. There's no one else. Before he could say anything, Chu Zhigao's grandmother turned her head and saw Chu Zhigao. She immediately shouted, Boy's father, why did you run back? Didn't we agree to meet at Dragon Mountain? Aren't you walking right into a trap? Then Jing's grandmother grabbed Chu Zhigao and jumped down from the carriage. With a plop, she knelt in front of the dream and kowtowed. She begged, Sacred Ambassador, please spare our lives. Sacred Ambassador, please spare our lives. We are all cowards. Since we have already agreed to submit to the divine sect, how could we go back on our words? As she spoke, she grabbed Chu Zhigao and begged, Boy's father, you should also quickly beg the Sacred Ambassador. Although you are a disciple of the Dalan Temple, but after all, it is only in name. The Dalan Temple does not teach any martial arts. You don't put the Dalan Temple first. Chu Zhigao was pulled by his mother. He seemed to know that his mother had misunderstood something, but he did not dare to struggle. Thinking that Meng had also helped him, he kowtowed and said, Thank you for saving my life. Hearing Jing's grandmother's crazy words and seeing the two kneeling and kowtowing, Meng was already flustered. She moved away in a panic and shouted, Old lady, I am not the Sacred Ambassador. You should quickly get up. Jing's grandmother did not believe her and knocked her forehead until it was bleeding. At this time, Jing seemed to have woken up and started crying. Jing's grandmother became even more flustered and shouted, Sacred Ambassador, this is my son. I just named him Zhigao. Sacred Ambassador, please be merciful and take our lives. Let my son live. He is just a child. He doesn't know anything. You can take him away and do whatever you want to him. Meng's face was filled with panic and she could only wave her hands. Zhigao. Tears fell from his eyes. He seemed to have thought of something. With a sigh, Zhang Xiaohua flashed behind Jing's grandmother and pointed at Jing's grandmother. Grandma Jing closed her mouth and collapsed on the ground. Brother Chu, I only hit her sleeping acupoint. After sleeping for a night, she might wake up tomorrow. Zhang Xiaohua explained. Thank you, Ren Xiaoxia. Chu Zhigao's expression was gloomy. The yellow little monkey had just grabbed someone and was playing around in the carriage. At this time it jumped again and jumped onto Zhang Xiao's shoulder. Chu Zhigao was shocked and was about to scold it, but the monkey seemed to be familiar with Zhang Xiaohua. It reached out and grabbed Zhang Xiao's hair and ruffled it, making it a mess. Chu Zhigao was embarrassed and scolded, "Come here." The monkey was very obedient and jumped onto Chu Zhigao's shoulder. "Ren Xiaoxia, don't blame it. This animal is too naughty," Chu Zhigao said apologetically. It's okay. Let's quickly settle your mother down." Then he looked at Jing, who was lying on the ground and crying. He looked at the mountain path and said, "The child is also frightened and needs to rest. Is he going down the mountain? I'm afraid it's not appropriate." Chu Zhigao sighed and carried his mother to the carriage. Zhang Xiaohua went over and picked up Jing. She wanted to coax him but didn't know how. Chu Zhigao helped his mother settle down and took Jing. He patted him on the back and hummed a few unknown songs. The child slowly stopped crying and after a while he gradually fell asleep. After putting Jing in the carriage, Chu Zhigao smiled bitterly and said, "I've embarrassed myself in front of Ren Xiaoxiao and the young lady. This is what it's like to have a family to feed." At this time, Meng also realized that Jing's grandmother had misunderstood. She must have thought that she was someone who looked like her 40 years ago. That person might be her mother. Therefore she walked over. Hearing Chu Zhigao's words, she shook her head and said, "Hero Chu, this is the joy of a family. Many people can't even ask for it." Perhaps. Chu Zhigao looked at the two people in the carriage with a gratified expression. He then looked at the sky and said, "Chu's little nest in Dragon Mountain has been burned down by the people of Parting Mountain Villa. However, there is still a place where Chu usually hunts. There are also some places where it's already late. Xiaoxia and the young lady, why don't you come with me and stay for the night? That would be considered my hospitality as a host." Zhang Xiaohua heard this and was overjoyed. She had something to ask, so how could she leave? She cupped her hands and said, "Thank you, Brother Chu." Chu Zhigao drove a carriage and so did Zhang Xiaohua. Meng sat behind Zhang Xiaohua and looked at the sunset of Tsong Mountain. She whispered, "Xiaohua, do you think that person is my mother?" "Well, most likely. She looks exactly like you. 40 years ago she should be about the same age. When the old lady wakes up tomorrow we can ask her. Even if there is a blood feud, it has been decades. You didn't exist at that time, so it has nothing to do with you. Moreover, we just saved their family of 3. We can ask some things, right?" "Alas, I hope so." Meng looked at Zhang Xiao's back and said in a low voice, "Sacred Ambassador, this Sacred Ambassador. Which Sacred Ambassador is she from?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at Meng's dispirited expression and said, "You don't have to think too much. Just ask her tomorrow." After a while the sky turned dark. Chu Zhigao, who was in front, was still rushing. He said, "Meng, do you want to rest? My driving skills are very good. The carriage doesn't shake at all." "Really?" Meng acted as if she didn't hear him and muttered, "Sacred Ambassador." Zhang Xiaohua sighed. "Xuanxiang sect doesn't have a sacred ambassador. Misty School doesn't have a sacred ambassador. Dalan Temple also doesn't have a sacred ambassador. Among the big sects, only the Righteous Alliance and the Tenryu sect have a sacred ambassador. If it were the other small sects, we wouldn't know." "You don't have to think too much." Meng shook her head. "How can I not think too much?" She then thought of something and asked, "How can you be so sure that Misty School doesn't have a sacred ambassador? If my mother is the sacred ambassador of Misty School, I should go to Shixin Peak." Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "I stayed at Shixin Peak before. I know that they don't have a sacred ambassador." Meng nodded. "I forgot." Chu Zhigao said that the place was very far away. When they arrived, the sky was already dark. At this time the places where he usually hunted were just a few small caves. There were ready-made straws in the caves that were spread on the ground. Chu Zhigao then lit 2 bonfires and the cave immediately warmed up. After settling his mother and child down, Chu Zhigao took out some dry food and roasted it over the bonfire. The monkey was not afraid of fire and kept jumping around the 3 of them. It seemed very happy. "Ren Xiaoxia, as far as I know, your fragrant cult female disciples shouldn't appear in Jianghu now." "I know," Chu Zhigao said tactfully. Brother Chu knows that our fragrant cult is now open. In the future, our disciples will be the same as the disciples of other sections. They can freely roam Jianghu." Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. My senior sister and I came out this time to deliver the news to the Dalan Temple and invite the Dalan Temple's immortal master to come to our fragrant cult to participate in the martial arts convention. Martial arts convention? Chu Zhigao's face showed admiration. It's a pity that my martial arts are low. Even if I want to go to the convention, I can't. Then he suddenly realized and asked curiously, Dalan Temple? Why did you two come to Dragon Mountain from Great Forest? This place is not close to the Dalan Temple and it's not on the way. Haha, Zhang Xiaohua said secretly, that's what I wanted you to ask. Sai, isn't it because of my senior sister? Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, looking at Brother Chu, although it's a little difficult, the three of them can live together and share weal and woe. It's the true meaning of life. But how many people in this world are as lucky as Brother Chu? My senior sister looks at Brother Chu with envy. As he spoke, he roughly recounted what had happened in his dream. Oh, there's such a thing? When Chu Zhigao heard this, he looked at Dream, who was beside him with a sad face and was very sympathetic. He cupped his hands and said, Miss, looking at my mother today, she seems to know something. When we see her condition tomorrow, we can ask her in detail. How about it? Ren Xiaoxia's words make sense. Even if something happened 40 years ago, I'm still a child and don't know. Sai, even if there's a great hatred between the two of you since you've saved us today, we don't owe each other anything. Brother Chu, if such a thing really happened, I apologize on behalf of my mother. If there's anything you want to compensate, Brother Chu, please tell me. Chu Zhigao shook his head and said no more. So, Xiaoyao, I'm going to sleep first. Dream saw this and forced a smile. All right. Zhang Xiaohua brought Dream to the cave next door and settled everything. Dream lay on the straw and fell asleep not long after. Zhang Xiaohua held Dream's hand and looked at Dream's haggard face with heartache. She sighed and used the jade talisman to protect Dream. Then she walked out of the cave. Outside the cave, the full moon had just risen. Chu Zhigao stood in front of the cave and looked up at the full moon as if he was thinking about something. The monkey also learned to stand. When it heard Zhang Xiaohua coming over, it hurriedly jumped onto Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. Chapter 1007. Seeing the monkey jump onto Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder again, Chu Zhigao felt very helpless. He apologized, Ren Xiaoxia, please don't blame him. Although this monkey accompanied me in the Jianghu and did some shady business as a performer, but he was rarely as close to people as he is today. I've never thought that this monkey would actually hit it off with you, young hero. He's so affectionate towards you when they just met. Presumably he's also grateful to you for saving his life. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. When she saved Chu Zhigao that year, she covered her face. Chu Zhigao naturally wouldn't know that she was the one who saved him. This monkey must have smelled her scent and recognized her. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, being close to each other is one thing, but it doesn't mean that it's the first time we met. Ren Xiaoxia, what do you mean? Chu Zhigao was obviously stunned. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and took out the book that Chu Zhigao gave her. Under Chu Zhigao's puzzled gaze, she handed it over. Chu Zhigao took it and looked at it carefully under the bright moonlight. He didn't need to open the book. He only needed to see the familiar cover. Chu Zhigao immediately understood. Benefactor? As he spoke, he knelt down with a plop sound. Don't. Zhang Xiaohua reacted quickly and pulled him back. She smiled and said, Brother Chu, you don't have to be like this. I just happened to meet you that year and helped you, but... Chu Zhigao struggled a few times, but Zhang Xiaohua's hands were like cast iron. He couldn't move at all. He could only apologize, but that day was also very dangerous. If it wasn't for Xiaoxia, I might have lost my life that day. Zhang Xiaohua pulled Chu Zhigao up and said, in broad daylight on the streets of Lu Town, how would they dare? Sai Xiaoxia is too kind. The evil tiger gang has done many things like robbing and killing. Evil tiger gang? I've heard that they have some power in Lu Town, but I've never had any dealings with them. Xiaoxia saved me. When I went to the side, I only found out after asking around. I was scared. The evil tiger gang probably didn't put me in their eyes and didn't know the power of the bone solidifying pill. But when I met that scoundrel young master, I couldn't do anything. Oh, that's right. Give this pill recipe back to Xiaoxia. This thing might be useful to Xiaoxia in the future. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and waved her hand. This pill recipe. I've already seen it. Oh? Chu Zhigao was obviously disappointed. Xiao, take it first. You don't understand it now, but maybe you'll understand it in the future? Hee hee, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and took out a jade bottle from her bosom. What is this? Chu Zhigao stared blankly. When he opened the bottle and smelled the faint medicinal fragrance, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Bone-solidifying pill? Immediately, with trembling hands, he poured out a pill into his hands. Looking at the color of the pill, he brought it to his nose and smelled the scent of the pill. His face revealed an expression of wild joy. It really is a bone-solidifying pill. It really is a bone-solidifying pill. I actually saw a real bone-solidifying pill. But immediately, Chu Zhigao had some doubts and asked, Ren Xiaoxia, this is a bone-solidifying pill refined according to my pill recipe? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, yes. But why is the medicinal smell of this bone-solidifying pill so faint? In my family's pill recipe, there are records of medicinal fragrances that assail the nose. I don't know. Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and said, but this thing is indeed refined according to Brother Chu's pill recipe. There's no mistake about it. Hee, that's good, Chu Zhigao said and put the pill into the jade bottle and passed it to Zhang Xiaohua. He asked again, then what about the other pill recipes? I wonder if Xiaoxia has refined them? Zhang Xiaohua saw him return the jade bottle to her and was slightly stunned. This is for you, why are you returning it to me? For me? Chu Zhigao couldn't believe his ears and said, This bone-solidifying pill is a miraculous pill. Even my ancestors were unable to refine it successfully. Ren Xiaoxia actually gave it to me? Saying this, he shook the jade bottle and said with a smile, if Xiaoxia has the heart, just give me one pill. Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely. She reached out and took out another bottle from her bosom and said, I have more here. Take that. Have more? Chu Zhigao was shocked. He wanted to verify, but he didn't dare to take Zhang Xiaohua's jade bottle. Zhang Xiaohua patted his shoulder and put away the jade bottle, saying, Don't be shocked. This bone-solidifying pill also has a pill recipe in my fragrant religion. Usually, a few disciples with high status can get some. Although I don't have it now, I think I will in the future. So, this bottle of bone-solidifying pills, you should accept it. Chu Zhigao couldn't tell if Zhang Xiaohua was telling the truth or not, but thinking that she had given him such a precious pill, he was already moved to tears. After he carefully accepted the jade bottle, he said mysteriously, Ren Xiaoxia's righteousness really makes me blush with shame. Oh right, Xiaoxia, do you still remember when I told Xiaoxia that my dragon mountain had a strange place? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, I remember. Brother Chu also said that if there was a chance to come to Dragon Mountain he would let me try my luck. Ah, that's right. Chu Zhigao nodded. At that time I was hoping that Xiaoxia would come, but Lu Town is really too far away. If there wasn't a special reason, who would come here? However, since Xiaoxia came, then Chu can't be a person who doesn't keep his word. That strange place isn't too far from here. Xiaoxia and Chu coming here might really be fate. That's good. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I love those strange things the most. Well then. Chu Zhigao was just about to move, but looking at the bonfire in the cave, he hesitated and said, It's already late. Why don't you bring Xiaoxia over tomorrow? It's okay, Brother Chu, tell me the place and I'll go there myself. You just stay here and guard it. Well, that's good too. Chu remembers that Xiaoxia's qigong is very good. Xiaoxia can go to that place if he wants. As he said that, he told her the location of that place. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and her heart jumped. This place seems very familiar. Zhang Xiaohua greeted Chu Zhigao and flew towards the mountain valley. When she could no longer see, she used her flying technique and arrived at the cliff in a short while. The cliff was very clear under the moonlight, smooth and straight. A deafening sound of water came from below. Zhang Xiaohua flew down the cliff without hesitation. She followed the vines hanging from the cliff and came to the side of a waterfall. She saw that the waterfall was very strange. It surged out from a 10 feet wide crack in the rocks and hung at the bottom of the cliff. At the bottom of the cliff, she could faintly see a pitch-black deep pool. The deafening sound of water was really the sound of the waterfall falling into the deep pool. When Zhang Xiaohua was halfway down the waterfall, the surging water created a small mist which covered the entire waterfall. Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to scan the area and a strange smile appeared on her face. She waited for him to descend further before she rushed into the waterfall. When she came into contact with the waterfall, she immediately disappeared. The cliff was actually empty. On the cliff under the waterfall there was a 10 feet wide hole. Zhang Xiaohua stood in the hole and looked into the darkness. She laughed. Jinren Huolong, the Feilu mountain range that you mentioned is now gone. There is only this Horn Dragon Mountain. If not for this strange waterfall and the cave within the waterfall, I wouldn't be able to confirm that this is the place of inheritance that you mentioned in the Jade Slip. Jinren Huolong, now that the immortal Tao has been destroyed for a long time, the heaven and earth Yuan Qi is recovering. This is also an opportunity for the immortal Tao to flourish. I am not talented, but I shall go in and take a look to see if your immortal Tao is still around. If it is, then I shall not stand on ceremony and keep it. Since you are a rogue cultivator and do not belong to any sect, I shall pass down this immortal Tao to you and call it Beidou School. As Zhang Xiaohua thought about it, he laughed loudly and walked into the cave. With a luminous pearl in her hand, Zhang Xiaohua walked for half a cup of tea's time and came to a dry place. There were no longer any mountain paths here and there were only empty walls. Zhang Xiaohua walked to a place facing the west. She stretched out her hand and touched the wall but couldn't find anything. She then closed her eyes and formed a spell with her hands. Every time she formed a spell, the stone wall would vibrate slightly. After a dozen spells were formed, the stone wall suddenly emitted a faint red glow and a cave half the height of a human appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Kiki, this must be Jinren Huolong's cave. Zhang Xiaohua nodded her head. This set of spells was obtained by Zhang Xiaohua from Jinren Huolong's Jade Slip and she was already familiar with it. Zhang Xiaohua stooped down and squeezed into the cave. Then he walked around for a while. Along the way he encountered a few more restrictive spells, but they were all easily broken by Zhang Xiaohua. Finally he arrived at a cave that was about 100 feet tall and 300 feet wide. It looked very simple. Zhang Xiaohua then took out a few luminous pearls and placed them around the cave to illuminate it. When he saw it clearly he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He had been to the Incense Religion's Jade Hall and Nemo Xiangong's Grand Hall. He had also been to Wan Wuxin's Sumeru World and the Dalan Temple's main hall. He thought that even if Jinren Huolong's cave was not as good as those places, it wouldn't be too far off. However, the cave in front of him was dry and there was a faint ripple of spell which was very weak. How is this the demeanor of an immortal Tao senior? It's almost like my Guizhuang house. Beta school is like this. Kiki, wouldn't they be laughed at? Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and said. Following which she looked at the layout of the cave carefully. She saw that there was a painting hanging on the stone wall in front of the cave. However, the painting had faded and she couldn't see what was on it. Below the painting was a praying mat. When she used her divine sense to scan the painting, she couldn't see anything special. On the left side of the cave, there was a row of shelves with some jade bottles on it. However, there weren't many of them and it seemed very empty. Please vote for me. Please vote for me. Please keep it. Please tip me. Chapter 1008. On the right side of the cave there was a row of bookshelves filled with books. The bookshelf on the left looked empty, but upon closer inspection, it was not filled with books but jade bamboo slips. Needless to say, Zhang Xiaohua took a big step forward and jumped to the front of the bookshelf where the jade bamboo slips were placed. She stretched out her hand to grab the jade bamboo slips, but just as she touched the bookshelf, a gentle force blocked her way. "Oh, look at me, I am so anxious." Zhang Xiaohua laughed secretly and released her divine sense. After looking at it for a while, her right hand agilely struck out a series of spells as though she was playing a zither. This spell was more complicated and the more she struck, the slower her speed became. Zhang Xiaohua's expression became more serious and at the end her forehead was covered with sweat. After all, this was Venerable Fiery Dragon's impartation of Celestial Tao, and the jade bamboo slips must have recorded Venerable Fiery Dragon's cultivation methods. Although it was not as precious as the ones that Zhang Xiaohua had obtained on the deserted island, these were the foundations of Celestial Tao cultivation. As long as she had these foundational cultivation methods, in addition to the recovery of the heaven and earth's elemental energy, Zhang Xiaohua was confident that she could establish the Beidou school by herself. Thinking back to the time when the Righteous Alliance roped in the Long family, why? Wasn't it because they wanted to obtain some celestial Tao relics from the Long family? What kind of benefits could they obtain from it to find the path to celestial Tao? Now that this broad future was in front of Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, how could Zhang Xiaohua not work hard? At the end, Zhang Xiaohua's forehead was dripping with beads of sweat and her face was pale. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "Open." His right hand seemed to be holding something heavier than 10,000 caddies, and he slowly pushed it to the front of the bookshelf. Gotcha! A crisp sound rang out as if something had broken. A faint red light flashed on the bookshelf and everything returned to normal. Zhang Xiaohua wiped off his sweat. He did not sit down to adjust his breathing and recover his true energy. Instead, with a greedy look on his face, he waved his hand and the entire bookshelf flew into his belt. Then he walked to a few bookshelves at the side and casually picked up a book. When he opened it, he could not help but be overjoyed. He saw that the book recorded several thousand years of travel. Needless to say, these bookshelves were all books that recorded the local customs, culture and geography of the past. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Xiaohua collected all the bookshelves into his belt. I wonder if there are any secret martial arts manuals in these books? Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. He then walked to the bookshelf on the left. There was a hole at the side of the bookshelf and it was pitch black inside. Just as Zhang Xiaohua had expected, this bookshelf was used to store pills. There were a few jade bottles that had their own seals on them. After Zhang Xiaohua rested for a while, he took out a primordial stone to replenish his true energy and broke the seals easily. He then saw that the jade bottles had the words, Peiyuan Pill written on them. Peiyuan Pill? What is this? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. I don't think there was any mention of this in the jade slip of Venerable Fiery Dragon, but I think I've heard of it somewhere before. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the seals on the jade bottles that were about to collapse. She then recited the seals to prevent the true energy of the pills from dissipating. She then kept the pills in her pouch. She then turned around to look at the empty cave. It was originally empty. After that, Zhang Xiaohua took the luminous pearl and entered the cave beside the bookshelf. The cave was not long and it only took a few steps to reach the end. Looking at the furnishings, she knew that this was Venerable Fiery Dragon's alchemy room. There was a praying mat, a medium-sized alchemy furnace and an earth fire. However, the earth fire had already cooled down. Zhang Xiaohua recited the seals but there was no fire coming out. It seemed that the earth fire had already changed its path after 10,000 years. Although Zhang Xiaohua already had 18 8 purple gold alchemy furnace in her belt, Zhang Xiaohua still kept the alchemy furnace. She then used her divine sense to check but there was nothing else. The Peiyuan pill was obviously made by Elder Hua. Why is there no record of the pill formula in the alchemy room? Zhang Xiaohua then laughed to herself, I'm really a miser. Elder Hua said very clearly that he placed all the orthodoxies together and left them for the faded ones. There are so many jade slips on the bookshelf. There must be a record in one of them. When I get out, I'll look for it carefully. Looking at the empty cave, Zhang Xiaohua sighed. This itinerant cultivator is really poor. Even if I wanted to pick up some trash, there's nothing left. Sigh, this bastard still doesn't know how to be content. He has already taken away all the orthodoxies. What else does he want? Zhang Xiaohua wanted to take the portrait away. However, the portrait was already blurred. She couldn't see Venerable Fiery Dragon's face. Even if she took it away, it would be useless. Furthermore, didn't Zhang Xiaohua want to be the founder of the Beidou school? After leaving the cave, Zhang Xiaohua turned her head to look at the pitch-black cave. Her eyes rolled and she cast a few spells to strengthen the restrictive spell in the cave. She then turned around, rushed out of the waterfall and flew back. When she returned to the original cave, Chu Zhigao was already sitting crookedly by the bonfire and taking a nap. Zhang Xiaohua didn't hide her footsteps. When Zhang Xiaohua walked to Chu Zhigao's side, Chu Zhigao immediately woke up. When he saw that it was Zhang Xiaohua, he immediately asked in surprise, "How is it? Ren Xiaoxiao? Did you find anything?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't answer. Instead she asked, "Brother Chu, are you in this Dragon Mountain? How should I describe it? Your family has been living in Dragon Mountain for generations?" No. Chu Zhigao didn't understand what Zhang Xiaohua meant. However, he still shook his head. "This Dragon Mountain belongs to my mother's family. Chu's family was originally in Poyang Town. Poyang Town's Chu Sanfeng?" Zhang Xiaohua blurted out. Chu Zhigao was stunned. He asked curiously, how did Ren Xiaoxiao know my father's name? He has passed away a long time ago. Poyang Town's Chu Sanfeng was the last name on the list given to Zhang Xiaohua by the Dalan Temple's great master Changgung. Therefore Zhang Xiaohua had some impression of him. When she heard that he was Chu Zhigao's father, she couldn't help but nod and ask, "Your father is also one of the people my senior sister and I are looking for." Oh, Chu Zhigao suddenly understood. He nodded and said, That's right. Mother must know something about your senior sister." Then he said, "Ever since father passed away, the Chu family has been in decline, and our family's martial arts have not been mastered. Mother was the only one in my grandfather's family at Dragon Mountain, so she brought me to Dragon Mountain." "Then, is this bone condensation pill from Dragon Mountain or your Chu family?" Zhang Xiaohua suddenly asked. "It's from Dragon Mountain." Chu Zhigao replied without hesitation, "My mother's family seems to be guarding something in Dragon Mountain. However, it has been a long time. In my mother's generation she is the only one. As for me, I only have one son, Jing. I estimate that the secret of Dragon Mountain will be lost soon." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and asked again, "Brother Chu, you know how to refine pills?" "How could I?" Chu Zhigao's face was slightly red. "I just follow Dragon Mountain's pill recipe and brew some medicinal plasters myself. I can make a living in the Jianghu." Zhang Xiaohua muttered to herself for a moment. She took out a jade talisman and handed it to Chu Zhigao, saying, "Brother Chu, your bone condensation pill has been of great help to me. I have nothing to repay you with. Take this jade talisman. If anything strange happens, feel free to break it." "Oh right." As she spoke, Zhang Xiaohua took out some banknotes and silver and handed it over, saying, "Take this silver. It's not of much use to me." Chu Zhigao was about to decline when Zhang Xiaohua continued, "Furthermore, in the future, I have any matters I will have to trouble Brother Chu. Possible I would like Brother Chu to come to my sect to refine pills and practice martial arts. This can also be considered as repayment for the time you have spent at Dragon Mountain." "Repayment for the time we have spent at Dragon Mountain?" Chu Zhigao didn't understand the meaning of this sentence at first, but when he came to his senses he immediately exclaimed in surprise, "Ren Xiaoxia, could it be that there really are secret martial arts manuals in that place? But Chu has been there more than once." "What? I didn't discover anything." Chu Zhigao still didn't quite believe it. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Why would little brother lie to you about such things? Don't tell me that this little brother will support your family of 3 for no reason?" "Ren Xiaoxia, don't misunderstand. Chu just doesn't dare to believe it. That place is just an ordinary cave. Although mother occasionally mentioned it, but..." Chu Zhigao stuttered a little. After a while he sighed, "I heard mother say that fate is decided by the heavens and not by men. Perhaps this is what it means. My Dragon Mountain has been guarding this place for many generations, but we haven't been able to find it. Even I, Chu, have been there many times. I didn't expect that when I impulsively invited young hero over in Lu Town, it would actually..." He couldn't help but sigh. "Ah," Zhang Xiaohua laughed, "Brother Chu, you are thinking too much. Although Brother Chu may not be able to learn this secret martial arts manual, Jing is still young. What's the difference between Jing and your younger brother obtaining it?" "Ren Xiaoxiao? You mean you want to accept Jing into the cult of fragrance?" Chu Zhigao was pleasantly surprised. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head, "That's not it. I have other orthodoxies. However, this matter shouldn't be publicized. Once I have settled everything, I will come and find Brother Chu." "Other orthodoxies?" Chu Zhigao suddenly understood. He slapped his forehead and said, "Chu understands. Chu is also willing to go. It's just alchemy and martial arts. It's better than being bullied in Dragon Mountain." "Brother Chu, my sect is not the cult of fragrance. You should be clear about this," Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. "With a disciple like Ren Xiaoxia, even if it's not a famous sect, so what?" Chu Zhigao said, "Besides, Chu is just a Jianghu performer. I'm grateful that your sect has not abandoned me. I'm already moved to tears." The two of them talked for a long time. Unknowingly, it was already midnight. Zhang Xiaohua returned to the cave and was still sleeping soundly. Zhang Xiaohua did not disturb her. He sat at the entrance of the cave and placed a restriction on it. He began to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra. Chapter 1009. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua woke up as soon as the sun rose. He removed the restriction at the entrance of the cave and around the dream before walking out of the cave. He had obtained many jade slips from the cave behind the waterfall, and they were all Taoist teachings of Venerable Fiery Dragon. Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry to count them as he had already kept them in his belt. He would look at them when he had the time. The morning of Horned Dragon Mountain was no different from the other mountain ranges. The crisp chirping of birds, the fresh air, and the occasional roar of unknown beasts could be heard. Unknown little wildflowers were blooming quietly. Regardless of whether there was anyone around to admire them, the sparkling dew on the tall wild grass was glowing. Zhang Xiaohua stood in a spacious area and finished practicing the Fist of the North Star. He then picked up the Great Wisdom Sword and practiced the Tong Tian Staff technique that he had been pondering and comprehending for the past 10 days. The sky-piercing staff technique was the same as the Big Dipper Fist technique. After Zhang Xiaohua's memory was erased, there were only 360 moves left. Over the past 10 days, Zhang Xiaohua had been trying to string these moves together. Perhaps it was because of Zhang Xiaohua's experience in practicing the Big Dipper Fist technique, but it wasn't too difficult to string these 360 moves together. However, he had been working hard and didn't have any extra time to practice. He closed his eyes and recalled the entire staff technique in his mind. Zhang Xiaohua picked up the long sword and prepared to practice the moves one by one. However, just as he was about to practice the first move, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. The moves of the Tong Tian staff technique were all staff moves, and most of them required 2 hands to hold the staff. His Great Wisdom Heavy Sword was a sword embryo, and only the sword hilt was comfortable to hold with one hand. The other places were wide and thick and he couldn't hold it with one hand. Therefore, using this staff technique was rather awkward. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua braced himself and used his left hand to grab the sword embryo's heavy sword. He used Bo Ruo as a staff to dance, but, after struggling to perform a few more moves, Zhang Xiaohua sighed and threw Bo Ruo to the ground. He thought to himself, it seems that this staff technique still needs to use a staff. That day I thought wrong. I thought that if I could use the heaven-shocking staff Bo Ruo, then the staff technique should be able to be used as well. Sigh, what a pity. This Tong Tian staff technique seems to be extremely powerful. When Zhang Xiaohua's gaze landed on the small tree at the side, his eyes unconsciously lit up. He walked over and pulled out the small tree that was as thick as a duck egg. Using the short sword, he cut off the branches and used it as a staff to dance. After a few moves, Zhang Xiaohua shook his head again. This small tree is too light. It's as light as grass. When I dance it, there's no feeling at all. After that, Zhang Xiaohua found another one that was as thick as a bowl. Needless to say, it was much heavier than the previous one. However, this time it was even more uncomfortable. Apart from the light weight, Zhang Xiaohua could not completely hold the small tree with one hand. Holding it was also uncomfortable. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua only used a few moves before throwing the small tree to the ground again. He angrily said, "This is really uncomfortable. In the past I had the Great Wisdom Sword but did not have a matching move. Now that I have a move but do not have a matching weapon. What can I do? What can I do?" "Xiaohua, who are you angry with?" It was Meng's concerned voice that asked. Zhang Xiaohua raised her head. Meng was standing at the place where the sun shone. Her white skin was especially soft under the orange sunlight. Her pitch-black hair fluttered in the mountain wind, making her look like a flying fairy. Zhang Xiaohua felt a burst of sweetness in her heart. She smiled and said, "It's nothing. Didn't I see a set of staff techniques at the Dalan Temple a few days ago? I took it out today to try it out. Who knew that I did not have a suitable weapon? That staff technique was a waste of time." Haha, Meng grinned and said, "As the saying goes, skills are not a burden. If you can learn a little more, then learn a little more. Weapons are a small matter. You will slowly come across them in the future. That staff technique is something from the Dalan Temple's Hidden Scriptures Pavilion. This is probably your only chance to enter it in your lifetime." Zhang Xiaohua spread out her hands and said, "You're right. I thought so too. But when I think of not being able to practice the staff technique, my heart always feels uncomfortable." "Well," Meng pursed her lips and said, "if it's possible when we return to the Lingxiang Peak, I will earnestly ask the hierarch to bestow you a weapon. Anyway, there are many weapons in the weapon refining hall." "That's right. How could I forget?" Zhang Xiaohua patted her head. Her gloomy face turned bright. Ren Xiaoxia, Ren Xiaoxia. Chu Zhigao was thrown out from the distant cave again. A child was also cheerfully following behind him. Jing, come here. This is the person who saved you yesterday. Ren Xiaoxia. Chu Zhigao first pointed at Meng. Then he remembered that Meng did not introduce herself yesterday. He could only point at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Thank you, Hero Ren, for saving my life." Jing was extremely obedient. He fell to the ground and kowtowed. Zhang Xiaohua quickly pulled him back and said with a smile, "Yesterday I really did not save you. The one who saved you was my senior. You can call her Zixia Heroine." "Yes, thank you, Zixia Heroine, for saving my life." Jing kowtowed in front of Meng again. Quickly get up." Meng was happy to see that Jing was sensible. She pulled him up and thought for a moment. Then she took out a jade bottle and handed it to him. "This is the Yuandan pill from my incense sect. It is most effective for healing injuries. I heard that when you meet a child you have to give a greeting gift. I don't have anything here, so take this as a greeting gift." Chu Zhigao was slightly surprised when he heard this. Who in the Jianghu didn't know the name of the Yuandan pill? It was a godly item for healing injuries. He had only heard of it but had never seen it before. At this moment Jing turned his head and looked at Chu Zhigao. He was probably asking for something. Chu Zhigao wanted to shake his head, but Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Accept it. This is a token of appreciation from Zixia Heroine. It's rare for someone to call her a heroine for the first time. She is very happy. Don't disappoint her." Chu Zhigao nodded slightly when he heard this. Jing took the Yuandan pill and skipped back to Chu Zhigao's side. He passed the jade bottle to Chu Zhigao. "Thank you, Zixia Heroine, for your generous gift." Chu Zhigao cupped his hands and thanked her. Then he carefully kept the Yuandan pill. Then he asked carefully, "Ren Xiaoxia, my mother, has rested for a night. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. She patted her forehead and said, "Brother Chu, I will unseal your mother's acupoints now." The four of them walked to the front of the cave. Zhang Xiaohua turned around and said, "Meng, you go to the cave next door first. It won't be too late for you to come out after I ask Brother Chu." Meng didn't say anything. She nodded slightly and entered the cave where she rested last night. Jing's grandmother was still lying on the straw and sleeping soundly. When Zhang Xiaohua unsealed her acupoints, she first opened her eyes quietly. When she saw that she was in an unfamiliar place, she immediately panicked. However, when she saw her son and grandson, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She asked, "Jing, are you okay?" "I'm fine, Grandma. Thanks to Hero Ren, I'm fine." Hero Ren. Jing's grandmother only saw Zhang Xiaohua now. She thought about what happened yesterday and struggled to get up. However, she was stopped by Zhang Xiaohua and said, "You don't have to thank me. I just happened to come at the right time. I saw injustice on the road, so of course I had to help. Moreover, I met Brother Chu before and received some benefits from Brother Chu. Yesterday was my repayment." Jing's grandmother looked at Chu Zhigao. Chu Zhigao smiled and said, "Mother, didn't the boy tell you about Lu Town before? This Ren Xiaoxia is the one who saved the boy." Jing's grandmother was even more delighted. "Then I have to thank him even more." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "Don't be anxious. Last night I have already told Brother Chu some things. Let him tell you slowly in the future. In the future we will be together for a long time. It's really troublesome to thank him. If you want to thank me, you'd better listen to what I have to say first." Jing's grandmother looked at Chu Zhigao. When she saw Chu Zhigao nodding, she smiled and said, "Since Xiaoxia said so, I won't insist anymore. Xiaoxia, what do you want to say?" "I'm all ears." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and told her about her dream. In the end she said, "I know that perhaps Meng's mother killed Brother Chu's father. But this has nothing to do with Meng." Jing's grandmother waved her hand and said, "Xiaoxia, you are overthinking. Yesterday when I saw Miss Zixia, I saw that she looked exactly the same as the sacred ambassador from 40 years ago. I was scared. Coupled with the incident at home yesterday, I was agitated. That's why I hope Ren Xiaoxia can forgive me for my rudeness." She then said apologetically, "Although I don't know the relationship between Miss Zixia and the sacred ambassador, but Jiqiang's father wasn't killed by the sacred ambassador." Zhang Xiaohua was surprised at first, but then she was pleasantly surprised. She said, "Grandma, you are right. How could I be wrong? My husband was a lay disciple of the Dalan temple, but He wasn't welcomed in the Dalan Temple and never received any true teachings. Later, he met the sacred ambassador of the Dragon God sect and knew that he had some skills in alchemy, so he wanted to recruit him into the Dragon God sect. Who knew that the news was leaked and the Dalan Temple's law enforcement disciples were dispatched. They caught and killed many people. My husband had just met the sacred ambassador and didn't express his opinion. He was beaten dozens of times by the Dalan Temple, crippled of his martial arts, and expelled from the Dalan Temple. Later he became depressed and died of a serious illness. It had nothing to do with the sacred ambassador. Ah, that's good. Zhang Xiaohua let out a long sigh and said, then I am relieved. Otherwise, even if Brother Chu didn't say it out loud, he would feel a little uncomfortable in his heart. Grandma, can you tell me about your meeting with the sacred ambassador? Zhang Xiaohua asked, did my senior look exactly the same as the sacred ambassador? Grandma Jing thought for a moment and nodded. If my memory is correct, Miss Xixia does look exactly the same as the sacred ambassador. Of course, it has been 40 years and I can't guarantee that my memory is accurate, but the two of them look very similar, that's for sure. You're tuning in to the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.